So hey guys, this is Proxima What If. I hope you all are doing well. On this channel we create the fanfiction what if stories where single change can completely rewrite the whole story. If you enjoy the fanfictions what if scenarios, you are in the right place. So let's begin the story.
Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry discovered Dumbledore's manipulations at Gringotts and emancipated himself at age 10. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Vault Beneath the Lies. The letter had come on a Tuesday, which Harry would later think was fitting. Nothing good ever happened to him on a Tuesday. Vernon had turned purple, his particular shade of enraged aubergine that meant someone was about to get locked in the cupboard, and Petunia had made a sound like a cat being stepped on. But the letters kept coming. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Stuffed through the mail slot and crammed down the chimney and hidden inside eggs, which Harry thought was a bit excessive but certainly effective. Then the giant came. Hagrid, that was his name, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, filled the entire doorway of the miserable shack on the rock where Vernon had dragged them. He'd bent Vernon's shotgun into a pretzel, given Dudley a pig's tail, and handed Harry a squashed birthday cake. He'd said the words that changed everything. "You're a wizard, Harry." And just like that, the cupboard under the stairs, the hand-me-down clothes 3 sizes too big, the bruises he'd learned to hide, and the gnawing hunger that had been his oldest companion, all of it suddenly had a reason. Not a good reason. Not an acceptable reason. But a reason. He was a wizard. His parents had been magical. They hadn't died in a car crash. They'd been murdered by a Dark Lord, and somehow Harry had survived, and the whole wizarding world knew his name. Harry sat in the sidecar of Hagrid's flying motorcycle as London sprawled beneath them, the wind tearing at his too big shirt, and he thought about what it meant. Not the magic. Not the fame. The lie. His aunt and uncle had known, had always known, and they'd chosen cruelty anyway. He filed that away in the quiet, careful place inside his mind where he kept the things that mattered. The place that had kept him sane through 10 years of Dursley hospitality. Hagrid was talking about Hogwarts, about Quidditch and Gryffindor and someone called Dumbledore who was apparently the greatest wizard in the world. Harry listened and nodded and asked questions at the right moments, because he'd learned a long time ago that people told you more when they thought you were hanging on every word. And Hagrid, bless him, was about as subtle as a freight train. Every other sentence was about how great Dumbledore was. How wise. How kind. How he was the one who'd arranged for Harry to live with the Dursleys. That last part stuck. Harry turned it over as they descended toward London, the motorcycle rattling like it was held together by optimism and rust. Dumbledore had placed him with the Dursleys. Dumbledore, who according to Hagrid, could do practically anything. The greatest wizard alive had looked at all the options for a famous orphan baby and had chosen Privet Drive. Chosen Vernon's meaty fists and Petunia's sharp backhand and a cupboard that smelled of dust and cleaning chemicals. The quiet place inside Harry's mind made a note. And then he smiled at Hagrid and asked another question about Quidditch. Diagon Alley hit him like a wall of color and noise and impossibility. Shops stacked on top of shops, cauldrons that stirred themselves, owls swooping between rooftops, and everywhere, people in robes moving with the casual confidence of those who'd never had to hide what they were. Harry wanted to stop and stare at all of it, to press his face against every window and drink it in, but Hagrid was on a mission. Gringotts first, the giant said, patting his coat pocket where something clinked. Gotta get your money, and I've got a bit of Hogwarts business to attend to. The bank rose at the end of the alley like a crooked marble fist, white stone leaning at angles that shouldn't have been architecturally possible. Bronze doors gleamed in the morning sun, flanked by, Harry blinked, small creatures in scarlet and gold uniforms. They had long fingers, sharp features, and expressions that suggested they'd seen everything the world had to offer and found it all mildly disappointing. Goblins, Hagrid muttered. Clever. Best not to cross M. The poem on the inner doors was a nice touch, Harry thought. Essentially a very polite way of saying, steal from us and die. He appreciated the directness. Inside, the bank stretched into a vast marble hall, the ceiling so far above that the chandeliers looked like distant stars. Dozens of goblins sat behind high counters, weighing gems and counting coins and ignoring the wizards who waited for their attention with the patience of beings who measured time differently than humans. Hagrid lumbered up to a free counter, pulling a small gold key from his pocket. Mr. Harry Potter would like to make a withdrawal. The goblin behind the counter, thin as a knife edge, with spectacles perched on a nose that could have opened letters, looked at the key. Then he looked at Harry. His eyes narrowed by approximately 1 millimeter, which on a goblin face was equivalent to a human's jaw dropping. "One moment," the goblin said, and slid off his stool with a precision that suggested this moment was about to become significantly longer than one. His name was Griphook, and he'd worked the assessment desk at Gringotts for 43 years, which in goblin terms was roughly equivalent to a mid-career professional who'd seen enough to be dangerous and not enough to be bored. He processed keys. He verified identities. He had seen 10,000 wizards fumble through their vaults with all the financial literacy of concussed pigeons, and he'd long ago stopped expecting anything interesting from any of them. The Potter key was interesting. He turned it over under his desk lamp, his fingers reading the enchantments the way a musician reads sheet music. Standard Gringotts issue. Gold. Properly forged. But the authorization matrix was wrong. This was a trust vault access key, limited withdrawals, restricted information, no account statements. The kind of key you gave a child's guardian for school expenses. Not the kind of key you gave the last living heir of the ancient and most noble house of Potter. Griphook looked at the boy again through the one-way glass of his assessment partition. Small for his age. Clothes that didn't fit. Hair that looked like it had been cut by someone who actively disliked him. But the eyes were sharp. The boy was watching the bank with the careful attention of someone who'd learned to read rooms as a survival skill. Griphook had seen that look before. On the faces of goblin children who'd grown up in the deep mines, where noticing things was the difference between living and not. He made a decision that would, in the fullness of time, reshape the political landscape of wizarding Britain. He took it because it was profitable. Goblins always had good reasons for their decisions, and profit was the best reason of all. He stepped out from behind his partition and approached the boy directly, bypassing Hagrid entirely. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Would you come with me, please?" Hagrid frowned. "Now hang on, we've just come to make a withdrawal, this is a matter of account security," Griphook said, and those 4 words carried the weight of a Gringotts directive, which meant that Hagrid could either comply or be escorted out by beings who considered dragon handling a light hobby. "Mr. Potter's presence is required. You may wait in the lobby. There are refreshments." Hagrid opened his mouth, closed it, and looked at Harry with obvious uncertainty. "You all right with that, Harry?" Harry looked at the goblin. The goblin looked back. Something passed between them, not trust, exactly, but a mutual recognition that this conversation was going to be more honest than most. "I'll be fine, Hagrid," Harry said. "I'm sure it won't take long." It took 4 hours. Griphook led him through corridors that the public never saw, past doors with locks that had locks of their own, into a chamber that was small, stone-walled, and contained a desk, 2 chairs, and more truth than Harry had encountered in his entire life. "Sit," Griphook said, and Harry sat. The goblin placed the gold key on the desk between them. This key grants access to Potter Trust Vault 687. It allows withdrawals of up to 500 galleons per year. It provides no account information, no transaction history, and no access to any other Potter holdings. He paused. "Do you know what you should have been given?" Harry looked at the key. Looked at Griphook. "Something more than that, I'm guessing." The Potter family maintains 7 vaults at Gringotts. Trust Vault 687 is the smallest. Your family's primary vault, the ancestral vault, has been in continuous operation since 1297. There are also 2 investment vaults, a property vault, an artifact vault, and a war chest that hasn't been opened since your great-grandfather sealed it in 1943. Griphook's thin fingers steepled. The total value across all holdings, including properties, investments, and liquid assets, is approximately 47 million galleons. The number meant nothing to Harry. He didn't know what a galleon could buy, had no frame of reference for wealth of any kind. But he understood the expression on Griphook's face, which was the look of someone who was about to deliver very bad news and wanted the good news established first. And the key Hagrid gave me only opens the smallest one, Harry said. Correct. Who decided that? Griphook opened a ledger that he'd carried under his arm. The pages were thick, cream-colored, and covered in a script so small and precise it looked like it had been written by spiders. Your magical guardian. Assigned 7 days after your parents' death. The assignment was filed with the Ministry of Magic and countersigned by the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. He looked up. Both positions were held by the same individual. Dumbledore, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Griphook inclined his head. Tell me everything. Griphook told him everything. It came out in pieces, each one landing like a stone in still water, the ripples spreading and overlapping until the whole surface was churning. Harry sat very still and listened, and the quiet place inside his mind worked harder than it had ever worked in its life. The will. James and Lily Potter had filed a will with both Gringotts and the Ministry. It was explicit, detailed, and legally binding. In the event of their deaths, Harry was to go to Sirius Black, his godfather. If Sirius was unable to take him, custody passed to Alice and Frank Longbottom. After that, the will listed 6 more options: Minerva McGonagall, Remus Lupin, Amelia Bones, even the Tonks family. The Dursleys were not mentioned. In fact, the will contained a specific clause: under no circumstances is Harry to be placed with Petunia Dursley née Evans. We love Petunia, but her household is not safe for a magical child. The will had been sealed by order of the Chief Warlock 3 days after their deaths. It had never been read. It had never been executed. Harry's fingers tightened on the arms of his chair. His face didn't change. The withdrawals. Dumbledore, as magical guardian, had access to the trust vault. Over 10 years, he had withdrawn a total of 31,000 galleons. Small amounts, spread over many transactions, never enough to trigger an automatic audit. The stated purposes were ward maintenance, guardian stipend, and educational preparation. None of this money had reached the Dursleys, who had never received a canute from the wizarding world. None of it had been spent on Harry, who had never owned a piece of clothing that hadn't belonged to Dudley first. Harry breathed in. Breathed out. Where did it go? We don't know, Griphook said, and the admission clearly cost him. The withdrawals were made through a proxy authorization, legal, under the guardianship agreement, but opaque to our tracking. The funds left Gringotts and entered the wizard economy. Beyond that, our visibility ends. 31,000 galleons. Harry still didn't know exactly what that meant in practical terms, but Griphook's tone told him it was significant. Like finding out someone had been skimming from your bank account for a decade while you slept in a cupboard and ate whatever scraps Dudley hadn't finished. The correspondence. This was the one that nearly cracked his composure. Since the night of his parents' death, 412 pieces of mail had been sent to Harry Potter. Birthday cards, Christmas gifts, letters of well-wishing, invitations, offers of guardianship, expressions of gratitude, and, Harry's throat tightened, 7 letters from a man named Remus Lupin, who identified himself as his father's best friend and who begged, in increasingly desperate terms, to be allowed to visit. All 412 pieces of mail had been intercepted by a mail ward keyed to Dumbledore's magical signature. Not a single letter had reached Privet Drive. The mail ward is exceptionally sophisticated, Griphook noted with grudging professional respect. It doesn't simply redirect correspondence. It generates automatic responses, polite declinations, requests for privacy, assurances that young Mr. Potter is happy and well cared for. Several of Mr. Lupin's letters received responses ostensibly from your aunt, thanking him for his concern and asking him not to visit. My aunt, Harry said flatly, would sooner eat glass than write a polite letter to a wizard. Indeed. Harry sat with it. All of it. The will that would have given him a family. The money that should have given him a childhood. The letters that would have told him he wasn't alone. All of it taken. All of it hidden. All of it done by the man the wizarding world trusted more than any other. He was 10 years old, and he understood, in the bone-deep way that abused children understand things that adults spend years in therapy trying to articulate, that Albus Dumbledore had looked at his suffering and decided it was useful. That was the moment when something fundamental shifted inside Harry Potter. Not rage, exactly, though rage was there, banked and burning in the deep core of him. Not grief, though grief pressed against the back of his eyes with a pressure that threatened to crack him open. What shifted was simpler and more dangerous than either. He decided he was done being someone else's story. Griphook watched the boy process information that would have broken most adults. He'd seen grown wizards weep over account discrepancies of a few hundred galleons. He'd seen lords of ancient houses fly into rages that required security intervention over perceived slights to their financial dignity. This boy, this small, thin, badly dressed boy, absorbed the systematic dismantling of his inheritance, his family's wishes, and his own childhood with the contained stillness of a deep lake accepting stones. The goblin was impressed. He was also, in a way that he would never admit to another living being, somewhat unsettled. I'd like to see your director, Harry said. His voice was steady. If that's possible. Griphook raised an eyebrow. Wizards didn't ask to see the director of Gringotts. Wizards dealt with their account managers and were grateful for the privilege. The director of Gringotts was Ragnarok, son of Ragnar, a goblin who had fought in 3 wars, negotiated 17 treaties, and who had exactly 0 patience for any creature that wasted his time, regardless of species. I'll see if he's available, Griphook said, and left the room. He was back in 3 minutes. He'll see you now. Ragnarok's office was at the very heart of Gringotts, accessible only by a series of corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves between visits. The door was iron, unadorned, and radiated the kind of quiet menace that suggested it had opinions about unauthorized entry. The goblin behind the desk was old. Not elderly human old, ancient in the way that mountains were ancient, as though time had been wearing him down for centuries and he'd decided he simply wasn't going to erode. His eyes were black, sharp, and missed absolutely nothing. Harry Potter, Ragnarok said. Not a greeting. An assessment. Director Ragnarok. Harry inclined his head, not a bow, not a nod, but the precise degree of respect that acknowledged authority without conceding submission. He'd learned it from watching Vernon negotiate with his boss at Grunnings. The gesture meant, I see you. You see me. We're doing business. Thank you for seeing me. Griphook tells me your accounts have been mismanaged. That's one word for it. Something that might have been amusement flickered across Ragnarok's face. It disappeared so quickly that Harry wasn't sure he hadn't imagined it. Sit, Lord Potter. The title was deliberate, and they both knew it. Tell me what you want. Harry sat. He'd had 3 minutes in the corridor to think, and 3 minutes was enough. I want to know my options. All of them. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Then he opened a drawer, withdrew a sheet of parchment and a knife that looked older than the building, and set them both on the desk. Let's start with what you are, the goblin said. Put 3 drops of blood on this parchment. The knife was sharp enough that Harry barely felt the cut. 3 drops of blood, bright red, startlingly vivid against the cream parchment, and then the wound closed on its own, a warm tingle of magic that felt like a candle flame brushing his skin. The blood moved. It spread across the parchment like ink through water, forming lines and letters and patterns with the precise, unhurried confidence of something that had done this a million times before. Harry watched words appear that rewrote his understanding of himself. Harry James Potter. Born July 31, 1980. Son of James Fremont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans. Heir to the ancient and most noble house of Potter, by blood, confirmed. Heir to the ancient and most noble house of Peveril, by blood, confirmed, dormant line. Potential heir to the noble house of Black, by godfather designation, pending confirmation. Magical core, active. Classification, significantly above average. Note, core shows signs of active suppression. External binding detected. Source, non-consensual. Applied approximately October 31, 1981. Harry read that line twice. My magic is being suppressed? Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but his fingers stilled on the desk. The inheritance test detects magical bindings. Yours appears to have been placed the night your parents died. It is not a standard educational limiter, those are placed with consent and are temporary. This is a suppression ward tied to your blood. Removing it would require a full ritual cleansing by our curse breakers. Can it be removed? Yes. For a fee. Take it from my vault. The big one. Ragnarok made a sound that, in a less dignified being, might have been a chuckle. You don't yet have access to the big one, Mr. Potter. That requires either your majority at 17, or, and here his eyes sharpened with the gleam of a predator who'd spotted its preferred prey, legal emancipation. There it was. The door Harry had been looking for without knowing he was looking. Tell me about emancipation. Ragnarok told him. Goblin style, which meant precisely and without sentiment. Wizarding emancipation was an old law, dating back to the 1400s, when it wasn't uncommon for young heirs to lose their entire families in magical conflicts and need immediate access to their estates. The requirements were straightforward. The petitioner had to be the last living member of a noble or ancient and most noble house, had to demonstrate awareness of their responsibilities, and had to provide evidence that their current guardianship was inadequate or harmful. Harmful, Harry repeated. The standard is not high, Ragnarok said. Sealed will, unauthorized withdrawals, and intercepted mail would satisfy any goblin arbitrator. The fact that you've been living in conditions that, according to your physical presentation, fall well below acceptable standards for a ward of a noble house adds considerable weight. Harry touched the collar of Dudley's old shirt. You can tell that just by looking at me. Mr. Potter, I have overseen the accounts of wizarding families for 200 years. I know what a well-cared-for child looks like. I also know what a neglected one looks like. Ragnarok's voice held no pity. Goblins didn't do pity. But there was something harder underneath, something that resembled anger, if anger could be forged into a business instrument. Your guardian placed you in that home. Your guardian sealed the will that would have prevented it. Your guardian profited from your accounts while you lived in squalor. These are facts. They are sufficient. What happens if I emancipate? You become Lord Potter in full. Access to all vaults, all properties, your Wisengomot seat. The guardianship is dissolved. Dumbledore loses all legal authority over you. You become, in the eyes of both goblin and wizarding law, an adult, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. And the responsibilities include? Managing your estate. Maintaining your properties. Fulfilling the obligations of your Wisengomot seat, or appointing a proxy. Conducting yourself in accordance with the dignity of your house. Ragnarok paused. You will also be expected to complete your magical education. Hogwarts or otherwise. Harry considered this. He was 10 years old. Yesterday he'd been sleeping in a cupboard. Today he was being offered control of a small fortune and a political seat in a government he hadn't known existed 12 hours ago. The rational response was to feel overwhelmed. To ask for time. To request guidance from some trusted adult who could help him navigate a world he didn't understand. But Harry didn't have a trusted adult. That was rather the point. What do I need to sign? Ragnarok produced the documents with the efficiency of someone who'd had them prepared before Harry walked through the door. Harry noticed this and added it to his quiet catalogue of things that mattered. You had these ready, he said. I had them prepared when Griphook informed me of the situation with your key. The Potter accounts have been a matter of internal concern at Gringotts for some years. Your magical guardian's activities were noted. But you didn't do anything. Ragnarok met his gaze without flinching. We are bound by treaty not to interfere in the guardianship arrangements of wizarding families. We note. We record. We do not act without the account holder's consent. He tapped the documents. You are the account holder, Mr. Potter. This is your consent. Harry respected that. It was cold, it was mercenary, and it was honest. After a lifetime of deadly cruelty dressed up as normalcy and, he was beginning to understand, Dumbledore's manipulation dressed up as kindness, honest mercenary behavior was refreshing. The documents were written in both English and gobbledygook, side by side on the page. Harry read the English carefully. Every word. Every clause. Griphook, standing by the door, shifted his weight once, a tiny movement of impatience that he immediately stilled when Ragnarok glanced at him. This clause here, Harry said, pointing. It says Gringotts will serve as executor of the Emancipation until it's filed with the Ministry. What does that mean practically? Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. Most adult wizards didn't read the documents. It means we enforce the Emancipation magically and legally from the moment you sign. The Ministry filing is a formality, a notification, not a request for permission. By the time the Ministry processes the paperwork, your emancipation will already be an established magical fact. So even if someone at the Ministry wanted to block it, they would be attempting to undo a magically binding contract executed under Goblin law, within Goblin territory, by the rightful heir of an ancient and most noble house. They would fail. And they would pay penalties for the attempt. Harry almost smiled. Almost. I like how you do business. We know. The blood quill was waiting. Not the kind that carved words into flesh, that was a dark artifact, and Griphook looked personally offended when Harry asked about it. This was a ritual quill, white bone with a silver nib, which required a single drop of blood to activate and then wrote in ink that was magically bound to the signer's identity. Unforgeable. Undeniable. Harry pricked his finger, let the blood touch the nib, and signed his name. Harry James Potter. The magic hit him like a wave of warm water. It started in his chest and radiated outward, filling his limbs, tingling in his fingers, buzzing behind his eyes. The parchment glowed gold, then silver, then a deep, rich crimson, the color of the Potter family crest, though Harry didn't know that yet. Something ancient and vast acknowledged him, like a great sleeping beast opening one eye and deciding he was worthy. The glow faded. The parchment settled. And sitting on the desk, where nothing had been a moment before, was a ring. It was gold, heavy, and old in a way that made the bank itself feel modern. The crest was a griffin rampant over crossed wands, with a banner beneath that read a single word, Fortis. Strong. The Potter Lordship ring, Ragnarok said. It will resize to fit you. It serves as your identification, your seal, and your key to all Potter properties and vaults. It cannot be removed by anyone but you, and it cannot be duplicated. Harry picked it up. It was warm, almost alive, humming with a magic that felt, and this was strange, this was the strangest thing in a day full of strange things, familiar. Like a song he'd heard before he could remember hearing anything. He put it on. It shrank to fit his thin finger, and the hum settled into a steady, quiet pulse that he felt in his bones. Lord Potter, Ragnarok said. And this time, it wasn't an assessment. It was a recognition. They read the will next. Not the summary Griphook had provided, but the full document, every word his parents had written, retrieved from the vault where it had been sealed for nearly 10 years. Ragnarok left him alone for this. Even goblins understood some things were private. The parchment was yellowed but perfectly preserved, protected by charms that would keep it legible for centuries. Two handwritings, James's bold and slightly messy, Lily's neat and precise, trading off as they'd written it together. Harry could almost see them, sitting at a kitchen table, a baby version of himself probably drooling on someone's shoulder, writing down their wishes for a future they weren't sure they'd see. It started formally. Legal language about assets and distributions. The 7 vaults. The properties: Potter Manor in Cornwall, a cottage in Godric's Hollow, a flat in London, a vineyard in France that Lily had apparently won in a poker game. She cheated, James had written in the margin, and I've never been prouder. Then it got personal. To our son, Harry, if you're reading this, we're sorry. Not for dying. If we died protecting you, then we died right. We're sorry for everything you'll have to face without us. We're sorry we can't be there to teach you to fly, to take you to your first Quidditch match, to embarrass you in front of your friends. We're sorry we can't hold you and tell you that everything will be all right. But here's what we need you to know, and we need you to know it like you know your own name: you are loved. You were wanted. You were the best thing that ever happened to two people who thought they'd already found the best thing in each other. Whatever the world tells you about who you are or what you're supposed to be, you are our Harry, and that is enough. That will always be enough. Be brave, but not reckless. Be kind, but not weak. Trust your instincts. You've got your mother's mind and your father's heart, and between the two, you'll figure it out. And if Padfoot is reading this over your shoulder, tell him to stop crying and go buy you a broomstick. You're a Potter. It's practically genetic. All our love, forever and always. Mum and Dad. Harry read it 3 times. He read it until the words blurred and his chest ached and the quiet place inside his mind overflowed, just for a moment, because some things were too big to contain even for a boy who'd learned to hold everything inside. He let himself cry. Quietly. Briefly. In a stone room deep inside a goblin bank, with no one to see or judge or use it against him, Harry Potter grieved for the parents he'd never known and the childhood he'd never had. Then he wiped his face with the sleeve of Dudley's old shirt, folded the wool carefully, and put it inside his jacket against his heart. And he got to work. Ragnarok returned to find Harry dry-eyed and sitting very straight. "I need several things," Harry said, and the goblin sat down and listened, because the boy in front of him was no longer a boy. He was a client. "First, the magical suppression on my core, I want it removed. Today, if possible. It can be arranged. The ritual takes approximately 1 hour. The cost, whatever it costs." Harry's voice was flat, certain. "Second, I want a full audit of every transaction made on my accounts in the last 10 years. Every canute. I want to know where the money went. Our forensic accounting division will handle it. Results within 2 weeks. Third, the mail ward. I want it dismantled. And I want every piece of intercepted correspondence retrieved and delivered to me. The mail ward is anchored to a location, presumably your former residence. Dismantling it remotely will require our curse breakers. The intercepted mail may be stored in a buffer dimension tied to the ward itself. Retrieval is possible but delicate. Do it. Fourth," Harry paused. "My parents will mention properties. Potter Manor. Is it habitable?" Ragnarok consulted a ledger. "Potter Manor has been maintained by house elf staff since your parents' death. The elves are bound to the Potter line and have continued their duties in the absence of a master. According to our last inspection, conducted 3 years ago at the elves' request, the property is in excellent condition." Harry felt something in his chest loosen. A place to go. A place that was his. Not a cupboard, not a charity case, not someone else's decision, his. "I'll be going there tonight," he said. The ring will serve as a portkey to all Potter properties. Simply touch it and speak the name. Ragnar tilted his head. Is there a fifth thing? Yes. The most important one. Harry met the goblin's ancient black eyes. I don't want Dumbledore to know. Not yet. Not about the emancipation, not about the audit, not about any of it. As far as he's concerned, Harry Potter visited his trust vault, collected some gold, and went shopping for school supplies like a good little wizard. Can Gringotts ensure that? Ragnar's smile was thin, sharp, and full of teeth. Mr. Potter, Gringotts has been keeping secrets from Albus Dumbledore for longer than he's been alive. Confidentiality is not merely a service, it is a point of professional pride. Then we have an agreement. We have an agreement. Ragnar extended his hand, the goblin gesture of a sealed contract, offered to very few wizards. May your gold flow and your enemies bleed, Lord Potter. Harry shook it. The goblin's grip was like iron wrapped in leather. May your vaults overflow and your ledgers balance, Director Ragnar. Both of Ragnar's eyebrows rose. Who taught you the traditional response? Nobody. It seemed like the right thing to say. This time, Ragnar definitely smiled. The ritual chamber was deep beneath the bank, in corridors that had been carved from living rock long before London was a city. The walls were covered in runes that pulsed with a slow, organic light, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. The air tasted of metal and old magic. 3 goblin cursebreakers met him there. They were different from the bankers, broader, scarred, with the practical intensity of people who wrestled dangerous magic for a living and hadn't died yet. Their leader, a female goblin named Bloodfang, looked Harry up and down with the critical eye of a surgeon assessing a patient. The binding is layered, she said without preamble. I can feel it from here. Whoever placed it knew what they were doing. This isn't a simple suppression, it's a graduated limiter. It would have grown stronger as you aged, keeping your power just below what it should naturally be. Subtle enough that no one would notice unless they were specifically looking. Can you remove it? I said whoever placed it knew what they were doing. I didn't say they were better than me. Bloodfang's grin was fierce. Lie down on the stone. This is going to hurt. She wasn't wrong. The cleansing felt like being unmade and rebuilt from the inside out. The runes on the walls blazed white, then blue, then a deep, burning gold, and Harry gripped the edges of the stone slab and bit through his lip to keep from screaming. It wasn't pain exactly, it was pressure, like something vast had been compressed into a space too small for it and was now expanding, pushing against every boundary, filling every corner of his being. He felt the binding, he could feel it now, could feel where it had been, a web of magic wrapped around his core like wire around a growing tree, cutting into him in places, stunting him in others. Bloodfang's team worked with precision, cutting the wires one by one, and every time one snapped, Harry felt another surge of something enormous pouring into him. His magic. His full, unsuppressed magic. It tasted like lightning and rain and the color green, which he knew didn't make sense but which was nonetheless true. The last binding broke with an audible crack. The runes flared so bright that the cursebreakers shielded their eyes, and Harry gasped, not in pain but in the sudden, overwhelming sensation of being complete. Like he'd been breathing through a straw his entire life and someone had just removed it. The chamber settled. The runes dimmed to their slow pulse. Bloodfang was staring at him with an expression he couldn't read. What? Harry managed, his voice rough. Your core classification just jumped 2 levels, she said. From significantly above average to. She consulted a crystal orb that had been monitoring the ritual. Exceptional. She looked at him again. I've been doing this for 60 years, Lord Potter. I've never seen a suppression that aggressive on a child. Whoever bound you wanted to make very, very sure you didn't become what you were meant to be. Harry sat up. The room swam briefly, then steadied. He felt different. Not stronger exactly, or yes, stronger, but also more himself, as though a film had been peeled away from his senses and he was seeing the world as it actually was for the first time. "How much did it cost?" he asked. Bloodfang's fierce grin returned. 1,200 galleons. "Worth every canute, if you ask me." Harry agreed. They let him rest for 20 minutes in an anteroom adjacent to the ritual chamber. Someone brought water, cold, clear, tasting faintly of minerals and magic, and Harry drank 3 glasses while the world slowly stopped vibrating around the edges of his vision. His body felt different. Not just more powerful, though there was that. It was like he'd been wearing gloves his entire life and someone had just pulled them off. He could feel things he hadn't known were there, the pulse of magic in the stone walls, the faint hum of the wards above him, even the distant heartbeat of something vast and old deep below the bank that he suspected was better left unasked about. Bloodfang checked his vitals with a crystal that she pressed against his forehead, his chest, and his wrists. "Stable. Your body is adapting well. You may experience surges over the next few weeks as your core settles into its natural capacity. Don't suppress them, let the magic flow. If you try to bottle it up, you'll crack every window within 50 yards. "Noted," Harry said. "Thank you, Bloodfang." She grunted. "Don't thank me. Pay me." "You already have." But there was something almost warm in her voice as she left, and Harry thought that goblins, for all their reputation, weren't so different from humans in one key respect: they respected competence, and they remembered when someone treated them like people instead of servants. Griphook was waiting outside the anteroom. "Director Ragnarok suggests you visit the ancestral vault before you leave. He believes it will be educational." The cart ride to Vault 1 was considerably longer and deeper than the one to Vault 687. They descended through levels that grew darker and colder, past underground lakes that glowed with bioluminescent fungi and caverns that echoed with the distant roar of dragons, actual dragons, Griphook confirmed with the casual indifference of someone who worked near apex predators every day and had stopped being impressed sometime in the previous century. "The ancestral vaults are in the deepest level," Griphook explained as the cart screamed around a corner that Harry was fairly sure violated several laws of physics. "The Potter Vault is one of the oldest. Only the Peveril Vault is deeper, and that one has been sealed since the 14th century. "Peveril," Harry said. The name had appeared on his inheritance test. "That line runs through my family." "Through your father's side." "A very old connection. The Peveril brothers are significant in magical history. I'll leave you to discover why on your own. The library at Potter Manor should have the relevant texts." The vault door was not gold or bronze but a dull gray metal that Harry didn't recognize. It had no keyhole, no handle, no visible mechanism of any kind. Griphook pressed his palm against it and spoke a phrase in gobbledygook, and the metal rippled like water. Then it stilled again. "Your turn," Griphook said. "Press your ring to the surface." Harry did. The metal recognized him, that was the only word for it. It didn't just open. It welcomed. The ripple became a wave, the wave became a door-shaped gap, and beyond it was a space so large that the far walls were lost in shadow. He stepped inside. The torches along the walls ignited one by one, racing away from him in both directions, and the vault revealed itself in stages, each new pool of light uncovering another section of what amounted to a small museum of Potter family history. Gold, yes. Mountains of it, in bins and chests and loose cascades across the floor in one corner where something had apparently spilled centuries ago and nobody had bothered to clean it up. But the gold was almost an afterthought compared to everything else. Suits of armor stood in silent rows, each one different, each bearing the Potter crest. Weapons filled racks along one wall, swords and staves and things Harry had no names for, some of them radiating magic so strong it made his teeth ache. Bookshelves stretched from floor to ceiling, packed with volumes that ranged from new-looking leather to crumbling scrolls that were probably older than the English language. There were portraits, too. Dozens of them, stacked in frames against the walls, their occupants dozing in painted landscapes. As Harry's torchlight reached them, they began to stir, blinking, stretching, peering out at him with expressions ranging from curiosity to imperious disdain. "Who's that?" a wizard in Elizabethan robes demanded, adjusting a painted ruff. "Is that, Jasper? Wake up, the boy's here." "What boy?" "What, oh." Another portrait, this one of a man who looked remarkably like Harry except broader and with a truly magnificent beard, leaned forward. "Well, well. The latest Potter. Took you long enough, lad." Harry stood in the middle of his family's legacy and felt the weight of it settle onto his shoulders, not crushing, but grounding. Real. These were his people. This was his history. And it had been kept from him, deliberately, systematically, by a man who decided Harry's ignorance was more useful than his knowledge. "I'll come back," he told the portraits. "I promise. I have a lot of questions." "Questions?" The Elizabethan wizard looked delighted. "A Potter with questions. You'll fit right in, boy. Your father asked questions too. Drove everyone mad. Best Potter since Charles, that one." "You knew my father?" "Knew him. He spent half his summers down here, going through the archives like a man possessed. Him and that friend of his, the black boy, the one who laughed too loud. And the quiet one with the scars." The portrait's expression softened in a way that oil paint shouldn't have been capable of. "James talked about you, in those last months. Before they went into hiding. He brought you down here once, when you were just a baby. Held you up and said, 'This is Harry. He's going to be better than all of us.'" Harry's chest constricted. He turned away before the portrait could see his face, though he suspected painted eyes saw more than real ones. "I'll be back," he said again, and this time it sounded like an oath. He didn't stay long. There would be time later to explore, to learn, to talk to the portraits and read the books and understand what it meant to be a Potter. Right now, he had a role to play, the role of an oblivious, grateful, easily managed orphan boy who didn't know what had been done to him. It was, Harry reflected as the vault sealed behind him, the most important performance of his life. He found Hagrid in the lobby, fast asleep on a bench that groaned under his weight, surrounded by the crumbled remains of what appeared to be an entire plate of complimentary biscuits. Harry stood over him for a moment, studying the giant's broad, kind, oblivious face, and felt a complicated twist of affection and pity. Hagrid was a good man. A genuinely, thoroughly decent man who would walk through fire for the people he loved. He was also, Harry understood now, Dumbledore's creature, loyal to a fault, incapable of questioning, deployed to collect Harry like a package because Dumbledore trusted that Hagrid would deliver him exactly where he was supposed to go without asking inconvenient questions. Harry wouldn't hold it against him. Hagrid hadn't known. Probably couldn't have conceived of what Harry had just learned, because Hagrid's worldview had no room for a Dumbledore who wasn't perfect. "Hagrid." Harry shook his shoulder. "Wake up. Sorry it took so long, security checks." Hagrid snorted awake, nearly rolling off the bench. "Blimey, Harry." Was starting to worry. "Everything all right?" "Fine. They just needed to verify my identity. Apparently it's standard for accounts that haven't been accessed in a while." The lie came easily, and Harry felt a small, cold regret at how natural it was. But he'd been lying to survive since he could talk. At least now he was lying for his own benefit instead of someone else's. "Right, right. Well, let's get your gold and get on with it. Lots to buy." They rode the cart down to Vault 687, the Trust Vault, the smallest one, the one that Dumbledore had decided was all Harry needed to know about. Even so, the pile of gold inside made Harry's eyebrows rise. If this was the smallest vault, he couldn't imagine the ancestral one. He filled a pouch with galleons. Hagrid puffed up with importance as they stopped at another vault. "High security," he said, "Hogwarts business, very hush-hush," and retrieved a small, grubby package that he stuffed into his coat with exaggerated secrecy. Harry noted the vault number. He noted everything now. Back in Diagon Alley, Harry let Hagrid lead him through the shopping. The wand was first, Ollivander's, a narrow dusty shop that smelled of wood shavings and old magic. The wand maker himself was a pale-eyed, silver-haired man who moved like a cat and remembered every wand he'd ever sold with the obsessive precision of a collector. "Ah, Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you." Ollivander's pale eyes drifted to Harry's forehead, to the scar, and then away. "It seems only yesterday your mother and father were in here buying their first wands. Your mother, Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Nice wand for charm work. Your father, Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A bit more power, excellent for transfiguration." He said all this while pulling boxes from shelves with the practiced efficiency of a man who'd been doing this since before the invention of the light bulb. Harry tried wand after wand. Maple and dragon heartstring, nothing. Ebony and unicorn hair, a feeble spark. Beechwood and phoenix feather, the window cracked. Tricky customer, Ollivander murmured, looking more pleased than concerned. Not to worry, we'll find the right match. It was the holly wand that chose him. 11 inches, phoenix feather core. The moment Harry's fingers closed around it, warmth flooded up his arm and the tip erupted in a shower of red and gold sparks that lit up the entire shop. Even Hagrid, peering through the window with his face pressed against the glass, let out a cheer. But Ollivander's expression was strange. Wondering. Almost troubled. "Curious," he said. "Very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, because he'd learned in the last few hours that ignoring hints was a luxury he couldn't afford. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." The shop went very quiet. Harry looked at the wand in his hand, holly, warm, humming with a rightness that he could feel in his bones, and thought about what it meant to carry a weapon that was the twin of the one that killed his parents. "The wand chooses the wizard," Ollivander said softly. "That much has always been clear to those of us who have studied wand lore. And I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter." Harry paid 7 galleons and left with the wand in its box and the echo of "great things" ringing in his ears. He wasn't sure he liked the way Ollivander had said it. It had the same quality as the word "interesting" when spoken by someone holding a lab report, technically neutral, practically ominous. The rest of the shopping was standard. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where a pale-faced boy with pointed features tried to talk to him about Quidditch and "the right sort of people," and Harry filed him away as a probable Malfoy. A cauldron, a telescope, potion ingredients that smelled like a swamp had gotten into a fight with a pharmacy and both sides had lost. Books, and here Harry lingered, running his fingers over spines that covered subjects he hadn't known existed. Transfiguration. Charms. Defense against the dark arts. Potions. A history of magic. Each one was a door into a world he was going to learn to navigate faster than anyone expected. And then the owl, Hedwig, a snowy owl with feathers like fresh snow and amber eyes that regarded Harry with the dignified approval of a creature that had chosen its companion and found him acceptable. She nipped his ear gently when he lifted her cage, and he felt a rush of affection for this strange, beautiful bird who was, technically, the first thing that had ever chosen him out of genuine preference rather than obligation or manipulation. "Beautiful bird," Hagrid said, beaming. "She'll serve ye well. Happy birthday, Harry." Harry smiled at the giant, a real smile, not a performed one, and said thank you, and meant it. Some kindnesses were genuine even when they came from compromised sources. Harry was old enough to hold both truths at once: Hagrid was kind, and Hagrid was Dumbledore's. These facts coexisted without cancelling each other out. He tracked every face in Diagon Alley as they walked. Noted the Daily Prophet headlines about ministry appointments and Gringotts exchange rates. Watched the social choreography of the shopping crowds, who deferred to whom, which families walked with the confidence of old money, which shops had the longest lines and which had the most interesting clientele. He catalogued the way people reacted to the name Potter when Hagrid mentioned it, which was roughly every 30 seconds. There was awe, gratitude, reverence. And underneath all of it, a hunger, a need to believe in the story of the boy who lived, the child who had defeated darkness and symbolized hope. They didn't see Harry. They saw a character in a story they'd been telling themselves for a decade. Harry smiled and shook hands and thanked people for their kindness, and behind his eyes, the quiet place catalogued everything. Now he understood. And he intended to use every bit of it. Hagrid brought him back to Privet Drive as the sun was setting, the sky streaked with orange and pink above the identical rooftops of Little Whinging. The giant was sniffling, actually crying, as he said goodbye, which made Harry feel guilty and fond and angry in equal measure. "You'll love Hogwarts, Harry," Hagrid said, blowing his nose into a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. "Best years of your life, mark my words. And if ye ever need anything at all, you just send old Hagrid an owl." "I will," Harry said, and meant it. "Thank you, Hagrid. For the cake, and the birthday, and for telling me the truth. Most of the truth. The parts Hagrid knew. I won't forget it." Hagrid beamed, climbed onto his motorcycle, and roared away into the evening sky, leaving Harry standing on the pavement outside number 4 with a trunk full of magical school supplies, an owl on his shoulder, and the Potter Lordship ring warm against his finger, hidden under a glamour that made it invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for it. Harry watched the motorcycle disappear. Then he turned and looked at the house. The lights were on. Through the window, he could see Vernon in his armchair, Dudley sprawled on the sofa with his face in a bag of crisps, Petunia bustling in the kitchen. The picture of ordinary, everyday, suffocating normalcy. The cage he'd lived in for 10 years. He didn't go inside. He didn't say goodbye. He didn't collect the few pitiful possessions he'd left behind, Dudley's broken toys, the single threadbare blanket, the tin soldiers with the chipped paint that he'd rescued from the bin when he was 6. None of it was his. None of it had ever been his. He'd been a tenant in that house, paying rent and labor and paying for the privilege of existing in a space where he wasn't wanted. Harry walked to the end of Privet Drive. The streetlights were flickering on, casting pools of amber light on the pavement. A dog barked somewhere. A car passed. The world was ordinary and oblivious and had no idea that anything had changed. He touched the ring on his finger. Felt the warmth of it, the steady pulse of old magic recognizing its master. "Potter Manor," he said quietly. The world twisted. Colors blurred, sound compressed, and for a heartbeat he was nowhere, suspended between one place and another, between one life and another, between the boy who'd slept in a cupboard and the lord who owned an estate. Then his feet hit solid ground, and he was standing on a gravel path that curved through gardens gone wild with late summer bloom. Before him rose a house, no, a manor, of grey stone and tall windows, ivy-covered and ancient, glowing with a warmth that had nothing to do with the lights inside, though those were lit too, the house elves having sensed his approach, and everything to do with the magic that saturated every stone. The front doors, oak, carved with the Potter griffin, easily 12 feet tall, swung open on their own. A house elf appeared in the doorway. She was small, even for her kind, with enormous green eyes that were currently filled with tears and a pillowcase dress that was spotlessly clean and pressed. "Master Harry," she whispered. "Mipsy has been waiting. Mipsy has been keeping the house ready. Mipsy knew Master Harry would come home." Harry knelt down so he was eye level with her. The elf flinched. She expected criticism, or a command, or the casual disregard that most wizards showed her kind. She didn't expect what she got. "Hello, Mipsy," Harry said. "I'm sorry it took me so long." Mipsy burst into tears and threw herself at his knees, wailing something about the young master's kindness and the noble Potter tradition of decent employers, and Harry stood there in the doorway of his ancestral home with a sobbing house elf attached to his shins and an owl hooting disapprovingly on his shoulder, and he felt, for the first time in his memory, like he was somewhere he belonged. He stepped inside. The entrance hall was grand without being cold, warm stone, a sweeping staircase, portraits that stirred and murmured as he passed, and everywhere the subtle hum of ancient wards that settled around him like a blanket. This house knew him. His blood was in its foundations, his family's magic woven into every stone, and it welcomed him with a warmth that was almost physical. Mipsy, having recovered enough to release his knees, was already bustling ahead of him, snapping her fingers to light candelabras and open curtains. Master Harry must be hungry. Mipsy will make dinner. Mipsy has kept the kitchen stocked, fresh food every day, just in case, because Mipsy knew, Mipsy always knew, Mipsy. The elf stopped. Turned. Looked at him with those enormous green eyes. How many of you are there? House elves, I mean. Here at the manor. 3, Master Harry. Mipsy, an old creature who tends the grounds, he is very old, sir, very slow, but he is loyal, and young Pip who minds the library. She wrung her hands. We is being a small staff, sir, for a house this size, but we has been doing our best. You've done brilliantly, Harry said, looking around at the spotless hall, the gleaming banisters, the windows that sparkled even in the dim evening light. You kept this place alive for 10 years without a master. That's not just doing your best, Mipsy. That's devotion. The elf's eyes filled again. Master James was kind like this too, she whispered. And Mistress Lily. They always said please and thank you. Other families' elves thought Mipsy was making it up. Harry's jaw tightened. Another thing to add to the ledger of what had been stolen from him, not just parents, but a legacy of decency. The Potters, it seemed, had been genuinely good people. Not perfect, not saints, but good. And Dumbledore had buried all of it under the weight of his greater good. Dinner was roast chicken and potatoes and fresh bread and a salad that was more food than Harry had ever seen on a plate intended for him alone. He sat at the kitchen table, not the formal dining room, which Mipsy offered 3 times before accepting his preference, and ate until his stomach ached in a way that had nothing to do with hunger and everything to do with the unfamiliar sensation of being full. Hedwig perched on the back of the chair beside him, occasionally accepting a piece of chicken with the regal condescension of a queen tolerating a servant's offering. Mipsy hovered nearby, refilling his glass and adjusting the napkin and generally vibrating with the barely contained joy of an elf who finally had someone to care for. After dinner, Harry explored. Not extensively, there would be weeks for that before Hogwarts started on September 1st. But enough to get the shape of the place. The manor had 22 rooms, including a library that made Harry's breath catch, floor-to-ceiling shelves covering 3 walls, with a rolling ladder and a fireplace and leather armchairs that looked like they'd been designed specifically for long afternoons of reading. There was a potions laboratory in the basement, a dueling hall on the 2nd floor, and a study that Mipsy said had been his father's, still arranged exactly as James had left it, right down to the half-finished letter on the desk and the Gryffindor scarf thrown over the back of the chair. Harry stood in the doorway of his father's study for a long time. He didn't go in. Not yet. That room deserved more than a cursory evening visit. It deserved time, and attention, and the emotional readiness to face whatever he'd find inside. Instead, he went to the master bedroom, which felt absurd for a 10-year-old, but Mipsy insisted, and sat on the edge of a bed that was larger than his cupboard had been by a factor of roughly 12. The sheets were clean. The pillows were soft. The room smelled of lavender and old wood and the indefinable scent of home. He pulled his parents' will from inside his jacket. Unfolded it. Read it one more time. Be brave, but not reckless. Be kind, but not weak. I'll try, Harry said to the empty room, to the parents who couldn't hear him, to the future he couldn't see. I'll try. He thought about Dumbledore. About the will. About the money and the mail and the magical binding on his core. He thought about Hogwarts and the wizarding world and the war that everyone said was over but which Harry suspected, with the instinct of a boy who'd spent his life reading the currents beneath the surface, was merely sleeping. He thought about the small grubby package Hagrid had retrieved from the high-security vault. About the prophecy Ragnarok had mentioned obliquely, something about a file at the Department of Mysteries, connected to the Potter accounts through an old requisition order that shouldn't have existed. There were so many threads. So many questions. And Harry had 6 weeks before term started to find as many answers as he could. And in an office at Hogwarts, hundreds of miles away, a silver instrument on Albus Dumbledore's desk, one of many that monitored Harry Potter's location, his health, his magical signature, and a dozen other metrics that no guardian should have needed for a child he claimed was safe and happy, gave a single, sharp whistle and went dark. Dumbledore looked up from his paperwork. His eyes moved to the instrument, one of a collection that crowded a small table near his desk, all of them whirring and spinning and puffing small clouds of smoke at regular intervals. This one was still. Silent. Dead. He rose from his chair, crossed to the table, and examined the device. It was the ward monitor, the one tied to the blood protection on Privet Drive. It was the most important instrument in the collection, because it was the one that told him Harry was where he was supposed to be. It was telling him nothing now. Albus Dumbledore stood very still for a very long time. His face, usually arranged in an expression of grandfatherly benevolence, was blank. The twinkle was gone from his eyes. In its absence, what remained was something harder, colder, and far more calculating than any of his admirers would have recognized. He turned to Fawkes, the phoenix perched on a golden stand behind his desk. The bird regarded him with ancient, fiery eyes that held no judgment and no comfort. "It seems," Dumbledore said softly, "that I may have miscalculated." The phoenix said nothing. Phoenixes are wise enough to know when silence is the only honest response. Dumbledore returned to his desk. He did not panic. He did not rush to Privet Drive. He sat, and he steepled his fingers, and he began to think, because Albus Dumbledore had been playing chess with the world for over a century, and when a piece moved unexpectedly, you didn't flip the board. You adjusted the game. Far away, in a manner that hummed with protective magic and the fierce, loyal devotion of a house elf who'd been waiting 10 years for her master to come home, Harry Potter sat at his bedroom window, watching the stars come out over Cornwall. The Potter ring pulsed on his finger. Hedwig hooted softly from her perch. Somewhere in the manor, Mipsy was humming while she cleaned a kitchen that was already spotless, because she finally had a reason to hum. Harry didn't know what came next. He didn't know the shape of the war that was coming, or the enemies who were already moving, or the price that freedom would demand. But he knew 3 things with absolute certainty: he was done being a pawn. He was done being a weapon. And Albus Dumbledore was going to learn that there were some things even the greatest wizard in the world couldn't control. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The weight of a name. The first morning at Potter Manor, Harry woke up and didn't know where he was. That wasn't unusual. He'd spent 10 years waking in a cupboard, oriented by the smell of cleaning supplies and the sliver of light under the door and the sound of Dudley thundering down the stairs like a small earthquake with a sugar addiction. His body knew that space, the dimensions of it, the limits of it, the way he had to curl to fit. This bed was enormous. The ceiling was far away. The air smelled like lavender and old wood and something else, something he couldn't name, but that made his chest ache with a feeling that wasn't quite sadness and wasn't quite joy. Sunlight poured through tall windows, painting golden rectangles on a stone floor that had been polished to a mirror shine. He lay still for a full minute, letting it sink in. Then he said, to no one in particular, "This is real." "Of course it is real, Master Harry." Mipsy appeared at the foot of the bed with a crack that made him jump. She was carrying a tray that was, conservatively, large enough to feed 4 people. "Mipsy has made breakfast. Eggs and bacon and toast and sausages and porridge and fresh orange juice and also pancakes," because Mipsy was not sure what Master Harry likes and did not want to get it wrong, and, Mipsy. The elf froze, tray wobbling. "This is perfect. Thank you." Harry sat up and looked at the spread. His stomach, conditioned by years of Dursley rationing, did something between a growl and a sob. But tomorrow, maybe half this much. I'm not used to a lot of food. Mipsy's enormous green eyes filled with a dangerous amount of moisture. Her lip trembled. Harry could see the exact moment when she processed the implications of that statement, a child of the noble house of Potter, not used to food, and the grief that flashed across her small face was so raw that Harry had to look away. Mipsy will adjust, she whispered. Mipsy will make sure Master Harry is never hungry again. He ate until he was full, which still wasn't very much by normal standards, and then he got dressed. His trunk held only the school robes and supplies from Diagon Alley. He had nothing else, no casual clothes, no shoes that fit properly, nothing that hadn't belonged to Dudley first. He put on the least ridiculous of Dudley's old shirts, rolled the sleeves up 4 times, and made a mental note. Step 1 of being Lord Potter, stop looking like a charity case. He found Mipsy in the kitchen, washing dishes by hand despite being able to do it with a snap of her fingers, because she said it helped her think. Mipsy, I need to go to Diagon Alley today. Is there a way to get there from here without flying? The manor has a fluke connection, Master Harry. The fireplace in the main sitting room is connected to the network. Master Harry simply needs to say the destination clearly and throw the powder. Fluke powder? In the pot on the mantelpiece, sir. Mistress Lily always kept it stocked. She said, Mipsy's voice hitched. She said she would need it when she came back. Harry absorbed that hit without flinching, because there wasn't an alternative. Show me how it works. The Floo network, Harry decided, was designed by someone who hated dignity. The spinning was bad. The soot was worse. The way it spat him out at the other end like a cat coughing up a hairball was, frankly, a design flaw that should have been addressed centuries ago. He stumbled out of the fireplace at the leaky cauldron, covered in ash, and spent 30 seconds coughing before he could see straight. Nobody recognized him. That was the advantage of looking like an underfed vagrant. The boy who lived was supposed to be a hero, not a kid in clothes that could have doubled as a tent. Harry cleaned himself off with a charm he'd read about in his mother's journal the night before, a simple scouring charm that didn't require a wand, just intent and a bit of focused will, and stepped into Diagon Alley. The morning crowd was thin. Shopkeepers were opening their doors, arranging displays, sweeping cobblestones. Harry moved through the alley with purpose, his first stop the one place that could solve his most immediate problem. Twilfit and Tattings was not Madame Malkin's. Where Malkin's was cheerful, practical, and middle class, Twilfit and Tattings was the kind of establishment where the air itself seemed to judge you. The shop front was understated, dark wood, a single set of robes in the window, a discreet sign in silver lettering. It was the kind of shop where you didn't ask the prices because if you had to ask, you couldn't afford it. Harry walked in. A tall, thin wizard with silver hair and half-moon glasses, not Dumbledore's kind, smaller and more fashionable, looked up from behind the counter and performed a rapid assessment that started at Harry's shoes and ended at his hair. May I help you, young man? The tone was polite in the way that suggested help would consist of directions to a cheaper establishment. Harry placed his hand on the counter, palm down. The Potter lordship ring shimmered into visibility. The shop went very quiet. Lord Potter. The wizard's entire demeanor transformed. Not into servility, this was a man who dressed the most powerful families in Britain, and he served no one, but into professional attention. I apologize. We weren't expecting you. No one is, Harry said. I need a full wardrobe. Casual, formal, and everything in between. I need it to fit properly, look appropriate for my station, and be ready within 2 hours. Can you do that? The wizard, his name was Marcus Twilfit, 3rd generation, allowed himself a thin, professional smile. Lord Potter, I dressed your grandfather, your father, and every Potter lord for the last 90 years. I can absolutely do that. 2 hours later, Harry walked out of Twilfit and Tattings wearing a tailored dark green shirt, black trousers that actually fit, dragon-hide boots that were somehow both sturdy and elegant, and an understated black cloak with the Potter crest embroidered in silver on the interior collar, visible only when the cloak moved. The rest of his new wardrobe, 2 trunks worth, was being delivered to Potter Manor. He looked, for the first time in his life, like someone who belonged somewhere. The change was immediate and dramatic. Where an hour ago he'd been invisible, now people noticed him. Not because of the scar, his hair covered that, but because of the way he carried himself. The clothes helped, but it was more than that. Something had shifted in his posture, his stride, the way his eyes moved. He walked like someone who owned the ground beneath his feet, and in Diagon Alley, where magical bloodlines were currency, that kind of presence drew attention like a torch in a dark room. He was aware of being watched. He didn't mind. Let them look. Let them whisper. The more they saw of Lord Potter, the harder it would be for Dumbledore to stuff him back into a cupboard. His second stop was Flourish and Blots. Not for school books, he had those already, but for everything they didn't teach at Hogwarts. Wizarding law. Wizengamot procedures. Political history. The noble houses and their alliances. He bought 17 books, paid with a casual wave of his Gringotts card, a new service the goblins had been delighted to set up for him, and had them shrunk and pocketed. His third stop was supposed to be the apothecary for additional potion ingredients, but he never made it there, because Draco Malfoy was standing in the middle of the street. Not alone. Draco was flanked by 2 boys who looked like someone had stacked bricks in the rough shape of humans and taught them to walk. Behind them, like a pale spider in expensive robes, stood a man who could only be Draco's father. The resemblance was striking, the same pointed face, the same white blonde hair, the same expression of casual superiority that suggested the world existed primarily for their convenience. Lucius Malfoy. Harry had read about him in the first of his 17 new books during the 20 minutes he'd spent in the Leaky Cauldron's back room. Former Death Eater, claimed to be under the Imperious Curse, acquitted by the Wizengamot in a trial that lasted exactly 1 afternoon and cost, by some estimates, a substantial number of galleons distributed to the right pockets. Currently a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors and one of the most politically powerful wizards in Britain. Also, if Harry's reading of the Potter estate records was correct, a man who owed the Potter family a life debt from 1978, when James Potter had pulled him out of a collapsing building during a Death Eater raid gone wrong. A debt that Lucius had never acknowledged and probably hoped everyone had forgotten. Harry hadn't forgotten. Harry had only learned about it 12 hours ago, but he'd filed it in the quiet place where he kept things that mattered, and it would stay there until he needed it. The Malfoys hadn't seen him yet. Draco was looking at racing brooms in the quality Quidditch supplies window, talking loudly about how his father was going to buy him the new Nimbus 2000 and how it was an absolute travesty that first years weren't allowed their own brooms at Hogwarts. The 2 brick-shaped boys nodded along with the mechanical devotion of minions who'd been well trained. Harry considered his options. He could avoid them, duck into a side alley, continue his shopping, stay invisible. That was the safe choice. The smart choice, probably. But Harry was tired of being invisible. And he was curious about Lucius Malfoy in the way that a chess player is curious about an opponent's opening move. He walked straight toward them. Draco saw him first. The recognition was instant. They'd met briefly at Madame Malkin's the day before, though Harry had been wearing Dudley's rags at the time. Draco's eyes widened as he took in the transformation, then narrowed as they caught the subtle gleam of the Potter crest on Harry's cloak. "Potter?" Draco said, and his voice carried the particular blend of surprise and recalculation that happens when someone realizes the landscape has shifted beneath them. "Malfoy," Harry replied, with a nod that was cordial without being warm. Lucius turned. His gaze landed on Harry with the precision of a searchlight, and Harry felt it, the weight of a man who'd spent decades reading people and situations and bending both to his advantage. Cold gray eyes performed the same rapid assessment that Twilfit had done, except this one was measuring something more than clothing. "Well," Lucius said. "Harry Potter. I've heard a great deal about you." I'm sure you have, Harry said. Though I suspect not all of it was accurate. Lucius's lips twitched. Not quite a smile. An acknowledgement. You're more articulate than I expected. People often make that mistake. Harry met his gaze directly, which he knew was unusual for a 10-year-old speaking to a powerful adult, and he knew Lucius noticed. I believe you knew my father. A flicker of something crossed Lucius's face. Too fast to read. We were acquainted. James Potter was a memorable individual. He was. I've been reading his journals. Harry let that land. Watched Lucius process the implication, that Harry had access to Potter family records, that he'd been reading them, that whatever James had written about the Malfoys was now in Harry's hands. He had a lot to say about the families he interacted with. Some of it quite interesting. The temperature of the conversation dropped several degrees. Draco, who'd been watching this exchange with the confused expression of someone who'd walked into a film halfway through, opened his mouth. Lucius silenced him with a look. I imagine it was, Lucius said carefully. Your father was a man of strong opinions. He was a man who kept meticulous records. Harry smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of someone who had a card and wanted you to know it without showing it. But I'm sure that's ancient history. I look forward to meeting you properly at some point, Mr. Malfoy. Draco, I'll see you at Hogwarts. He inclined his head again, that precise gesture of acknowledgement, and walked away. Behind him, he heard Draco say, Father, what just, be quiet, Draco. Harry allowed himself, just for a moment, the smallest possible grin. Madame Malkin's was buzzing when Harry walked in. 3 families were being fitted at once, and the shop had the cheerful, slightly chaotic energy of a place operating at full capacity. Harry waited near the door, content to observe the social dynamics playing out in front of him. A woman with a severe bun and an expression that suggested she ate displeasure for breakfast was supervising the fitting of a boy about Harry's age, round-faced, nervous, with the hunched posture of someone who spent a lot of time trying to be smaller. The woman, who Harry guessed was his grandmother, was criticizing everything. The robes were too long, the fabric was wrong, the boy was standing incorrectly. Stand up straight, Neville. Your father stood straight. The boy, Neville, flinched at the mention of his father and tried to stand straighter, which only made him look more miserable. Harry watched. The quiet place inside his mind was working, cross-referencing names with the information he'd absorbed in the last 24 hours. Neville. Grandmother. Father mentioned in a way that suggested absence or loss. The Potter will had listed Alice and Frank Longbottom as second-choice guardians. Longbottom. This was Neville Longbottom. Harry waited until the grandmother swept toward the counter to argue about pricing, leaving Neville alone on the fitting platform with pins stuck in his robes and an expression of practiced endurance that Harry recognized intimately. It was the face you wore when you'd been told you were a disappointment so many times that you'd started to believe it. Harry stepped up onto the adjacent platform. Hi. Neville jumped. Actually jumped, like a rabbit that had heard a fox. Oh. Hello. I'm Harry. Neville. Neville Longbottom. His handshake was limp, his eye contact uncertain. Are you starting Hogwarts too? September 1st. Harry glanced toward the grandmother, who was now engaged in a spirited disagreement with Madame Malkin about thread count. She's, thorough. Neville's laugh was startled out of him, a genuine, surprised sound that he immediately tried to smother. That's Gran. She has opinions about everything. Especially about me. The last 2 words were quiet, worn smooth by repetition. What house are you hoping for? Gryffindor. That's where my parents were. Neville said it like a prayer he wasn't sure would be answered. Gran says if I don't make Gryffindor she'll, well. She has opinions about that too. Harry studied him. Past the slouch and the stammer and the nervous tick of rubbing his left wrist, there was something solid in Neville Longbottom. Something that hadn't been crushed yet, despite what was clearly a sustained effort. Harry had seen it in the mirror often enough, that stubborn, secret core that refuses to break even when everything else is bending. "I knew your parents," Harry said, and immediately corrected himself. "I mean, my parents knew your parents. They were friends. Actually, they were more than friends. My parents trusted yours enough to name them in their will as guardians for me if anything happened." Neville stared at him. The blood drained from his face, then rushed back in a flood of color. "Your parents, you're Harry Potter." "Yeah. Your parents wanted, my parents to look after you. They trusted them. They must have thought pretty highly of Frank and Alice Longbottom to put them in a will like that." Neville's eyes were bright. Not with tears, with something fiercer, something that had been starving for years and had just been thrown a scrap of sustenance. Nobody, Harry realized, had ever told this boy that his parents had been valued. Feared, maybe. Pitied, certainly, given what Harry had read about their fate. But valued? Trusted? By the Potters? That was new. And it mattered. "I didn't know that," Neville said softly. "Nobody ever told me about. I mean, people talk about what happened to them. The attack and everything. But nobody talks about who they were before." "I'd like to hear about them," Harry said. "If you'd be willing to tell me. And I can tell you about mine. It seems like they'd want us to know each other." Neville's handshake, the second time, was firmer. "Neville." The grandmother was back, her voice cutting through the shop like a blade. "Stop dawdling. We have 3 more shops to visit." Neville winced but straightened, and this time, the straightening looked less like obedience and more like resolve. "I have to go. But I'll see you on the train. Save me a seat." Neville smiled. It transformed his face, and for a moment Harry could see the man he might become if someone gave him room to grow. "I will," Neville said, and scrambled down from the platform, trailing pins and loose thread. His grandmother swept past Harry without a glance. But Neville looked back, once, from the doorway. Harry raised a hand. Neville raised one back. First ally, Harry thought. And not a strategic one. Not a chess piece. A friend. The difference mattered. He was heading back toward the leaky cauldron, his shopping done and his mind already turning to the afternoon's agenda, the Potter Library, specifically the sections on Wizengamot law and blood ward theory, when he heard it. "Excuse me." The voice was cool, precise, and completely devoid of the breathless reverence that most people used when they recognized him. Harry turned. She was his age, or close to it. Blonde hair pulled back from a face that was striking in its composure, the kind of composure that most adults never achieved and that, on a child, was either deeply impressive or deeply concerning. Blue eyes that assessed him with the clinical detachment of a jeweler examining a stone. She wore robes of dark blue that were clearly expensive and clearly chosen to be understated, which told Harry more about her family's approach to power than a trunk full of gold could have. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "Not a question." "I am. I'm Daphne Greengrass." She said the name like a card being played, not aggressively, but with the clear expectation that he'd know the significance. When his expression didn't change, he did know, but he wasn't going to show it, something that might have been approval flickered in her eyes. "House of Greengrass," Harry said. "Ancient and noble. Neutral in the last war. Traditionally aligned with neither the Progressive Bloc nor the Traditionalist faction on the Wizengamot. Your father holds the family seat and has voted independently on every major piece of legislation for the last 15 years. Daphne's composure cracked, just slightly. A hairline fracture of surprise that she sealed almost immediately, but not before Harry caught it. "You've done your homework," she said. "I've had an educational 24 hours. Evidently." She studied him again, recalibrating. Harry could almost see the gears turning, the initial assessment being revised, categories being reassigned, threat levels being updated. It was, he realized, exactly what he'd been doing to everyone he'd met today. Meeting someone who operated on the same frequency was interesting. My father asked me to introduce myself if I saw you, Daphne said. The Greengrass family and the Potters have a history of cordial relations. He wanted you to know that House Greengrass remembers its friends. That's a very diplomatic way of saying he wants to know which way I'm going to jump. The ghost of a smile. It's a very perceptive interpretation. Tell your father I appreciate the gesture. And tell him that Lord Potter intends to honor the traditional alliances of his house, but that he'll be making his own assessments before committing to any political position. Daphne tilted her head. You sound like you've been doing this for years. I've been navigating hostile territory since I could walk. The territories just changed. She considered that. Whatever she saw in his face seemed to satisfy her, because she offered a small, precise nod, not subservient, not warm, but respectful. An acknowledgement between equals. I'll see you at Hogwarts, Lord Potter. Harry. I'll see you at Hogwarts, Harry. She turned to go, then paused. A piece of advice, since you seem like someone who values information, the train ride is where first impressions are made. Everyone will be watching who you sit with, who you talk to, and who you ignore. Choose carefully. I always do. She walked away, and Harry watched her go, and thought, that one is dangerous. Not dangerous like Lucius, who was a predator in silk. Dangerous like a blade that hadn't decided yet whose hand it wanted to be in. He filed Daphne Greengrass in the quiet place under a new category, worth watching. The weeks before September 1st were the most productive of Harry's life. He fell into a routine that would have impressed a military academy and horrified a child psychologist. Wake at 6. Physical training in the manor grounds, running, stretching, the basic bodyweight exercises he'd seen in a Muggle fitness book he'd found in Lily's study, sandwiched between a tome on ancient runes and a dog-eared copy of Pride and Prejudice. His mother had been eclectic. Breakfast with Mipsy, who gradually reduced the portions to human-sized while simultaneously making each meal more nutritious, because the elf had apparently conducted independent research into childhood malnutrition and was executing a recovery protocol with the tactical precision of a field medic. Then study. Hours and hours of study. The Potter Library was extraordinary. 3,000 volumes spanning 1,000 years, organized by a system that only made sense once Pip, the library elf, a nervous creature with ink-stained fingers and a reverence for books that bordered on religious, explained it. Harry worked through it methodically, starting with the foundations. Wizarding law first. He needed to understand the rules before he could play the game. The Wisengamot structure, the ministry hierarchy, the treaty obligations between magical governments, the legal rights of noble houses, the restrictions on underage magic, which, he was pleased to discover, didn't apply inside a warded family home, another fact Dumbledore had apparently neglected to mention to anyone. He read case law and precedent and the actual text of statutes that most wizards only knew by reputation. Then political history. The factions, the alliances, the feuds. Who owed whom? Who hated whom? Where the power sat and how it flowed. He mapped it out on a large sheet of parchment that eventually covered an entire wall of the library, with names and lines and color-coded connections that made Pip gasp with professional admiration. Then magic. This was where it got extraordinary. With his core unsuppressed, Harry's magical learning curve wasn't steep, it was vertical. Spells that the textbook said should take weeks to master, he had within days. Not because he was lazy or cutting corners, but because his magic responded to intent with an eagerness that suggested it had been waiting years for this, which it had. The suppression hadn't just limited his power, it had limited his connection to magic itself. Now that connection was open, and magic flowed through him like water through a broken dam. He started with the first-year curriculum and burned through it in a week. Not perfectly, his potion-making was still clumsy, and transfiguration required a precision that he was still developing, but competently. Functionally. Well enough that he wouldn't be starting Hogwarts as a blank slate. Then he went beyond the curriculum. His father's journals were invaluable here. James Potter had been, by all accounts, a magical prodigy, brilliant at transfiguration, creative with charms, and absolutely lethal in a duel. His journals contained detailed notes on spells, techniques, and magical theory that went far beyond what Hogwarts taught. There were also notes on the Marauder's map, which Harry filed away as a fascinating piece of enchantment work, on the Animagus transformation, which he filed away as a long-term project, and on something called the Fidelius charm, which had been the magic protecting his parents' home in Godric's Hollow. The entry about the Fidelius was the hardest to read. October 24, 1981. Dumbledore suggested we switch secret keepers. Sirius agreed, said it was too obvious, that everyone would expect him. Peter will do it instead. Lily isn't sure. I'm not sure either. But Dumbledore says it's the best move, and Dumbledore is usually right. I hope he's right about this. 1 week later, James and Lily Potter were dead, betrayed by Peter Pettigrew to Voldemort. Harry set the journal down very carefully. His hands were steady. His breathing was even. Inside the quiet place, something that had been taking shape for weeks finally crystallized. Dumbledore had suggested the switch. Dumbledore, who always had a reason for everything, who played chess with people's lives, who had sealed a will and stolen money and bound a child's magic, Dumbledore had looked at the situation and said, "Change your secret keeper." Maybe it was innocent. Maybe Dumbledore had genuinely believed Peter was the safer choice. Maybe the old man's judgment had simply failed for once, a rare but human mistake. Or maybe he'd known. Maybe he'd suspected Peter, or known about the betrayal, or, and this was the thought that Harry couldn't quite look at directly, because if he looked at it too long it would burn, maybe he'd arranged for the Potters to die because their death served the greater good. The prophecy. The one Ragnarok had hinted at. The one that was filed in the Department of Mysteries. Harry didn't know its contents yet, but he knew it connected him to Voldemort, and he knew Dumbledore had been its custodian. If the prophecy required certain conditions to be fulfilled, if it required Harry to be forged in a specific fire, then the Potters' deaths weren't just a tragedy. They were a prerequisite. Harry put the journal away. He went to the dueling hall. He practiced shield charms until his wand arm ached and the practice dummies were reduced to sawdust. Then he practiced some more. The intercepted mail arrived on the 3rd week of August, delivered by a Gringotts courier, a stern-faced goblin in formal armor who handed over a trunk-sized chest with a receipt and disappeared without a word. 412 pieces of correspondence, spanning 10 years. Harry sat in the library with the chest open in front of him and read them all. The early ones were the hardest. Letters from strangers, mostly, thank you notes from people who'd lost family in the war, who credited baby Harry with ending their nightmare. Birthday cards from witches and wizards he'd never met, addressed to the boy who lived, with varying degrees of reverence. A few gifts, a stuffed dragon that still moved when you squeezed it, a set of self-coloring quills, a children's broom that hovered 6 inches off the ground. Then the letters from people who weren't strangers. Minerva McGonagall had written twice, formal but warm, expressing concern about Harry's placement and requesting permission to visit. Both requests had been declined in Petunia's forged handwriting. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had written once, a careful, measured letter requesting a welfare check on the Potter heir. The response she'd received had reassured her that Harry was happy and thriving. And Remus Lupin. 7 letters, spread over 10 years, each one a small masterpiece of restraint and desperation. The first was polite, almost casual, an old friend of James and Lily's, just checking in, wondering if he might be able to visit. The last was raw, nearly incoherent, begging for any information about Harry's well-being and questioning why his letters went unanswered. Harry read them all. Then he read them again. Then he found a quill and parchment and sat for a very long time, staring at the blank page, trying to find the right words for a man who'd spent 10 years talking to a ghost. He settled on honesty. Dear Mr. Lupin, my name is Harry Potter. I'm writing to you for the first time, though I've just read all 7 of the letters you sent me over the last 10 years. I want you to know that I never received them. They were intercepted by a mail ward placed by my magical guardian, and the responses you received were forgeries. I didn't know about you until very recently. I didn't know about any of it, the magical world, my parents' friends, any of the people who tried to reach me. I was told my parents died in a car crash. I was told nobody wanted me. Both of those things were lies. I'm living at Potter Manor now. I've claimed my inheritance and emancipated myself. I have a lot of questions, and from what my father wrote about you, I think you might be one of the few people I can trust to answer them honestly. If you're willing to visit, you're welcome here. The wards will recognize you. My father added you to the family protections years ago, and they've never been removed. I hope you're well. Harry. He sealed the letter, gave it to Hedwig, and watched the owl disappear into the evening sky. Then he sat in the library and tried not to think about what it would mean if Remus Lupin didn't write back. Hedwig returned the next morning. The letter tied to her leg was tear-stained. Harry, I'll be there in an hour. Remus. He arrived in 40 minutes. Harry was standing in the entrance hall when the flue flared green and a man stumbled out. Thin, painfully thin, the kind of thin that comes from poverty and illness and years of not taking care of yourself because you've forgotten why you should bother. His robes were patched and faded. His hair was gray at the temples, though he couldn't have been more than 31. His face was lined with scars, old ones, faded to silver, crossing his cheeks and jaw in patterns that didn't look like accidents. But his eyes were alive. Warm and brown and terrified and hopeful, and they locked onto Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. Harry. His voice cracked on the name. You look, God, you look just like my father. I know. Harry stepped forward. Hello, Mr. Lupin. Remus Lupin stared at him. Then his face crumpled, and he dropped to his knees on the stone floor of Potter Manor, and he covered his face with his scarred hands, and he wept. Harry stood there and let him cry. He didn't touch him, he barely knew this man, and touch was something Harry gave carefully, sparingly, to people who'd earned it. But he didn't leave. He stood close enough that Remus could feel his presence, and he waited, because sometimes the most important thing you can do for someone is be there while they fall apart. It took several minutes. When Remus finally looked up, his eyes were red, his face was blotchy, and the expression on it was a complicated mixture of grief and joy and rage. They told me you were happy, he said, his voice raw. The letters, they said you were adjusting well, that your aunt was taking good care of you. I wanted to visit, but they kept saying it wasn't a good time, that you needed stability, that too many magical visitors would confuse you. His hands clenched. Dumbledore told me you were safe. He looked me in the eye and told me you were safe and loved and that the best thing I could do for you was stay away. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs, Harry said quietly. For 10 years. I wore my cousin's old clothes. I cooked their meals and cleaned their house and got hit when I didn't do it fast enough. I didn't know my own name until I started school because they only called me boy or freak. Remus's face went white. Then red. Then a shade of gray that Harry had never seen on a living person. I'm going to kill him, Remus whispered. I'm going to walk into his office and, no. Harry's voice was sharp enough to cut. Remus blinked. Not yet. Not like that. Dumbledore isn't someone you beat with anger, he's someone you beat with patience. I have a plan. It's a long plan, and it starts with information, not violence. Remus stared at him. Slowly, the murderous light in his eyes dimmed, not extinguished, but banked. Controlled. You're 10 years old, Harry. I know. You shouldn't have to have a plan. You should be worried about Quidditch tryouts and making friends, not not whatever this is. You're right. I should. But that option was taken from me a long time ago, and the man who took it is still in a position of power, and if I don't handle this carefully, he'll find a way to put me right back where I was. Harry met Remus's gaze. I need allies. Real ones. People who knew my parents, who understand what Dumbledore is, and who are willing to play a long game. Will you help me? Remus looked at him for a long time. Harry could see the war playing out behind his eyes, the instinct to protect, to take over, to be the adult in the room battling against the growing realization that this child, this painfully young child, was more clear-eyed about the situation than any adult in his life had been. Your mother used to do this, Remus said finally. Back you into a corner with logic until you had no choice but to agree with her. James would bluster and charm and talk his way through things, but Lily would look at you with exactly that expression and lay out the facts until you realized you'd already lost the argument. He let out a shaky breath. Yes. I'll help you. Whatever you need. I need you to tell me everything. About my parents. About Dumbledore. About the war, the Order of the Phoenix, the prophecy, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and why a baby in a crib was the only one who survived a killing curse. Harry paused. Also, I'd very much like you to have some breakfast, because you look like you haven't eaten properly in months. Remus laughed. It was wet, broken, and probably the first real laugh he'd had in years. Definitely Lily's son. They talked for 11 hours. Mipsy kept the tea flowing and the food appearing, and Remus, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence, told Harry about the world he'd been stolen from. About James, who'd been brave and arrogant and fiercely loyal. About Lily, who'd been brilliant and fierce and had once hexed a 7th year into the hospital wing for bullying a 1st year. About Sirius Black, and here Remus's voice went strange, tight, careful. They say he betrayed them, Remus said. The official story is that Sirius was the secret keeper, that he led Voldemort to Godric's Hollow, and then killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles when Peter confronted him. You don't believe it. Remus was quiet for a long time. Sirius was many things. He was reckless, impulsive, sometimes cruel in the way that people who've been raised by monsters can be cruel without meaning to. But he loved James. He loved James more than he loved himself, more than he loved anything. The idea that he betrayed James to Voldemort. He shook his head. It never made sense. But he was found at the scene. He was laughing. They took him to Azkaban without a trial. Without a trial, Harry repeated. Bartemius Crouch was heading the DMLE at the time. War powers. Emergency measures. A lot of people went to Azkaban without trials in those days. And Dumbledore was chief warlock. He could have demanded one. The silence that followed was heavy with implication. Remus stared into his teacup as though the answer might be written in the leaves. He could have, Remus said finally. He didn't. Harry added that to the ledger. Another piece of the pattern. Another stone in the wall that Dumbledore had built around him, each one placed with care, each one serving a purpose that only the architect could see. I'm going to find out the truth, Harry said. About Sirius, about the prophecy, about all of it. But I need to do it carefully. Dumbledore doesn't know I've emancipated yet. As far as he knows, I'm a clueless kid who visited his trust vault and went shopping. I want to keep it that way for as long as possible. Remus nodded slowly. You want him off balance. I want him uninformed. There's a difference. Off balance means he knows something's wrong and he's scrambling. Uninformed means he doesn't know the game has changed. The second one is much more useful. You're terrifying, Remus said, with something that was almost admiration. You know that? I'm 10. I'm supposed to be terrifying. It's called a growth spurt. That surprised another laugh out of Remus, a real one, this time, warm and startled and tinged with the ghost of James Potter's sense of humor. "He'd be so proud of you," Remus said quietly. "Both of them would be." Harry didn't trust himself to respond to that, so he poured more tea instead. August 31st. The night before the Hogwarts Express. Harry stood in his father's study. He'd finally gone in, 3 weeks of circling, 3 weeks of working up to it, and tonight he'd pushed open the door and stepped into the room where James Potter had spent his last free summer. It was exactly as Mipsy had said. The half-finished letter on the desk was dated October 27, 1981. 4 days before the end. James had been writing to Sirius, a rambling, affectionate letter about Harry's first steps and Lily's new experiment with household charms and a Quidditch match he'd listened to on the wireless. Pad foot, Harry took 4 steps today before falling on his bum. Lily cried. I pretended I didn't cry. We're both liars. Come visit soon. He misses his godfather. I miss my brother. Prongs. The letter had never been sent. Harry folded it carefully and placed it back on the desk. Then he opened the drawer that Mipsy had mentioned, the one James kept locked, the one that had opened at the touch of the lordship ring. Inside was a photograph. James, Lily, and baby Harry, waving from what appeared to be a garden in full summer bloom. James was grinning, his arm around Lily, his free hand making rabbit ears behind her head. Lily was laughing, trying to swat him away. Baby Harry was chewing on a toy broomstick with single-minded determination. On the back, in James's handwriting, the Potters. Summer 81. Best day of my life. Harry put the photograph in his breast pocket, next to the will. Then he closed the drawer, locked it, and walked out of the study. He had a train to catch. His trunk was packed. His wand was holstered. His new robes were pressed and hanging. The Potter lordship ring sat on his finger, glamoured and visible, a weight that he'd grown so accustomed to that its absence would have felt stranger than its presence. Hedwig was already in her cage, preening. Mipsy stood in the entrance hall, trying very hard not to cry and failing completely. Master Harry must write to Mipsy, the elf said, her voice wobbling. Mipsy will worry. Mipsy will send food. Hogwarts food is not as good, Mipsy is sure of it. I'll write every week, Harry promised. And the manor is in good hands. The best hands. Mipsy's wail could probably be heard in the next county. Harry stepped into the flue, said King's Cross Station, and disappeared in a whirl of green flame. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Beautiful, colorful, magical chaos. Families everywhere, hugging, crying, shouting last-minute instructions, chasing escaped pets, loading trunks onto a scarlet steam engine that gleamed like a jewel against the grey London platform. The Hogwarts Express. It was real. All of it was real, and Harry was here, and tomorrow he'd be at the school where his parents had fallen in love and where the man who'd orchestrated his misery currently sat behind a desk full of silver instruments. He moved through the crowd with the quiet efficiency of someone who'd spent years navigating spaces where being noticed meant being targeted. Trunk shrunk in his pocket. Hedwig's cage in one hand. Eyes scanning, cataloging, filing. He spotted the Weasleys before he heard them, which was saying something, because a family of redheads that large could probably be heard from orbit. The mother, round, warm, loud in the way that suggested she was incapable of indoor voices, was fussing over her youngest son, a lanky, freckled boy who looked desperate to escape. Ron, you've got dirt on your nose again. Hold still, Mum, Geroff, Harry watched. Remus had told him about the Weasleys, a good family, he'd said, genuinely good, but poor, and deeply loyal to Dumbledore. Arthur Weasley worked at the Ministry. Molly Weasley was a formidable witch who'd fought in the war. Their children were, by all accounts, decent people. But Remus had also mentioned, carefully, that Dumbledore had a habit of using families like the Weasleys, sending them in specific directions, leveraging their goodness for his own purposes, all while making it look like their own idea. Harry didn't approach them. Not out of dislike, but out of caution. If Dumbledore had any plans for Harry's first day at Hogwarts, the Weasleys were exactly the kind of warm, welcoming family he'd use as a delivery mechanism. Instead, Harry boarded the train, found an empty compartment near the middle, stowed his things, and waited. Neville appeared within minutes. His round face was flushed with the exertion of hauling a trunk that was nearly as big as he was, and he was clutching a toad that seemed to be actively attempting escape. Harry. The smile was enormous, genuine, and slightly panicked. Trevor keeps trying to make a break for it. I don't know why Gran got me a toad, nobody has toads anymore, here. Harry took the toad, examined it, and recalled a sticking charm from his mother's journal, a gentle one, designed for keeping objects on shelves during earthquakes. He modified it slightly and applied it to Trevor, who looked confused but stopped struggling. He'll stay put for a few hours. He can still move, but he won't be able to get more than arm's length from you. Neville stared at the toad, then at Harry. You can do wandless magic. A little. I've been practicing. Harry shrugged like it was nothing, because drawing attention to it would raise questions he didn't want to answer yet. Sit down. Tell me about your summer. They were deep in conversation. Neville, it turned out, was passionate about herbology in a way that made his whole face light up and his stammer disappear, when the compartment door slid open. A girl with bushy brown hair and an expression of intense determination stood in the doorway. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one. Neville held up Trevor. Found him. Thanks, though. The girl looked briefly disappointed. She'd clearly been enjoying the search, but recovered quickly. Oh. Good. I'm Hermione Granger. I've already changed into my robes. We can't be far from Hogwarts, can we? I've read all the course books, of course. I hope it's enough. Nobody in my family is magical, so it was quite a shock when I got my letter, but I've been practicing a few simple spells and they've all worked. She said all of this in approximately 8 seconds. Harry was impressed. I'm Harry. This is Neville. Sit down if you want. Hermione sat. The conversation that followed was rapid, wide-ranging, and revealed several things. Hermione Granger was brilliant, insecure, desperate to prove she belonged, and completely incapable of letting a silence go unfilled. She was also, Harry suspected, lonely, the kind of smart that makes other children uncomfortable, the kind of eager that gets mistaken for showing off. He recognized the coping mechanism. Hers was knowledge, accumulate enough of it and maybe, nobody could tell you that you didn't belong. His had been invisibility. Same fear, different armor. What house do you want? Hermione asked. I've read Hogwarts, a history, and Gryffindor sounds the best, but Ravenclaw would be wonderful too. Gryffindor for me, Neville said, with more conviction than Harry had heard from him before. We'll see, Harry said, and smiled. The compartment door opened again. The red-headed Weasley boy, Ron, stood in the doorway, scanning the compartment with the practiced eye of someone looking for a specific target. Anyone sitting there? He asked, pointing at the seat next to Harry. Everywhere else is full. Harry doubted that. The train had dozens of compartments, and several had been visibly empty when he'd walked past. But he kept his expression neutral. Go ahead. Ron sat down. His eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, hunting for the scar, and then away. Too fast. Too practiced. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes lit up. He was a terrible actor, Harry thought, with a kind of fond resignation. Whoever had sent him, and Harry had a very good idea who'd suggested to Molly Weasley that the compartment at the middle of the train was a good place for Ron to look, hadn't accounted for the possibility that their target might have a functioning brain. Wicked, Ron breathed. Is it true you've got the scar? It's true. Harry didn't lift his hair. What's that you've got? Ron's rat was sitting on his knee, a fat, gray, mangy-looking creature that was missing a toe on one paw and had a generally defeated air about it. Ron launched into a complaint about hand-me-downs and older brothers and the general unfairness of being the sixth son in a family of 7 children, and Harry listened with half his attention while the other half focused on the rat. Because the rat was interesting. Not in the way that magical pets usually were. Hedwig radiated intelligence and personality, and even Trevor the toad had a certain mulish charm, but in the way that something that didn't quite fit was interesting. The rat was old. Very old for a rat. And it was watching Harry with small, dark eyes that held a flicker of something that rats' eyes shouldn't hold. Harry filed it in the quiet place. Added it to the growing list of things that didn't add up but might, eventually, form a picture. The train rolled north. The landscape changed, cities giving way to fields, fields to forests, forests to wild moors under a sky that was darkening with approaching evening. Hermione talked about spells. Neville talked about plants. Ron talked about Quidditch and his brothers and food, in roughly that order. Harry talked about none of the things that mattered. He was friendly, engaging, and carefully, precisely uninformative. He asked questions. He drew people out. He made them feel heard and valued and interesting, and not one of them noticed that he'd revealed almost nothing about himself. It was, he reflected, exactly what Dumbledore would have done. The thought disturbed him. He pushed it aside and watched the sun set over the Scottish Highlands, and thought about his parents, and thought about the game that was coming, and thought about the old man in the castle who was waiting for a pawn to arrive and was going to find a player instead. The castle appeared as the boats rounded a bend in the lake, and every child in every boat fell silent. Hogwarts rose from the cliff face like something that had grown there rather than been built, towers and turrets and battlements and bridges, all of it lit from within by 1,000 windows that blazed gold against the deepening purple of the sky. The lake reflected it all, doubled the impossible beauty of it, and the only sound was the gentle lap of water against the boats and the collective held breath of 40 11-year-olds seeing magic made stone for the first time. Harry looked at it and felt two things simultaneously, wonder, deep and genuine and aching, because this was where his parents had walked and laughed and fallen in love, and wariness, cold and calculated and necessary, because this was also where the spider sat at the center of his web. Somewhere up there, in an office full of silver instruments, Albus Dumbledore was waiting. Harry touched the ring on his finger. Felt the pulse of old magic. Heard, in the back of his mind, the echo of his father's voice, "This is Harry. He's going to be better than all of us." The boat reached the shore. Harry stepped onto the stone dock, straightened his robes, and walked toward the castle. The game was about to begin. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Sorting Fires. The entrance hall smelled like old stone and candle wax and the particular kind of anticipation that only exists when 40 children are about to have their futures decided by a talking hat. Harry stood among them, cataloging everything, the vaulted ceiling, the torchlit walls, the massive oak doors that presumably led to the great hall, and the woman who stood before them like a sentinel carved from Scottish granite. Professor McGonagall was exactly as his father's journals had described her, tall, severe, spectacled, with a mouth that looked like it had been designed specifically for the purpose of disapproval. She wore emerald green robes and a pointed hat, and she surveyed the first years with the expression of someone who had seen 30 years of 11-year-olds and expected nothing but was prepared for everything. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and her voice carried the way a cathedral bell carries, not loud, but impossible to ignore. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." She explained the 4 houses. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Point system. House Cup. Harry listened with one ear and watched the other students with both eyes. Neville was pale and gripping Trevor so hard the toad's eyes were bulging. Hermione was muttering under her breath, spells, probably, as if the sorting hat was going to quiz them. Ron looked vaguely nauseous. Draco Malfoy, flanked by his brick-shaped companions, wore the serene expression of someone who already knew exactly where he was going and considered the whole exercise a formality. Daphne Greengrass stood near the back, her face a perfect mask of composed indifference. Her eyes met Harry's for exactly half a second. Something passed between them, not warmth, not friendship, but acknowledgement. Two players recognizing each other before the board was set. McGonagall left to prepare. The first years fidgeted. Several ghosts drifted through the wall and caused a minor panic among the Muggleborns. A boy named Seamus Finnegan stepped on someone's foot. A girl named Lavender Brown asked if the sorting hurt. My brothers said we have to wrestle a troll, Ron muttered. But I think they were having me on. They were, Harry said. It's a hat. Ron stared at him. How'd you know that? I read. Harry said it lightly, but he caught Hermione's sharp glance and Daphne's barely perceptible nod. Different people. Same recognition. McGonagall returned. The doors opened. The great hall was designed to overwhelm, and it succeeded. For long tables stretched toward a raised platform where the staff sat, the ceiling was bewitched to mirror the sky, tonight a field of stars over purple-black velvet, and 1,000 candles floated overhead, casting everything in warm gold light. The older students turned to watch the first years enter, and Harry felt the weight of 100 stares like physical pressure. He found Dumbledore immediately. Center of the staff table, high-backed chair, robes of deep purple with silver stars. The beard was exactly as described, long, white, and impeccably maintained. The half-moon spectacles. The twinkling blue eyes that swept over the first years with grandfatherly warmth. Those eyes found Harry. The twinkle intensified. Just slightly. Just enough to communicate, I see you. Welcome. Everything is as it should be. Harry returned the look with the bland, slightly odd expression of a boy seeing magic for the first time. Inside, behind the mask, he was reading the old man like a book. Dumbledore was relaxed. Confident. Whatever alarm Harry's departure from Privet Drive had caused, the headmaster had clearly resolved it to his own satisfaction. Harry was here, at Hogwarts, within reach. The game was back on track. Let him think that, Harry thought. Let him think he's still in control. A stool was placed at the front of the hall. On it sat a hat that looked like it had been used to mop floors for several centuries and then set on fire out of mercy, only to survive through sheer spite. It was patched, frayed, and, Harry felt the magic radiating from it, extraordinarily powerful. The hat's brim opened like a mouth. It sang. Harry didn't listen to the song. He watched the staff table instead. McGonagall, stern and expectant. A tiny wizard he'd later learn was Flitwick, the charms professor, bouncing with excitement. A massive man, Hagrid, seated at the end, beaming at Harry with obvious pride. A sallow-faced wizard with greasy black hair and a hooked nose who was staring at Harry with an expression that could have curdled milk at 50 paces. Snape. It had to be Snape. Severus Snape, potions master, former Death Eater, and according to both his father's journals and Remus's careful account, a man of profound complexity and equally profound grudges. He'd loved Lily. He'd hated James. He'd turned spy for Dumbledore at some point during the war, and nobody, not Remus, not the goblins, not even the Potter family portraits, could agree on exactly why. Harry met Snape's gaze across the hall. The hatred in those black eyes was immediate, visceral, and entirely directed at a dead man who happened to share Harry's face. Harry didn't flinch. He held the gaze for 3 seconds, long enough to acknowledge, not long enough to challenge, and then looked away. He'd deal with Snape later. The man was a piece on the board, not the board itself. And then there was the last teacher. Sitting at the far end of the table, wearing a purple turban that was slightly too large for his head, fidgeting with his goblet, and radiating nervous energy like a small, anxious generator. Professor Quirrell. Defense against the Dark Arts. Harry looked at him, and the scar on his forehead twitched. Not pain. Not yet. Just a twitch, like a sleeping nerve remembering a dream. Harry touched his forehead, frowned, and filed it away. Another piece that didn't fit. Another thing that was wrong. The sorting began. Abbott, Hannah. McGonagall called, and a pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled to the stool, sat down, and had the hat placed on her head. A moment of silence. Then the hat shouted, "Hufflepuff," and the table on the right erupted in cheers. It proceeded alphabetically. Harry watched each sorting with interest, not for the results but for the process, how long the hat took, what expressions crossed the students' faces, whether there was hesitation or certainty. Some sortings were instant. Draco Malfoy barely had the hat touch his head before it screamed, "Slytherin," and he strutted to his table like a prince claiming his throne. Others took longer. Hermione sat under the hat for nearly 4 minutes, her face cycling through expressions that suggested an intense internal debate, before the hat declared, "Gryffindor," and she practically ran to the table, flushed with relief. Neville's sorting was painful to watch. The hat sat on his head for over 5 minutes. Neville's face went through terror, then confusion, then something that looked like argument, and finally settled on a kind of desperate resolve. When the hat finally shouted, "Gryffindor," Neville's relief was so palpable that Harry felt it from across the room. He stumbled to the Gryffindor table still wearing the hat and had to jog back to return it, which got a laugh from the hall and turned his face the color of a fire engine. Daphne's sorting was 2 seconds. The hat touched her head, paused, and said, "Slytherin," with what Harry thought was a note of respect. Then McGonagall called his name, and the hall went electric. "Potter, Harry." The whispers started before he'd taken a step. "Potter? Did she say Potter? The Harry Potter?" "Look at the scar." Harry walked to the stool with measured steps. Not rushed, not hesitant. The walk of someone who knew he was being watched and had decided to give them something worth watching. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat over his eyes, and the great hall disappeared. "Well, well, well," said a small voice in his ear. "Harry Potter. I've been looking forward to this." Harry had expected the voice. He hadn't expected it to sound amused. "You know who I am," Harry said, internally. "Not a question. I know everything about everyone who sits on this stool. I see your mind, Mr. Potter. All of it." The hat paused. My. You've had quite a month. I've had quite a life." "Indeed you have. Abused, neglected, manipulated, and yet here you sit, composed and calculating and carrying more secrets than half the staff combined." The hat's voice shifted, becoming thoughtful. "Where to put you? That's the question, isn't it? You're going to suggest Slytherin. I don't need to suggest it. Your mind is screaming it. The ambition. The cunning. The willingness to manipulate, to deceive, to play the long game. You read 17 books on political strategy in 3 weeks. You've already identified the power dynamics of the hall and you haven't been sorted yet. Slytherin would make you great, Harry Potter. I know. But I don't want to be great. I want to be free. And Slytherin is where Dumbledore would expect a boy like me to fight to avoid, or where Voldemort would expect a boy like me to belong. Either way, it turns me into a symbol instead of a person." The hat was quiet for a moment. When it spoke again, the amusement was gone. In its place was something older, something that had been watching children make this choice for 1,000 years. "Go on. Gryffindor is where my parents were. It's where everyone expects me to go. If I go there," Dumbledore relaxes, he sees James Potter's son following the script. The school sees the boy who lived in the House of Heroes, and they stop looking closely. Nobody questions a Potter in Gryffindor. Harry paused. "But I won't be a typical Gryffindor. I'll study like a Ravenclaw, politic like a Slytherin, and work like a Hufflepuff." The hat sorts you into a house, but it doesn't limit what you become. You want Gryffindor as a mask. I want Gryffindor as a foundation. There's a difference. I am brave. I walked into Gringotts and demanded my rights from beings who could have eaten me for breakfast. I read my parents' will alone in a stone room and didn't break. Bravery isn't the absence of cunning, it's the willingness to act when the cunning says the odds are against you. Silence. Long, stretching silence. Harry could feel the hat rifling through his memories, his thoughts, his deepest motivations. It was invasive in a way that should have been uncomfortable, but the hat was old enough and wise enough to do it gently. You remind me of someone, the hat said finally. My father? No. Your father was brilliant but straightforward, Gryffindor through and through, never a moment's doubt. You remind me of Tom Riddle. Harry's blood went cold. Don't misunderstand me, the hat said quickly. Riddle sat where you're sitting 50 years ago, and I saw a boy who wanted power because he was afraid of being powerless. You want power because you've been powerless and you refuse to let anyone put you there again. The motivation is different. The methods are similar. But the heart is your mother's. Lily Evans sat on this stool and argued with me for 6 minutes about why Gryffindor was the obvious choice and anyone who thought otherwise was an idiot. Harry felt something warm crack through the ice in his chest. You'll do great things, Harry Potter, the hat said, and now its voice carried weight, prophecy, something beyond a simple sorting decision. Terrible, perhaps. But great. And you'll do them, the hat's brim opened wide. Gryffindor. The hall erupted. The Gryffindor table went berserk, students standing, cheering, stamping their feet. Fred and George Weasley, the twins Harry had spotted on the platform, started chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," and it spread like wildfire. Even some of the staff were clapping. Hagrid was openly weeping. McGonagall's lips were pressed thin, but her eyes were bright. Harry removed the hat, placed it on the stool with a nod that might have been thanks, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat between Neville and Hermione. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass watched him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Not disappointment. Not surprise. Something more like confirmation. At the staff table, Dumbledore was beaming. The twinkle was at full power. Everything, his expression said, was proceeding according to plan. Harry smiled back. Yes, he thought. Let it look that way. The feast was spectacular. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, potatoes in 3 different styles, and more desserts than Harry had names for. Mipsy would have been appalled by the lack of vegetables, but Harry couldn't fault the enthusiasm. He ate moderately, his stomach was still adjusting to regular meals, and used the time to build connections. Percy Weasley, the prefect, was eager to explain the rules and clearly delighted to have an attentive audience. The Weasley twins were chaos incarnate but sharply observant beneath the clowning. A boy named Dean Thomas, muggle-raised like Hermione, was practical and grounded. Seamus Finnegan was Irish, enthusiastic, and had a concerning tendency to set things on fire accidentally. Ron sat across from Harry, eating with the focused determination of someone who treated meals as competitive events. He was friendly, funny, and transparently trying to be Harry's best mate. Harry let him. Ron Weasley was a good kid, genuinely warm, with a sense of humor that cut through tension like a knife, and Harry wasn't in the business of rejecting friendship just because it might have been nudged in his direction. But he watched. He always watched. The feast ended. Dumbledore stood and delivered a series of announcements. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden, magic was not to be used in corridors, the 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to everyone who did not wish to die a very painful death. Harry filed that last one away with a red flag and 3 exclamation points. The prefects led them to Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady in her portrait demanded a password, Caput Draconis, Percy said importantly, and they climbed through a round hole into a common room that was everything the Dursley house wasn't: warm, comfortable, decorated in reds and golds, with overstuffed armchairs and a fireplace that crackled with welcoming heat. Harry stood in the common room and felt the magic of Hogwarts settle around him like a second skin. The castle was alive, not metaphorically, but actually alive, in the way that very old magical structures sometimes were. He could feel it in the walls, in the floors, in the subtle currents of air that moved through the corridors. It was aware of him. Not thinking, exactly, but noticing. The way a forest notices a new animal. The lordship ring pulsed on his finger. Potter blood had walked these halls for centuries. The castle remembered. The first week of classes established the pattern that would define Harry's Hogwarts career: quiet excellence wrapped in deliberate modesty. In Transfiguration, McGonagall started them on turning matches into needles. Most students struggled. Hermione managed a pointed match by the end of the lesson. Harry waited until the third attempt, then produced a perfect silver needle, not because he couldn't have done it on the first try, but because a boy who'd supposedly never touched a wand before July shouldn't be performing perfect transfiguration on day one. McGonagall examined his needle. Her eyes lingered on it for a moment longer than they should have. "Well done, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor." In Charms, tiny Professor Flitwick fell off his stack of books when he reached Harry's name on the register, which Harry found both endearing and slightly concerning from a workplace safety perspective. They practiced levitation. Harry waited until his fourth attempt. In herbology, he let Neville take the lead, because Neville in a greenhouse was a different person entirely: confident, knowledgeable, gentle with the plants in a way that spoke of genuine love and understanding. Harry asked questions and took notes and watched his friend come alive for the first time since they'd met. "You're good at this," Harry told him after class, and meant it. Neville flushed. "Gran says herbology isn't a real subject." "Your Gran is wrong." Harry said it flatly, without judgment but without room for argument. "Being brilliant at something is never not real. And you're brilliant at this." The expression on Neville's face was worth more than everything in the Potter vault. Then came potions. The dungeon was cold, dark, and smelled like a chemistry lab that had been abandoned and then haunted. Glass jars lined the walls, their contents floating in murky liquid, things with too many eyes, things with too few limbs, things that Harry was fairly sure were watching him. Snape swept in like a thunderclap in human form. Robes billowing. Expression murderous. Voice a silken purr that somehow conveyed more threat than a shout. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began, his dark eyes sweeping the room. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even put a stopper in death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." He let the silence stretch. Then his eyes locked onto Harry. Potter. The name was a weapon. Our new celebrity. Snape swept toward him, robes flaring. He moved like a man who'd spent years practicing dramatic entrances and had elevated it to an art form. "Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The room was silent. Every eye was on Harry. He could feel the anticipation, the other students waiting for the famous boy who lived to be humiliated. The answer was the draft of living death. Harry knew this. He'd studied every first-year potion and a considerable number of advanced ones during his weeks at Potter Manor. His mother had been brilliant at potions, and her annotated copies of every textbook were in the Potter library. He also knew, from his father's journals, that Snape had asked James these exact questions in their first class and that James had not known the answers. Snape was testing him, not for knowledge, but for a reaction. He wanted Harry to be James. He wanted the arrogance, the bluster, the easy charm that hid laziness. He wanted a target that fit the shape of his 30-year grudge. Harry decided not to give him one. "The draught of living death, sir," Harry said calmly. "A powerful sleeping potion. The asphodel and wormwood base creates the soporific effect, but the potion also requires sloth brain and saprophoros bean juice, and the bean needs to be crushed, not cut, for maximum potency." The silence changed texture. It went from anticipatory to stunned. Snape's expression didn't flicker. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone-like mass that acts as an antidote to most poisons. Though the quality varies by goat breed, alpine goats produce the most potent bezoars." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite." Snape stared at him. The class held its breath. Draco Malfoy, who'd been smirking in anticipation of Harry's failure, looked like he'd bitten into something unexpectedly sour. "Correct." The word was dragged out of Snape like a tooth extraction. "On all 3 counts." He turned away, robes snapping. "Well? Why aren't the rest of you writing this down?" The lesson proceeded. Snape prowled the dungeon, criticizing everything. He mocked Neville's potion, unfairly, Harry thought, since Neville's was no worse than several others. He praised Draco's, also unfairly, since Draco had Crabbe doing half his chopping. He ignored Hermione's raised hand with the dedication of someone committed to a long-term project of discouragement. Harry's potion was perfect. Not good. Perfect. The precise shade of turquoise the textbook specified, with exactly the right viscosity and a shimmer that indicated proper magical saturation. He'd followed his mother's annotations rather than the standard recipe, and the difference was visible. Snape stopped at his cauldron. He looked into it. His jaw tightened. "Adequate," he said, and moved on. After class, Hermione caught up with Harry in the corridor. "How did you know all that?" she demanded. "Those questions aren't in the first-year textbook." "I read ahead." "I read ahead too. Those answers weren't in any of the books on the Hogwarts list." Harry smiled. "Then I suppose I read different books." Hermione's eyes narrowed. She was too smart to be fobbed off with vague answers, and Harry respected that. But she was also smart enough to recognize when pushing would get her nowhere, and after a moment's internal battle, she let it go. For now. The third-floor corridor became a low-grade obsession within the first week. Not for the students, most of them accepted Dumbledore's warning with the blind obedience of sheep who'd been told there was a wolf, but for Harry, who had learned that Dumbledore's warnings were never just warnings. They were invitations disguised as prohibitions, breadcrumbs laid for a specific bird. He didn't go near it. Not yet. But he gathered information. Hagrid let slip the name Nicholas Flamel during one of Harry's visits to his hut. Harry had gone to see Hagrid partly out of genuine affection, the giant was impossible not to like, and partly because Hagrid was, to put it diplomatically, the worst secret keeper in the history of secret keeping. A few cups of tea, a few warm questions, and Hagrid was leaking information like a colander. "Shouldn't have told ya that," Hagrid muttered, looking stricken. "Forget I said it." "Said what?" Harry asked innocently, and Hagrid relaxed so visibly that Harry almost felt guilty. Nicholas Flamel. The name went into the quiet place. Harry would research it later, in the library, when he had time. He was also watching Quirrell. The defense against the dark arts professor was, on the surface, exactly what he appeared to be, a nervous, stuttering, garlic-smelling wreck of a wizard who seemed to be afraid of his own subject. His classes were a joke, theoretical, disorganized, and delivered in a trembling voice that made it sound like the textbook itself was threatening him. But Harry had noticed things that didn't fit. The stammer was inconsistent. It disappeared entirely during moments of genuine surprise, when a student dropped a book, when a door slammed, when something unexpected happened. For half a second, Quirrell's voice would be clear and confident and entirely wrong for the character he was playing, and then the stammer would snap back into place like a mask being adjusted. The turban was wrong. Not aesthetically, though it was that too, but magically. Harry could feel the wards on it from across the room. Whatever was under that turban, it was shielded by magic that was far beyond a nervous professor's capability. And then there was the scar. Harry's scar hurt in Quirrell's presence. Not all the time. Not badly. But there was a low, persistent ache that intensified when Quirrell faced him directly and flared into genuine pain when the man turned his back, specifically, when the back of his turban was pointed at Harry. Something was in that turban. Something that resonated with the fragment of dark magic in Harry's scar. Something that smelled like death and felt like cold water and whispered at the very edge of hearing in a voice that Harry almost recognized. He told no one. Not Neville, not Hermione, not even Remus, who wrote twice a week and who would have charged to Hogwarts with wand drawn if Harry had so much as hinted at danger. This was information he needed to understand before he shared it, because sharing it prematurely would mean Dumbledore finding out, and if Dumbledore found out, he'd control the response. He'd manage the situation. He'd make sure Harry was exactly where the old man wanted him when whatever was coming finally arrived. Instead, Harry studied. He read everything the Potter Library had sent him on cursed objects, possession, dark magic residue, and soul magic. He found references to something called a Horcrux, brief, euphemistic, clearly scrubbed from most wizarding texts, and filed it away under things that are being deliberately hidden. The pattern was forming. He could feel it, like the outline of a puzzle emerging from scattered pieces. The scar, the turban, the third-floor corridor, the Philosopher's Stone, because that's what Flamel's connection meant. Harry had figured that out within 2 hours of Hagrid's slip, and underneath it all, Dumbledore's invisible hand, arranging the pieces, setting the stage. A test. That's what it was. A test, wrapped in a mystery, wrapped in a trap. And the subject was Harry Potter. 3 weeks into term, Harry received his first invitation to the headmaster's office. The note arrived at breakfast, delivered by a school owl with the precision of someone who'd done this before. Cream parchment, green ink, an elegant script that managed to be both warm and authoritative. Harry, I wonder if you might join me for tea this evening after dinner. I find myself quite curious about how you're settling in. My office is behind the gargoyle on the 2nd floor. The current password is, Fizzing Wisby. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read it twice, then pocketed it. Neville, sitting beside him, glanced over. Everything okay? Fine. Dumbledore wants to see me tonight. Harry kept his voice casual, but he was already planning. This was the confrontation, not the final one, not even a major one, but the opening exchange. The moment when he'd sit across from the most dangerous wizard in Britain and play the part that kept him alive. What do you think he wants? Neville asked. To get the measure of me. Harry took a bite of toast. Same thing everyone wants. The gargoyle leapt aside at the password. The spiral staircase carried Harry up to a door that opened before he could knock. Dumbledore's office was a masterwork of calculated warmth. Every element, the portraits of sleeping headmasters, the whirring silver instruments, the shelves of leather-bound books, the phoenix on its golden perch, was designed to say, "You are safe here. This is a place of wisdom. Trust me." Harry trusted none of it. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, wearing robes of midnight blue scattered with silver moons. His smile was grandfatherly. His eyes twinkled. Harry, my boy. Thank you for coming. Lemon drop? No, thank you, sir. Pity. They're quite good. Please, sit. Harry sat. Fawkes, the phoenix, watched him from across the room with eyes that burned like twin candles. Harry met the bird's gaze and felt nothing. No malice, no judgment, but no comfort either. The phoenix was ancient and alien and made its own assessments. I wanted to see how you were settling in, Dumbledore said, leaning back with the relaxed posture of a man having a casual conversation. Your professors speak well of you. Professor McGonagall in particular seems impressed. She's an excellent teacher. She is indeed. And your fellow students? Making friends, I hope. Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger. We study together. Wonderful. Two fine young people. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. I notice you've also been spending some time in the library. Madame Pants tells me you've been quite the dedicated reader. Harry noted the surveillance. Filed it. There's a lot to learn, sir. I'm Muggle-raised. I'm playing catch-up. And doing admirably, from all reports. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, just slightly, the twinkle becoming a searchlight. I understand the transition must have been difficult. Discovering the magical world, learning about your parents' legacy, adjusting to a new life. It's been a lot, Harry agreed, projecting the careful vulnerability of a child who wanted to be brave but was secretly overwhelmed. But everyone's been very welcoming. Good, good. Dumbledore folded his hands. Harry, I wanted to assure you that my door is always open. If you ever need guidance, if you ever feel confused or frightened or uncertain, about anything at all, you need only ask. Thank you, sir. That means a lot. It was a masterful exchange. Two people saying absolutely nothing while communicating volumes. Dumbledore was offering himself as a mentor, the wise grandfather, the guiding hand, the man who always knew best. Harry was accepting the offer while giving away exactly nothing. But then Dumbledore changed tack. I wonder, the headmaster said, his tone shifting to something lighter, more casual, if you've had a chance to reflect on your parents at all. Being here, in the school where they spent their youth. I think about them every day, Harry said, and this, at least, was true. They would be so proud of you, Harry. So very proud. Dumbledore's expression was soft, tender, achingly sincere. Your mother, in particular, she was one of the brightest students I've ever taught. And your father. James had a heart as big as this castle. Harry waited. There was more coming. Dumbledore didn't make emotional statements without purpose. I knew them well, you know. I am, very fond of the memory of your parents. And I want you to know that everything I've done, every decision I've made regarding your well-being, has been guided by one principle, keeping you safe. There it was. The preemptive defense. Dumbledore was establishing the narrative, I did it to protect you, before Harry could challenge it. Which meant the old man suspected, or at least considered the possibility, that Harry might someday learn the truth. I appreciate that, Professor, Harry said warmly. I know the Dursleys weren't ideal, but I'm sure you had your reasons for placing me there. Dumbledore's eyes flickered. A micro-expression, surprise, quickly concealed. He'd expected either ignorance or resentment. Harry's calm acceptance was outside the predicted range. The blood wards, Dumbledore said carefully. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection tied to her bloodline. As long as you could call the home of her blood your home, you were shielded from those who wished you harm. That makes sense, Harry said. Blood magic is powerful. Another flicker. A 10-year-old raised by Muggles shouldn't know about blood magic. It is, Dumbledore agreed, recovering smoothly. And while I know your years at Privet Drive were not comfortable, the protection was necessary. Voldemort may be gone, but his followers are not, and some of them would stop at nothing to harm you. I understand, sir. Harry let his expression shift to something more serious. Can I ask you something? Of course. The third-floor corridor. You said it was out of bounds. But you said it in front of the entire school, including the first years. If you really didn't want anyone going there, wouldn't it have been easier to just lock it and not mention it at all? The office went very quiet. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. The silver instruments whirred. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. The twinkle was still there, but behind it, something else was moving, a rapid recalculation, an adjustment of priors, the chess player realizing his opponent had noticed the board. An astute observation, Dumbledore said finally. You have your mother's mind. You didn't answer my question. The smallest pause. There are things in this castle, Harry, that serve purposes beyond the obvious. Sometimes the best protection is not a locked door, but an understood boundary. And sometimes a warning is a test, Harry said quietly, to see who's brave enough, or reckless enough, to cross it. The silence stretched. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Harry held his gaze, steady, calm, and entirely unafraid, and waited. You are a remarkable young man, Dumbledore said at last, and for the first time in the conversation, Harry thought he might actually mean it. I have a feeling you're going to keep us all on our toes. I'll do my best, sir. Harry left the office with his mask intact and his heart hammering. He'd shown too much. Not enough to blow his cover, but enough to make Dumbledore curious, and a curious Dumbledore was a dangerous Dumbledore. But it was also necessary. A boy who showed no intelligence, no critical thinking, no spark, that boy would be easier to control but harder to respect. And Harry needed Dumbledore's respect, eventually, because respect would create opportunities that obedience never would. It was a tightrope. And Harry was learning to walk it. Halloween arrived with a feast and a troll. Harry had been dreading Halloween. October 31st, the anniversary of his parents' death. He'd spent the day in a quiet rage that he kept carefully below the surface, responding to classmates' excited chatter about the feast with appropriate enthusiasm while the quiet place inside him burned. Neville noticed. Of course Neville noticed, Neville, who had his own October wounds, who knew what it meant to mark the anniversary of the worst day of your life. You don't have to go to the feast, Neville said quietly, as they walked from herbology to the castle. I know. We could sit in a common room. Hermione's got some research she wanted to show us about Flammel. I'll go to the feast, Harry said. My parents would want me to live, not to mourn. Neville studied him for a moment, then nodded. The understanding that passed between them didn't need words. The feast was spectacular. The great hall was decorated with live bats, floating candles shaped like skulls, and pumpkins the size of small cars. The food was excessive. The atmosphere was riotous. Then Quirrell burst through the doors, turban askew, face grey with terror, and screamed, Troll! In the dungeons! Thought you ought to know. And collapsed. The hall erupted. Students screaming. Food flying. Percy Weasley shouting about following prefects. Dumbledore's voice cutting through the chaos like a cannon shot, silence. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. Harry was on his feet before the echoes died. He grabbed Neville's arm. Hermione, he said. Neville's face went white. She went to the bathroom before the feast. She doesn't know. The girls' bathroom is on the first floor. Between here and the dungeons. They moved. Not with the panicked stumble of children running from danger, but with the controlled urgency of people moving toward it. Harry's wand was in his hand before they'd left the great hall. Neville's was out a second later, his grip shaking but his jaw set. You don't have to come, Harry said. Yes I do, Neville said, and his voice didn't shake at all. They found the troll in the first-floor corridor. 12 feet tall. Gray, lumpy skin like poorly mixed concrete. A club the size of a tree trunk. And the smell was indescribable, a wall of stench that hit them like a physical blow. The troll was heading for the girls' bathroom. They could hear Hermione's scream from inside. Harry assessed the situation in 3 seconds. The troll was big, slow, and stupid, pure muscle, no magic, no strategy. The corridor was narrow enough to limit its movement. The ceiling had support beams. Neville, Harry said, his voice cold and clear. I need you to get to the bathroom door and get Hermione out. I'll keep it busy. Harry, you can't fight I'm not going to fight it. I'm going to outsmart it. Go. Neville went. He pressed himself against the wall and slid past the troll while Harry did something that was either very brave or very stupid. He threw a chunk of broken stone at the troll's head. The stone bounced off the troll's skull with a hollow thonk. The creature turned, slowly, like a battleship changing course. Small, piggy eyes focused on Harry. Over here, Harry said. Come on, you overgrown lump. The troll roared and charged. Harry was already moving. He dropped low, rolled under the club's first swing, the stone floor cracking where it hit, and came up running. The troll was slow to turn. Harry used the 3 seconds to get behind it and fire the strongest levitation charm he could manage at the club. Wingardium Leviosa. The club didn't float. It was too heavy for a standard first-year charm. But it jerked, enough to throw off the troll's next swing, sending the club crashing into the wall instead of Harry's head. Stone fragments exploded outward. Harry shielded his face and kept moving. Think. The troll was between him and the bathroom. Neville was inside, getting Hermione. He needed the troll to stay focused on him, away from the door, and he needed it incapacitated before it got lucky. The ceiling beams. Harry pointed his wand at the support beam directly above the troll's head and used a severing charm, not first-year material, but his mother's journals had been thorough, and his unsuppressed core provided the power. Diffindo. The beam cracked. The troll looked up. A section of ceiling the size of a dining table collapsed directly onto its head. The troll staggered. Swayed. Its eyes crossed. Then, with the slow, majestic grace of a falling redwood, it toppled forward and hit the ground with an impact that Harry felt through his shoes. The corridor went silent except for settling dust and the distant sound of Hermione hyperventilating. Harry stood over the unconscious troll, breathing hard, his wand still raised, and had approximately 2 seconds of peace before the teachers arrived. McGonagall came first, followed by Snape, followed by Quirrell, who took one look at the troll and sat down heavily against the wall. McGonagall's face cycled through shock, fury, and, grudgingly, almost against her will, admiration. What on earth happened here? She demanded. The troll was heading for the girls' bathroom, Harry said, lowering his wand. Hermione Granger was inside. She didn't know about the warning. We came to get her out. We. McGonagall's gaze swept to the bathroom door, where Neville was emerging with a shaking Hermione supported on his arm. Neville got Hermione out while I kept the troll occupied. You kept a mountain troll occupied. McGonagall's voice was dangerously flat. You. A first year. I dropped a beam on its head, Professor. It wasn't complicated. Snape was staring at the unconscious troll, then at the severed ceiling beam, then at Harry. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes, those dark, complicated eyes, held something that hadn't been there before. Not warmth. Not approval. But something adjacent to respect, buried deep enough that he probably hoped no one would notice. McGonagall looked like she wanted to take 50 points and award 100 simultaneously. 5 points from Gryffindor, she said, for sheer recklessness. Then, after a pause that lasted exactly long enough for Harry to wonder if he was about to be expelled, and 20 points to Gryffindor. Each. For outstanding courage and presence of mind. Neville's mouth fell open. Hermione burst into tears. Harry inclined his head. Thank you, Professor. McGonagall's lips twitched. Don't thank me, Potter. Thank whatever guardian angel is clearly working overtime on your behalf. She pointed down the corridor. All 3 of you. Gryffindor Tower. Now. They went. Behind them, Harry heard Snape say something to McGonagall in a low voice. He caught only 2 words, like James. And McGonagall's response, equally quiet, no. Better. Harry tucked those words away in the quiet place, right next to his parents' will and the photograph from his father's desk. That night, after Neville and Hermione had been celebrated by the entire common room and Ron had complained loudly about missing all the excitement, Harry sat in the window seat of the dormitory and stared out at the lake. The adrenaline had faded. The mask was off, for now, in the privacy of drawn curtains and sleeping roommates. He let himself feel the things he'd been holding at arm's length all day, the grief for his parents, the fear during the troll fight, the cold calculation that had kept him alive when a 12-foot monster was swinging a club at his head. He was 11 years old and he'd nearly died tonight. Not because of bad luck or childish recklessness, but because a troll had been let into a heavily warded castle on the anniversary of the worst night in wizarding history, and the response had been to send children to their dormitories through corridors that the troll was actively patrolling. Either Hogwarts security was catastrophically incompetent, or someone had wanted that troll inside the castle. Harry thought about Quirrell. The stammer that had disappeared for 3 clear seconds when the man burst into the great hall. The grey face that hadn't looked like fear, it had looked like exertion. Like a man who'd just done something physically demanding and was covering it with a performance. He thought about Snape. During the troll chaos, Neville had mentioned seeing Snape heading toward the 3rd-floor corridor, not the dungeons. Moving fast. Limping, later, when they saw him at the scene. He thought about Dumbledore, who'd sent the students away and the teachers to the dungeons, leaving the 3rd-floor corridor unprotected. Or seemingly unprotected. With Dumbledore, nothing was ever what it seemed. 3 men. 3 agendas. 1 troll. And Harry in the middle, being tested. He pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the window and watched the moon rise over the forbidden forest, and he thought, I'm running out of time. Whatever's on the 3rd floor, whatever Quirrell wants, whatever Dumbledore is orchestrating, it's accelerating. I need to be ready. He went to bed. He dreamed of a dark corridor, a locked door, and something behind it that was calling his name in a voice that sounded like his mother's but wasn't. In the morning, he wrote 2 letters. 1 to Remus. 1 to Ragnarok. Both said the same thing, I need to talk to you. Soon. Something is wrong at Hogwarts, and I think it's wrong on purpose. The responses would come within days. The answers, Harry knew, would change everything. But tonight, he closed his eyes and let himself be 11. Just for a few hours. Just until dawn. Then the game would continue. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Blood and Gold. The letter from Ragnarok arrived on a Tuesday, because Tuesdays had apparently decided they were going to be significant days in Harry's life whether he liked it or not. It came not by owl but by goblin courier, a small, fierce-looking creature in Gringotts livery who materialized in the Hogwarts courtyard at dawn, handed Harry a sealed envelope with the solemnity of someone delivering a declaration of war, and vanished before anyone else was awake enough to notice. The seal was Gringotts platinum. Harry cracked it open in the privacy of an empty classroom on the 4th floor, one he discovered during his 2nd week that seemed to have been forgotten by everyone including the castle itself. Lord Potter, your concerns regarding Hogwarts security are noted and will be investigated through our own channels. The forensic audit of your accounts is complete. Results are enclosed under a separate confidentiality seal, break it with your ring. Additionally, a matter has arisen that requires your immediate attention. Lucius Malfoy has filed a motion with the Hogwarts Board of Governors requesting a review of guardianship status for minor lords attending Hogwarts. The motion is scheduled for hearing at the next Wisengamot session, November 15th. While your name is not mentioned explicitly, the motion's language is clearly targeted at your emancipation. I recommend you attend the session. Gringotts will provide legal counsel and documentary support. Your emancipation is unassailable under Goblin law, but wizard politics operates on different principles, specifically, the principle that whoever tells the most convincing story wins. Come prepared to tell a convincing story. Ragnarok, Director, Gringotts Bank. Harry read the letter twice. Then he broke the confidentiality seal on the audit report and read that too. 31,412 galleons. That was the total. But the audit hadn't just tracked amounts, it had tracked destinations. Goblin forensic accounting, it turned out, was considerably more thorough than Griphook had initially suggested. They'd followed the money through proxy accounts, shell organizations, and a labyrinth of financial instruments that would have impressed a Muggle hedge fund. The money had gone to 4 places. 12,000 galleons to something called the Order of the Phoenix Emergency Fund, a private account held in Dumbledore's name at a separate wizarding bank, used to finance an organization that had supposedly disbanded after Voldemort's fall. The account was still active. Still receiving deposits. Still making payments, most recently 6 months ago. 8,000 galleons to the Hogwarts Discretionary Fund, also controlled by Dumbledore, also unaudited, used for purposes that ranged from legitimate, scholarship grants for impoverished students, to questionable, payments to individuals with no documented connection to the school. 6,000 galleons to ward maintenance, for Privet Drive. This one made Harry's jaw tighten. He'd lived behind those wards for 10 years. They'd never kept him safe from the people inside the house. And 6,000 galleons, enough to buy a modest home, had been spent maintaining a magical fence around a prison. And 5,000 galleons to a single payment, made 3 days after his parents' death, labeled simply, P. Pettigrew, services rendered. Harry stared at that last line for a very long time. Peter Pettigrew. The man who'd betrayed his parents to Voldemort. The man who'd supposedly been killed by Sirius Black. The man who was supposedly dead, blown to pieces in a London street, nothing left but a finger. Dumbledore had paid him. 3 days after James and Lily Potter died, Albus Dumbledore had withdrawn 5,000 galleons from the Potter accounts and paid it to the man who'd sold them to their murderer. The quiet place inside Harry's mind didn't overflow this time. It crystallized. Cold, hard, and diamond clear. He folded the audit report, sealed it with his ring, and placed it inside the enchanted pouch he wore around his neck, a Gringotts security item that could only be opened by Potter blood. Then he went to breakfast and ate scrambled eggs and toast and smiled at Neville's joke about Professor Sprout's new batch of fanged geraniums, and nobody, not one single person in the Great Hall, had any idea that the boy at the Gryffindor table had just discovered proof that the most trusted man in Wizarding Britain had financially rewarded a traitor with his victim's own money. The Wizengamot session was 2 weeks away. Harry had work to do. Remus arrived at Hogwarts on a Saturday, ostensibly for an alumni visit that McGonagall had approved with mild surprise and no suspicion. He met Harry in the Room of Requirement, another of Harry's discoveries, found during a late-night exploration of the 7th floor when the castle had essentially shown it to him, which Harry interpreted as the building taking sides. "This is impossible," Remus said, looking around the room, which had configured itself as a comfortable study with a fireplace, 2 armchairs, and a table covered in documents. "A room that becomes whatever you need it to be. How long have you known about this?" 3 weeks. "The castle likes me." Harry sat down. "Remus, I need to tell you something, and you're going to want to do something violent." "I need you not to." Remus's face went carefully blank. "That's a concerning opening." Harry told him about the audit. All of it. The order fund, the discretionary payments, the ward maintenance. And the Pettigrew payment. Remus didn't speak for a full minute after Harry finished. His hands were gripping the arms of his chair hard enough to whiten the knuckles, and his eyes had gone amber, not brown, amber, the color of the wolf that lived inside him, rising to the surface in response to a rage that was beyond human parameters. 5,000 galleons, Remus said, and his voice was wrong. Too calm. Too level. Like the surface of a lake just before something enormous breaks through from below. Paid from my parents' vault. 3 days after they died. Services rendered. That's what the ledger says. Remus stood up. Walked to the fireplace. placed both hands on the mantelpiece and leaned forward, his body rigid, his breathing controlled with the deliberate care of someone who was very close to losing control of something much more dangerous than temper. He knew, Remus said. Dumbledore knew Peter was the traitor. He didn't just suspect, he knew, and he paid him, and then he let Sirius take the fall. I don't have proof of that, Harry said carefully. The payment could mean other things. Services rendered could be what, Harry? Remus turned. His eyes were still amber. What service does a dead man render 3 days after committing the worst betrayal in recent wizarding history? What possible explanation makes that payment innocent? Harry didn't have one. He'd been trying to construct one for 2 days, because the alternative was a truth so monstrous that even his cold, crystallized anger had trouble containing it. The Wizengamot session is November 15th, Harry said, steering the conversation to ground he could control. Malfoy's motion is designed to challenge my emancipation. If he succeeds, guardianship reverts to Dumbledore, and everything I've built gets dismantled. I need to win that session. Remus forced the amber from his eyes. It took visible effort. What's your strategy? I'm going to tell the truth. Most of it. The sealed will, the unauthorized withdrawals, the mail ward, the condition I was living in. I'm going to present the Gringotts evidence, not the Pettigrew payment, not yet, that's too dangerous, and I'm going to ask the Wizengamot a simple question: does this body believe a child should be returned to a guardian who failed him? And Dumbledore? I won't name him. Not directly. The evidence speaks for itself. The Chief Warlock sealed the will, the Chief Warlock authorized the guardianship, the Chief Warlock signed off on the withdrawals. Every member of the Wizengamot can do the arithmetic. I don't need to point the finger. I just need to hold up the numbers. Remus studied him. You're going to stand in front of the most powerful political body in Wizarding Britain, at age 11, and publicly challenge the authority of Albus Dumbledore without ever saying his name. Yes. Lily would be so proud she'd probably hex something. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Will you be there? I'll be in the gallery. If things go sideways, they won't. I've read the Wizengamot Charter 3 times. I know the procedures, the precedents, and the voting blocks. I've identified 14 members who are likely sympathetic, 9 who are Dumbledore's regardless, and 23 who'll go wherever the wind blows. The wind is going to blow my way. You've been planning this for weeks. I've been planning this since I signed the Emancipation Papers. Harry's voice was even, but his eyes burned. Malfoy just accelerated the timeline. Remus sat back down. He looked at Harry, really looked at him, past the composure and the strategy and the cold clarity, and saw what was underneath. The anger. The grief. The desperate, ferocious determination of a child who'd been failed by every institution and every adult who should have protected him, and who'd decided that if no one else was going to fight for him, he'd fight for himself. Your father, Remus said quietly, would have charged in with his wand blazing and his heart on his sleeve and probably gotten himself killed in the first 5 minutes. I know. Your mother would have done exactly what you're doing. Planned, prepared, and dismantled them with facts until there was nowhere left to hide. I know that too. And you're doing both. Remus's voice cracked, just slightly. You've got James's courage and Lily's mind and something else, something that's entirely yours. I don't know where you got it, Harry, but it terrifies me. Good, Harry said. If it terrifies you, it'll terrify them. The 2 weeks before the Wizengamot session were a masterclass in operating on multiple fronts. At Hogwarts, Harry maintained his cover. He attended classes, performed well without performing brilliantly, built his friendships, and continued his quiet surveillance of Quirrell and the 3rd-floor corridor. He spent evenings in the room of requirement, studying Wizengamot procedure with the obsessive focus of a lawyer preparing for the trial of the century, which, in a sense, it was. He also maintained his social network. Hermione was invaluable. She didn't know about the Wizengamot hearing, but her natural research instincts meant she'd already compiled a comprehensive overview of guardianship law, for extra credit, that Harry borrowed shamelessly. Neville provided moral support and, unexpectedly, political intelligence. His grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, held a Wisengamot seat, and Neville knew more about the internal politics of the chamber than he realized. Gran says Malfoy's been lobbying for weeks, Neville mentioned over lunch. Something about minor lords and guardianship. She thinks it's targeted at someone specific but she can't figure out who. Interesting, Harry said, in a tone designed to convey mild curiosity and nothing more. And then there was Daphne. Their encounters had been brief, controlled, and increasing in frequency. The library was neutral ground, neither Gryffindor territory nor Slytherin, a demilitarized zone of books and silence where the house rivalries that governed the rest of the school held less power. Harry studied there most evenings. Daphne, it turned out, did the same. They'd started with proximity, the same section, adjacent tables, books chosen from the same shelves. Then acknowledgement, nods, brief greetings, the minimal social courtesies of two people who recognized each other's presence without committing to interaction. Then conversation. It began, as their relationship would continue, with an argument. "You're reading Thurston's Principles of Magical Governance," Daphne said, appearing at his table one Thursday evening with the silent precision of a cat. "Third edition." "Yes. The third edition is outdated." Thurston revised his position on noble house voting rights in the fourth edition after the Grindelwald reforms. The third edition still reflects the pre-war consensus. Harry looked at her. She looked back, one eyebrow slightly raised, her expression communicating, "I know something you don't, and I'm telling you because I respect you enough to correct you, not because I enjoy it." Harry suspected she did, in fact, enjoy it. But that was fine. He enjoyed being challenged. "I'm reading the third edition deliberately," he said. "The pre-war consensus is what half the Wisengamot still operates under, regardless of Thurston's revision. If you want to predict how the old families will vote, you need to understand the framework they were educated in, not the one that replaced it." Daphne's eyebrow descended. Her expression shifted from corrective to recalculating. She pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down. "That's unusually sophisticated for someone who didn't know the magical world existed 4 months ago. I'm a fast learner." Clearly. She opened her own book, a dense text on contract law that no 11-year-old should have been reading. "You're preparing for something." It wasn't a question. "I'm always preparing for something." "For the Wisengamot session on November 15th. Harry's hand stilled on the page. He looked at her sharply. "How do you know about that?" "My father sits on the Wisengamot. Malfoy's motion has been circulating for weeks. It doesn't take a genius to connect minor lords to the only minor lord in Britain who recently emancipated himself." Her gaze was steady, assessing, not hostile. "My father hasn't decided how to vote yet. And you're here to find out which way I'm going to argue so you can advise him." "I'm here because I'm curious." The faintest crack in her composure, not vulnerability, but honesty. "The Greengrass family has been neutral for 3 generations. Neutral isn't the same as uninvolved, it means we watch, we assess, and we choose our moments. My father taught me that the most valuable commodity in politics isn't gold or power. It's information. Smart man. Practical man." Daphne closed her book. "I'm not going to spy for you, Potter. And I'm not going to spy on you. But if you're going to stand in front of the Wisengamot at age 11 and challenge Lucius Malfoy's motion, you should know something." "What?" "Malfoy doesn't expect to win. The motion is a probe, a way of forcing you to reveal your position, your allies, and your evidence in a public forum. He wants to see your hand so he can plan his next move." Harry considered this. It was smart. It was exactly what he would have done. "Then I'll show him a hand," he said. "Just not the one he's expecting." Daphne studied him. Whatever she saw seemed to satisfy something, because she opened her book again and returned to reading. They sat in companionable silence for 2 hours, and when she left, she said, "Good luck, Potter." "Harry." "Good luck, Harry." And then, over her shoulder, "Don't lose." He didn't plan to. November 15th dawned cold and grey, the kind of London morning that suggested the weather itself had opinions about what was about to happen, and none of them were optimistic. Harry dressed in his best robes, formal black with the Potter crest in silver, tailored to convey authority without ostentation, and touched his lordship ring to confirm the port key to the Ministry of Magic. He arrived in the atrium at 8:30, 90 minutes before the session. Ragnarok's legal counsel was already there, a goblin named Sharpclaw who wore a suit instead of armor and carried a briefcase that probably contained enough evidence to destabilize several prominent families. Beside him stood a human barrister, a woman named Helena Marsh who specialized in noble house law and who had been retained at considerable expense to serve as Harry's advocate. Lord Potter. Marsh was crisp, professional, and clearly trying very hard not to react to the fact that her client was 11. "We should review your testimony one final time." They commandeered a meeting room on the ministry's legal floor. Marsh walked Harry through the procedure, the order of speaking, the rules of address, the specific Wisengamot protocols that govern challenges to guardianship. Sharpclaw laid out the documentary evidence in chronological order, each piece sealed with Gringotts verification charms that made them legally unimpeachable. "Remember," Marsh said, "you speak as Lord Potter, not as Harry. The Wisengamot responds to the authority of the seat, not the age of the person in it. Make eye contact. Keep your voice steady. And do not, under any circumstances, let Malfoy draw you into an emotional response. He'll try. He's very good at it." "I know," Harry said. "I've been practicing." At 10 o'clock, Harry walked into the Wisengamot chamber and took his seat. The chamber was a tiered amphitheater carved from dark stone, lit by floating braziers that cast everything in amber light. Seats rose in concentric circles around a central floor, each one assigned to a noble or ancient house. The Potter seat was in the second tier, prominent without being ostentatious, which Harry thought suited the family's historical approach to power. He sat down. The ring on his finger flared once, the seat recognizing its lord, and settled. Around him, the chamber filled. Wizards and witches in formal robes, their faces masks of practiced neutrality, their eyes sharp and assessing. Many of them looked at Harry. Most of them looked twice. An 11-year-old in the Potter seat. The whispers were immediate and intense. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE and holder of the Bones seat, caught his eye from across the chamber. Her expression was carefully neutral, but she inclined her head, the slightest possible acknowledgement. Harry returned it. Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother, was 3 seats to his left. She looked at him with undisguised assessment and, after a long moment, gave a nod that was marginally warmer than Bones's. The Longbottoms remembered their friends. Lucius Malfoy entered like a man who owned the room and was generously allowing others to use it. His robes were impeccable. His cane, silver-headed, serpent-shaped, clicked against the stone floor with each step. He took the Malfoy seat in the first tier and surveyed the chamber with the languid confidence of a predator at the top of the food chain. His eyes found Harry. Something flickered in them, surprise, quickly masked. He hadn't expected Harry to be here in person. He'd expected the boy to send a proxy, or an advocate, or to not show up at all. Harry met his gaze and smiled. It was not a friendly smile. Dumbledore arrived last, as befit the chief warlock. He took his elevated seat at the head of the chamber, his expression benevolent, his eyes sweeping the assembled members with the practiced warmth of a man who'd been running this body for decades. When his gaze reached Harry, it lingered. The twinkle flickered. Not extinguished, but dimmed. Uncertain. "The Wisengamot is called to order," Dumbledore said. His voice carried effortlessly through the chamber, amplified by charms built into the stone. Today's agenda includes 3 motions. The first, submitted by Lord Malfoy, concerns the guardianship status of minor lords. Lord Malfoy, you have the floor. Lucius rose with the fluid grace of a man who'd been performing for these chambers since before Harry was born. His voice was silk and steel, smooth, reasonable, and carrying an undercurrent of absolute certainty. Honored members. The motion before you addresses a matter of fundamental importance, the welfare of our youngest lords and ladies. In recent months, it has come to my attention that the ancient right of emancipation, a noble tradition designed to protect orphaned heirs in times of war, has been invoked under circumstances that warrant scrutiny. He didn't name Harry. He didn't need to. Every eye in the chamber shifted to the Potter seat. The right of emancipation, Lucius continued, was never intended to be exercised by children. It was a wartime measure, designed for exceptional circumstances, implemented with the expectation that mature judgment would guide its use. I submit to this body that a child, any child, who claims emancipation without the guidance of a qualified adult mentor is at risk of exploitation, manipulation, and harm. The chamber murmured. Several members nodded. I therefore propose that the Wisingamot establish a review board to examine all active emancipations of minor lords, to ensure that proper safeguards are in place, and, if necessary, to restore appropriate guardianship pending the minor's majority. He sat down. The murmur intensified. Dumbledore's expression hadn't changed. Lord Malfoy's motion is before the chamber. Is there a response? Harry stood. The murmur died. 200 pairs of eyes locked onto him. An 11-year-old boy in formal robes, standing in a seat that had held warriors and lawmakers and kings, his face calm and his voice, when he spoke, carrying with the clear precision of someone who'd practiced this moment until it was perfect. Chief Warlock. Honored members. I am Lord Harry James Potter, head of the ancient and most noble house of Potter. I exercise my right to respond to Lord Malfoy's motion, as it directly concerns my person and my house. The chamber went absolutely silent. Lord Malfoy raises a valid concern. Harry let that land. Across the chamber, Lucius's expression flickered. He hadn't expected agreement. The welfare of minor lords is indeed a matter of importance. No child should be vulnerable to exploitation or harm. On that principle, Lord Malfoy and I are in complete accord. Pause. Breath. Let them settle. However, I respectfully submit that Lord Malfoy's motion addresses the wrong problem. The risk to minor lords does not come from emancipation. It comes from guardianship. The murmur that swept the chamber was different now. Sharper. Attentive. I emancipated myself 4 months ago, at age 10, through Gringotts Bank, under Goblin law and in full compliance with the Wizarding Emancipation Act of 1423. I did so because my magical guardian, assigned without my knowledge or consent, had taken actions that directly harmed my welfare, my inheritance, and my family's expressed wishes. Harry reached into his robe and withdrew the first document, the Potter will, sealed with the Gringotts authentication charm. This is the last will and testament of James and Lily Potter. It was filed with both Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic on September 3, 1981. It specifies, in explicit detail, where I was to be placed in the event of my parents' death. 6 guardians are named. My mother's sister, Petunia Dursley, is not among them. In fact, the will contains a specific clause prohibiting my placement with the Dursley family. He held the document up. The authentication charm glowed gold, Gringotts verified, unforged, undeniable. This will was sealed 3 days after my parents' death. Sealed, not executed. Its contents were never read. Its provisions were never followed. Instead, I was placed with the Dursleys, the one household my parents specifically excluded, by my magical guardian, who sealed the will under his authority as Chief Warlock. The silence was nuclear. Not a breath. Not a rustle. 200 people staring at Harry and then, in slow, dawning realization, turning to look at the Chief Warlock's chair. Dumbledore's expression hadn't changed. The twinkle was still there. But Harry, who'd spent months learning to read that face, could see the calculations running behind those blue eyes. The old man was adjusting. Adapting. But he hadn't expected this. Not here. Not now. Not from a boy he'd last seen smiling and nodding in his office over lemon drops. Harry continued. His voice never wavered. Under my guardian's authority, approximately 31,000 galleons were withdrawn from my family's trust vault over a period of 10 years. The stated purposes, ward maintenance, guardian stipend, educational preparation, are documented. The actual destinations of those funds have been traced by Gringotts forensic accounting. Second document. The audit summary, sanitized, with the Pettigrew payment removed, but devastating nonetheless. 12,000 galleons to a private fund controlled by my guardian. 8,000 to a discretionary fund, also controlled by my guardian. 6,000 to maintain wards around the residence where I was placed against my parents' wishes. Not one canute of this money reached me. Not one canute was spent on my care, my education, or my well-being. He let the numbers hang in the air. Numbers were stubborn things. They didn't bend to rhetoric or charm. They just sat there, ugly and undeniable, and dared you to explain them away. Additionally, 412 pieces of mail, birthday cards, letters, offers of guardianship, expressions of concern, were intercepted by a mail ward keyed to my guardian's magical signature. Responses were forged in my aunt's name, assuring correspondents that I was happy and well cared for. Third document. The mail ward analysis, prepared by Gringotts cursebreakers. I was not happy. I was not well cared for. I slept in a cupboard under the stairs. I wore my cousin's discarded clothing. I was used as unpaid labor. And every person who tried to check on me, who tried to reach me, who tried to exercise the duty of care that my parents will bestowed upon them, was turned away by a forgery. Harry looked at the chamber. Not at Dumbledore. Not at Malfoy. At the members, the ordinary, undecided, wind-following members who would determine the vote. Lord Malfoy asks this body to review my emancipation. I welcome that review. I have nothing to hide. Every document I've presented is Gringotts verified and available for inspection. But I ask this body to consider, if a child's legal guardian sealed the will that would have protected him, profited from his inheritance while he lived in neglect, and intercepted every attempt by outside parties to verify his welfare, does this body believe that child should be returned to that guardian's control? He sat down. The chamber erupted. Not with applause, the Wisengamot was too formal for that, but with voices. Dozens of them, all at once, the careful neutrality of the chamber shattering into arguments and exclamations and demands. Amelia Bones was on her feet, calling for order. Augusta Longbottom's expression could have stripped paint. Several members were pointing at Dumbledore's chair. Others were pointing at Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy sat in his seat with the expression of a man who'd expected a game of chess and found himself in the middle of a hurricane. His motion, his careful, calculated probe, had been turned inside out. He'd wanted to expose Harry's position. Instead, Harry had exposed something much larger, and the fallout was landing on everyone in the room. Dumbledore raised his hand. The chamber, responding to decades of conditioned respect, gradually quieted. Lord Potter, Dumbledore said, and his voice was steady, measured, and carrying an undercurrent of something that might have been admiration or might have been concern. Your testimony is powerful. And the evidence you've presented warrants serious examination. I'm glad you agree, Chief Warlock, Harry said evenly. Their eyes met. In that moment, the masks dropped, not fully, not visibly, but between them, in the space where intention lived, two people saw each other clearly. The old man who'd built a world around his certainties, and the boy who'd torn through them with nothing but the truth. I propose, Dumbledore said, that Lord Malfoy's motion be tabled pending a full review of the evidence Lord Potter has presented. The Gringotts Oversight Committee will examine the documents, and a special session will be convened if warranted. It was a masterful recovery. Tabling the motion gave Dumbledore control of the timeline, the review process, and the narrative. It appeared reasonable, fair, even. It gave him time to prepare a defense, rally his allies, and shape the story before it became public. Harry had anticipated this. With respect, Chief Warlock, Harry said, standing again, I must note a potential conflict of interest. The evidence I've presented concerns actions taken under the authority of the Chief Warlock's office. I respectfully request that the review be conducted by an independent party, specifically, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, under the authority of Director Bones. Amelia Bones, who had been watching the proceedings with the focused intensity of a hawk, stood. I am prepared to accept that responsibility, should the Gringotts agree. The vote wasn't even close. The motion to table was amended to include independent review. 37 in favor, 9 against, the rest abstaining. Dumbledore's allies voted to table, the independents voted for Bones's review, and the old families, who could smell blood in the political water, voted to watch. Malfoy's original motion, the guardianship review, was defeated without ever coming to a formal vote. Nobody was willing to touch it after Harry's testimony. The political cost was too high. Harry left the chamber with his head up and his ring glowing. In the corridor outside, Helena Marsh was trying very hard to maintain professional composure and failing. Lord Potter, in 20 years of Gringotts advocacy, I have never seen a first appearance that effective. You had them from the opening sentence. The evidence did the work, Harry said. I just presented it. Don't be modest. Evidence doesn't present itself with that kind of emotional precision. She shook his hand. You have a gift for this. Sharpclaw, the Goblin Council, was less effusive but equally satisfied. Director Ragnarok will be pleased. The Malfoy motion is dead, your emancipation is secure, and Dumbledore has been put on notice without being directly accused. Textbook. Harry nodded. Tell Ragnarok I appreciate the support. And tell him the Pettigrew file stays sealed. For now. Understood. Harry was halfway to the floor when a voice stopped him. Potter. He turned. Lucius Malfoy stood in the corridor, his cane in one hand, his expression a complex mixture of fury and something that looked, against all probability, like grudging respect. That was well done, Lucius said. His voice was quiet, private, for Harry's ears only. I underestimated you. Most people do. I won't make that mistake again. Lucius's gray eyes were cold, sharp, and entirely focused. You've made an enemy today, Potter. I want you to understand that. I had an enemy before I walked in, Harry said. You filed a motion designed to strip my legal rights. I responded. If you consider that an act of hostility, Mr. Malfoy, I'd suggest recalibrating your expectations for future engagements. Lucius's grip tightened on his cane. You're a child playing an adult's game. I'm a lord defending his house. The game started when someone decided to play with my life. I'm just choosing to play back. They stood in the corridor, two players separated by 30 years and a chasm of experience, and the air between them hummed with the particular tension of people who've recognized each other as genuine threats. This isn't over, Lucius said. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. Lucius turned and walked away. His cane clicked against the stone. His back was straight, his shoulders rigid, and Harry knew, with the certainty that came from reading people as a survival skill, that Lucius Malfoy was already planning his next move. Good. Let him plan. Harry would be ready. He returned to Hogwarts in time for dinner. Nobody questioned his absence. He'd arranged a cover story through McGonagall involving a family estate matter that the deputy headmistress had approved without hesitation, possibly because she'd received a very formal letter from Gringotts' legal counsel that left no room for refusal. At the Gryffindor table, Neville looked at him with barely concealed curiosity. Hermione was too absorbed in a charms textbook to notice anything unusual. Ron was eating. Harry ate. He smiled. He participated in conversation about Quidditch and homework and the latest prank the Weasley twins had pulled on Filch. And inside the quiet place, he turned over the pieces of the puzzle and began to see the shape of the next move. That evening, Draco Malfoy was waiting for him in the second-floor corridor. Not flanked by Crabbe and Goyle this time. Alone. His pointed face was flushed, his eyes bright with a fury that was young and raw and hadn't yet learned to hide itself behind his father's silk. "You humiliated my father." Harry stopped walking. He studied Draco, the anger, the hurt pride, the desperate need to do something about both, and felt a complicated pang of something that wasn't quite sympathy but wasn't entirely unrelated. "Your father filed a motion designed to strip my legal rights," Harry said. "I defended myself." "That's not humiliation, Malfoy. That's politics. He was trying to help you." Draco's voice cracked on the lie. They both knew it was a lie. "The Malfoy family has always supported, your father was trying to control me. There's a difference." Harry's voice was firm but not cruel. "I don't want to fight with you, Malfoy. What happened in the Wizengamot was between your father and me. It doesn't have to be between us. Everything my father does is between us. Then I'm sorry for that." Harry meant it. "But I won't apologize for defending my house." Draco's wand was in his hand before Harry finished the sentence. The draw was fast, faster than Harry had expected from a boy who'd spent his life relying on his name instead of his skill. "Then defend it," Draco snarled. Harry didn't draw his wand. He looked at Draco's wand, hawthorn, 10 inches, pointing at his chest, and then at Draco's eyes, which were burning with the particular fire of someone who'd been told his whole life that he was special and was just now discovering that the world disagreed. "If you throw that hex," Harry said quietly, "one of two things happens. Either it hits me, and you get detention and a letter home that your father is too angry to deal with right now. Or it misses, and I respond, and tomorrow the whole school knows that Draco Malfoy picked a fight with Harry Potter and lost." Draco's hand trembled. "Neither outcome helps you. Neither outcome hurts me. So put the wand away, Malfoy. This isn't the fight you want." 3 seconds. 5. 10. Draco's arm lowered. Not because Harry had intimidated him, the boy was too proud for that, but because Harry had been right, and Draco was smart enough to know it even through the haze of anger. "This isn't over," Draco said, echoing his father with unconscious precision. "No," Harry said, for the second time that day. "It isn't." Draco turned and stalked away into the darkness of the corridor. Harry watched him go and thought about fathers and sons and the chains that bound them. He'd made an enemy of Lucius. He might, eventually, make something else of Draco. The boy had spine. He had pride. He had, buried under layers of privilege and prejudice, a mind that was capable of genuine thought, if someone challenged him to use it. But that was a project for another day. Tonight, Harry had other things to think about. He climbed to the astronomy tower. The night was clear, the kind of November evening where the cold sharpened everything, the stars, the air, the distant silhouette of the forbidden forest. Harry leaned against the parapet and breathed and let himself feel the full weight of what he'd done today. He'd stood in front of the Wizengamot. He'd challenged Dumbledore's authority in public. He'd made political enemies and political allies. He was 11 years old, and he'd just changed the trajectory of wizarding politics in a single afternoon. It was terrifying. "You're going to catch cold." Harry turned. Daphne Greengrass stood at the top of the stairs, her robes pulled tight against the chill, her expression unreadable in the starlight. "What are you doing up here?" Harry asked. "Same thing you are, probably. Thinking." She crossed to the parapet and stood beside him, looking out at the grounds. "My father sent an owl after the session. He voted to table with the Bones amendment. I know. He said you were impressive. I had good evidence. You had excellent evidence. But evidence doesn't win Wisengamot sessions, presentation does. She looked at him sideways. You presented like a lord 3 times your age. People are talking. Let them talk. They will. The Daily Prophet will have the story by morning. Lucius Malfoy publicly challenged The Boy Who Live's emancipation, and The Boy Who Lived responded by airing the dirtiest laundry in wizarding politics since the Death Eater trials. Daphne paused. You've painted a target on yourself. The target was already there. I just decided to stand in front of it instead of hiding behind it. Daphne was quiet for a moment. The wind moved through her hair, and in the starlight, with her careful composure softened by cold and darkness, she looked less like a politician's daughter and more like what she actually was, an 11-year-old girl carrying a weight that no child should have to carry. My sister is sick, she said. Harry turned. Daphne's gaze was fixed on the horizon, her jaw tight. Astoria. She's 9. There's a blood curse, it's been in the Greengrass family for generations, dormant for centuries, but it activated in her. The healers say she'll live, but her magic will be compromised. She'll never be strong. Harry waited. This wasn't a bid for sympathy. Daphne Greengrass didn't do bids for sympathy. This was something else. My parents have spent years looking for a cure. Every healer in Europe. Every expert in blood magic. Nothing works. The curse is too deeply embedded, it's part of her magical signature now, woven into her core like wire around a growing tree, Harry said quietly. Daphne looked at him sharply. Yes. How did you? I had something similar. A magical binding, placed on my core when I was a baby. Gringotts removed it. The silence that followed was charged with something Harry couldn't quite name. Hope, maybe. Or the desperate restraint of someone who'd learned not to hope because hope, when it fails, is the cruelest thing in the world. A goblin cursebreaker named Blood Fong did the ritual, Harry said. She's the best at what she does. I can't promise she can help Astoria, blood curses are different from bindings, and I don't know enough about your family's specific condition. But I can introduce your father to Blood Fong. I can open that door. Daphne's composure broke. Not dramatically. Not with tears or trembling or any of the visible signs of emotional overflow. It broke like a hairline fracture in glass, silent, nearly invisible, but structurally significant. Her breath caught. Her hands tightened on the parapet. Her eyes, when they found his, were raw. Why? She asked. We're not allies. We're not even friends. My family is neutral, we haven't committed to supporting you. Why would you help us? Because your sister is sick and I might know someone who can help. Harry shrugged. That's not politics, Daphne. That's decency. She stared at him. He let her look, let her search for the angle, the manipulation, the hidden cost that her training told her must be there. He waited while she failed to find it. My father will want to talk to you, she said finally. I'll write to him tomorrow. He'll want to know if there are strings attached. Tell him there aren't. He won't believe that. He'll believe it when Blood Fong examines Astoria and Gringotts sends the bill to the Potter Vault. Daphne's eyes widened. You'd pay for the treatment? If there is a treatment, yes. Harry. She stopped. Started again. Her voice, when it came, was stripped of everything, the composure, the politics, the carefully maintained ice, and what was left was a girl who loved her sister. Thank you. Harry nodded. You should get inside. Filch does his rounds at 11. She didn't move for a moment. She looked at him in the starlight, and Harry saw something shift in her expression, a door opening, just a crack, onto something that hadn't been there before. Not gratitude, though that was present. Not calculation, though that was present too. Something warmer. Something more dangerous. You're not what I expected, Daphne said. Nobody is. She almost smiled. Then she turned and walked to the stairs, her footsteps quiet on the stone. At the top of the staircase, she paused. My father voted for the Bones Amendment because of you, she said. The next time you need a vote, he'll remember this conversation. I'm not doing this for votes. I know. That's why he'll remember. She disappeared down the stairs. Harry stood on the astronomy tower and watched the stars and thought about blood curses and blood wards and the blood that connected people in ways that magic couldn't explain. He thought about Astoria Greengrass, 9 years old and carrying a curse she didn't deserve. He thought about himself, 10 years old and carrying a scar he didn't deserve. He thought about all the children in the world who suffered because adults made decisions about their lives without asking. He touched the ring on his finger. The Potter crest pulsed with warmth, with old magic, with the accumulated weight of a family that had always, according to the portraits, the journals, the will, tried to do the right thing. Be brave, but not reckless. Be kind, but not weak. He wasn't just fighting for himself anymore. The realization settled into him like a stone dropping into deep water, and the ripples changed the shape of everything. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Neville was waiting. How did it go? Neville asked quietly. They were alone, the fire had burned low and everyone else was in bed. Harry sat down in the armchair beside him. I stood in front of the Wizengamot and told them the truth about what was done to me. Malfoy's motion is dead. Dumbledore's been put on notice. And I made a promise to someone that I intend to keep. Neville absorbed this with the quiet gravity that was becoming his signature trait. Not the timid gravity of the boy who'd shown up at Madame Malkin's 2 months ago, a steadier, firmer thing, grown in the soil of Harry's belief in him. You're not alone in this, Neville said. You know that, right? Whatever comes next, the politics, the Wizengamot, the whatever's behind the third-floor corridor, you've got people. I know. Do you actually know, or are you just saying that because it's what I want to hear? Harry looked at his friend. At the round face that was losing its baby softness, the eyes that were clearer and brighter than they'd been in September, the posture that was straightening day by day as the boy inside grew into the space that had always been waiting for him. I actually know, Harry said, and meant it. Neville nodded. Good. Then get some sleep. You look terrible. Thanks, Neville. That's what friends are for. Harry went to bed. He slept deeply, dreamlessly, and woke the next morning to find the Daily Prophet's headline screaming from the breakfast table, Boy WHO Live challenges Wizengamot, Lord Potter, 11, reveals guardianship scandal beneath it, a photograph of Harry standing in the Wizengamot chamber, his face calm, his voice carrying the truth that no amount of political maneuvering could silence. The game had changed. And Harry Potter was just getting started. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Mirror and the Flame. December came to Hogwarts like a siege. Snow buried the grounds in white, ice crusted the lake into a sheet of grey glass, and the castle pulled its warmth inward, the fires in every common room burning higher and brighter as if the building itself was huddling against the cold. Students wrapped in scarves and extra jumpers moved through corridors that echoed with the particular hollow sound of a school slowly emptying for the holidays. Harry wasn't going anywhere. He'd considered it. Potter Manor was warm, comfortable, and staffed by an elf who would have wept with joy at his return. But Hogwarts at Christmas was an opportunity, fewer students, fewer eyes, fewer variables. The castle revealed itself differently when it was quiet, and Harry had things to find. Neville was staying too. His grandmother had written a letter that was, in Neville's words, mostly about how I'm not living up to expectations, which meant Augusta Longbottom was using guilt as a motivational tool with the efficiency of a professional. Neville had responded by choosing to stay at school, which was either an act of defiance or self-preservation, depending on how you looked at it. Hermione had gone home to her parents, reluctantly, and with 3 trunks of extra books she'd checked out of the library. She'd hugged both Harry and Neville at the train platform, which had surprised all 3 of them, and had made Harry promise to write if anything interesting happened. Harry suspected interesting was going to be an understatement. And then there was Daphne. "My parents are visiting Astoria's healers in Vienna," she said, when Harry asked why she wasn't going home. They were in the library, their library, as Harry had started thinking of it, the back corner near the restricted section where the tables were old and the light was good and nobody bothered them. "They'll be there for 2 weeks. There's no point in going home to an empty house. They could have taken you with them. They could have." Something flickered behind her eyes, not hurt, exactly, but the shadow of it. "My parents love me. They also prioritize Astoria. That's not a complaint, it's a fact. When your sister is dying, triage is a reasonable response." "Dying?" Harry's voice sharpened. "I thought you said the healers said she'd live." "She'll live with reduced magic and chronic pain and a life expectancy of about 40 years. In the wizarding world, where the average lifespan is 150, that's a slow death." Daphne's voice was controlled, clinical, the way it got when she was discussing something that would break her if she let it. "The Gringotts appointment is scheduled for January. Blood Fong is reviewing the curse analysis your goblins sent over. She says it's complex but not impossible. Blood Fong doesn't use the word impossible. She uses the word expensive." The ghost of a smile. "My father appreciated that. He said it was the most honest thing a magical being had ever told him." They sat in the silence that had become their shared language, the silence of 2 people who understood that some things didn't need words, that presence was its own form of communication. Harry read. Daphne read. Occasionally one of them would share a passage or raise a point, and the ensuing debate would be fierce and precise and utterly absorbing, and then they'd return to their separate books and their separate silences, and the library would settle around them like a held breath. Harry was aware that something was developing between them. Not romance. They were 11, and whatever the storybook said, 11-year-olds didn't fall in love. But connection, yes. The kind of connection that happened when 2 people saw each other clearly, without illusion or agenda, and chose to stay anyway. Trust, building slowly, stone by stone, tested and reinforced with every conversation. He'd never had that before. The closest analog was Neville, but his friendship with Neville was different, warmer, easier, built on shared vulnerability and mutual encouragement. What he had with Daphne was sharper. More demanding. She challenged him in ways that made him better, and he suspected he did the same for her, though she'd sooner eat her own wand than admit it. For days before Christmas, she said something that caught him off guard. "You're afraid of Dumbledore." They were in the library. Late evening. Snow falling past the windows in thick, silent curtains. Harry looked up from a text on ward theory. "I'm cautious about Dumbledore." That's what afraid people say when they don't want to admit they're afraid. Harry set the book down. "Fine. Yes. I'm afraid of him. Not physically, I don't think he'd hurt me directly. I'm afraid of how good he is at making you believe he's right. I sat in his office and listened to him explain why everything he did was necessary, and for about 30 seconds, I almost agreed with him. That's terrifying." Daphne studied him. "Most people would be afraid of his power. His power is a wand and some impressive magic. His real weapon is his certainty. He's spent 100 years believing he knows best, and he's been right often enough that the belief is reinforced. Fighting someone who's wrong is easy. Fighting someone who's usually right and just happens to be catastrophically wrong about you specifically, that's hard. What makes you sure he's wrong about you?" It was a genuine question. Not a challenge, not a test. Daphne Greengrass, for all her ice and composure, was asking because she wanted to know. Harry thought about it. Really thought about it, the way he only did when the question deserved his full attention. "Because his plan requires me to be a weapon," Harry said. Not a person. A weapon that can be aimed and fired and discarded when it's served its purpose. I've read enough to understand the shape of it, the prophecy, the protection, the preparation. He's building towards something, and at the end of it, I'm supposed to be the instrument that finishes Voldemort. And you won't be. I'll finish Voldemort if that's what it takes. But I'll do it on my terms, with my choices, for my reasons. Not because an old man spent 20 years engineering me into the right shape. Harry's jaw tightened. The difference between a tool and a person is consent. He never asked. He decided. Daphne was quiet for a long time after that. When she spoke, her voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. My father decided about Astoria too. Not the curse, that was blood and fate and bad luck. But the response. The endless healers, the experimental treatments, the years of hope and failure. He decided that saving Astoria was the family's priority, and everything else, including me, was secondary. She paused. I understand what it feels like to be someone's collateral damage in a war they're fighting for a good reason. I'm sorry, Harry said. Don't be. It made me who I am. She looked at him directly. You know the worst part? I can't even be angry about it. Because if it were Astoria making the choices and me who was sick, I'd want her to do exactly the same thing. Harry understood that. He understood it in his bones, in the deep place where empathy lived alongside anger, where you could love someone and resent them simultaneously and know that both feelings were valid. We're a pair, he said. We're 11, Daphne replied. We shouldn't have to be a pair of anything. And yet. She almost smiled. It was the closest she'd come to warmth since he'd known her, and it cracked something open in his chest that he hadn't realized was sealed. They went back to their books. But something had shifted between them, a wall reduced by one stone, a distance closed by one step. Small. Significant. The kind of change that only mattered if you were paying attention. Harry was paying attention. Christmas morning. Harry woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed, which was a novel experience for someone who'd spent 10 Christmases receiving nothing or, on one memorable occasion, a wire coat hanger from Vernon. He stared at the packages for a full minute before his brain accepted that they were real and intended for him. Hagrid had sent a hand-carved wooden flute that played a haunting, slightly off-key melody when you blew into it. Mrs. Weasley, Ron's mother, who Harry had never met, had sent a hand-knitted jumper in emerald green with an H on the front and a box of homemade fudge. Harry stared at the jumper for a long time, trying to reconcile the genuine warmth of the gesture with his suspicion about the Weasleys' connection to Dumbledore, and eventually concluded that Molly Weasley probably knitted jumpers for everyone and that not everything had to be a conspiracy. Hermione had sent a book, Hogwarts, a history, annotated edition, with a note that said, "You probably already have this, but this version has better footnotes." She was right on both counts. Neville had given him a small potted plant, a rare magical herb called Mimbulus Mimbletonia that was apparently very difficult to grow and very valuable, and Harry recognized the gift for what it was, Neville sharing his passion with someone he trusted. Remus had sent a photograph album. Harry opened it and the breath went out of him. Pages and pages of his parents. James and Lily at Hogwarts, young, laughing, impossibly alive. James on a broomstick, Lily in the library, both of them at what appeared to be a dance, James looking like he'd won the lottery and Lily looking like she was tolerating him with maximum affection and minimum patience. Group photos, the Marauders together, for young men who looked like they owned the world, and Harry searched their faces and tried to find the traitor and couldn't, because Peter Pettigrew in these photos was just a boy, round-faced and eager, and whatever darkness was inside him hadn't yet reached the surface. There was a note tucked inside the front cover. Harry, these are the ones I kept. There are more. James documented everything, and I mean everything. The man was incapable of experiencing a moment without preserving it, but these are the ones that mattered most to me. I hope they matter to you too. Happy Christmas. Moony Harry sat on his bed with the album in his lap and looked at his parents' faces and felt the familiar ache of loving people he'd never known. It didn't get easier. He was beginning to suspect it never would. But it was changing, evolving from a raw wound into something harder, more durable. A foundation instead of a fracture. The last package was different. It had no card, no tag, no indication of who'd sent it. It was wrapped in silver paper, lighter than air, and when Harry opened it, the fabric inside seemed to flow between his fingers like liquid moonlight. He knew what it was before he unfolded it. He'd read about it in the Potter family records, heard it described in the Peveril section of the Ancestral Vaults catalog, and found references to it in 3 different books on legendary magical artifacts. The Cloak of Invisibility. One of the 3 Deathly Hallows. A slip of parchment fluttered from its folds. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. The handwriting was elegant, controlled, and familiar. Harry had seen it on his Hogwarts acceptance letter, on the Wisengamot announcements, on the sealed order that had locked away his parents' will. Dumbledore. Harry held the cloak and felt its magic, ancient, deep, layered with centuries of Potter blood and Peveril enchantment. It was his. It had always been his. And Dumbledore had kept it for 10 years, just as he'd kept everything else, Harry's inheritance, Harry's family, Harry's freedom, returning each piece only when it served his purposes. The question was, why now? Why return the cloak on Christmas morning, anonymously, with a cryptic note? What did Dumbledore want Harry to do with it? The answer was obvious. The cloak was bait. Dumbledore wanted Harry to explore. To sneak out after curfew, to feel the thrill of invisibility, to discover things that the old man had carefully positioned for discovery. The 3rd-floor corridor. The Mirror of Erist. Harry had read about it in one of the Potter library texts and suspected it was somewhere in the castle. Whatever Dumbledore's curriculum for Harry's first year was, the cloak was a key piece of it. Harry's first instinct was to refuse the bait. To keep the cloak locked in his trunk and deny Dumbledore the satisfaction of watching his puppet dance. His second instinct, the one that lived in the part of him that was Lily's son as much as James's, was to take the bait and change the game. He'd use the cloak. But not the way Dumbledore expected. He wrote 2 letters before breakfast. The first was to Dumbledore. Headmaster, Lord Potter acknowledges receipt of the family heirloom illegally held by Dumbledore for 9 years. The Cloak of Invisibility is a Potter family artifact of considerable historical and magical significance, and its unauthorized retention is noted. Lord Potter expects a full accounting of all Potter artifacts currently in the headmaster's possession, to be delivered to Gringotts within 30 days. Respectfully, Lord Harry James Potter Head, Ancient and Most Noble House of Potter II was to Ragnarok. Director, Dumbledore returned the Cloak of Invisibility this morning. He's making moves. The cloak is a manipulation tool, not a gesture of goodwill. Please have your researchers compile everything Gringotts has on the Deathly Hallows. I believe Dumbledore's interest in my family goes beyond the prophecy. Also, I found a reference in the Potter Vault catalog to an item withdrawn from the Gringotts Vault. The catalog entry is partially redacted. Can your records fill in the gaps? Happy Christmas. Harry he sealed both letters, gave them to Hedwig with instructions for the delivery order, Gringotts first, Dumbledore second, so that Ragnarok would have the context before Dumbledore received the shot across his bow, and went to breakfast. Christmas breakfast in the Great Hall was a small, intimate affair. Only a handful of students had stayed, Harry, Neville, Daphne, the Weasley twins and Ron, a few Ravenclaws, and a Hufflepuff who looked like she'd stayed specifically to avoid her family. The staff table was similarly sparse, McGonagall, Snape, who apparently celebrated Christmas by glowering at reduced capacity, Flitwick, and Dumbledore. The headmaster was wearing robes of deep crimson with golden trim and a paper crown from a wizard cracker. He looked, Harry thought, like a very dangerous Father Christmas. Their eyes met across the hall. Dumbledore's twinkle was in full force. bright, warm, inviting. The look of a grandfather who was pleased to see his favorite grandchild. Harry's letter would reach him in approximately 4 hours. He smiled back and pulled a wizard cracker with Neville. The four of them, Harry, Neville, Daphne, and an unexpected addition, spent Christmas Day together in the room of requirement, which had configured itself into something between a common room and a den, with a fireplace, comfortable furniture, and a table loaded with food that Mipsy had sent by House Elf Express delivery. The unexpected addition was Fred and George Weasley. They'd appeared at Harry's elbow after breakfast, flanking him with the synchronized precision of practiced ambush predators. "Oi, Potter, heard you did something spectacular, at the Wisingamot. Our brother Percy won't shut up about it, says you were brilliant, which means you were probably terrifying. Fancy showing us that room." Harry had hesitated. The twins were Weasleys, which meant they were in Dumbledore's orbit. But they were also, by every indication, genuinely independent, troublemakers by conviction, loyal to family but not to authority, and possessed of a streak of anarchic intelligence that didn't align neatly with anyone's agenda. "How do you know about the room?" Harry asked. The twins exchanged a look that communicated an entire conversation in half a second. "We have a map," Fred said. "A very special map," George added. "Nicked it from Filch's office in our first year. Shows every person in the castle. Every room. Every secret passage." Harry's blood went cold, then hot. The Marauder's map. The twins stared at him. For the first time in Harry's experience, both of them were simultaneously speechless. "How do you know what it's called?" George asked. "My father made it. Him and his friends, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs." Harry looked at the twins steadily. "Prongs was James Potter. The map is mine." The silence lasted 3 seconds. Then Fred reached into his robe, pulled out a piece of folded parchment, and held it out. "Well then," he said. "Happy Christmas." Harry took the Marauder's map. It hummed against his fingers, the same warm recognition as the lordship ring, the same sense of coming home. His father's magic, preserved in parchment and ink, alive and waiting. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he murmured. The map bloomed. Lines of ink spread across the parchment like roots, forming corridors and rooms and passages, and among them, tiny labeled dots moved with the unhurried pace of people going about their Christmas. Harry scanned the castle, familiarizing himself with the layout, noting the secret passages he hadn't discovered yet, cataloging the staff locations. And then he saw it. In the first-floor girls' bathroom, the one where the troll had attacked on Halloween, a dot was pacing. Back and forth. Back and forth. The name beside it made Harry's world tilt on its axis. Peter Pettigrew. Harry stared at the name. He read it again. And again. And a fourth time, because the implications were so vast that his mind kept trying to reject them. Peter Pettigrew was dead. He'd been dead for 10 years. Killed by Sirius Black in a London street, nothing left but a finger. Peter Pettigrew was in Hogwarts. Harry's mind raced. The pieces clicked together with the sickening precision of a trap closing. Pettigrew was an animagus. Remus had told him that, had told him about the Marauder's transformation project, about Peter's rat form. A rat. Missing a toe. Living far longer than any normal rat should. Ron's rat. Scabbers. The fat, gray, mangy rat that had watched Harry with eyes that held something rats' eyes shouldn't hold. Peter Pettigrew had been sitting on Ron Weasley's lap since September. He'd been in the Gryffindor dormitory. He'd been watching Harry sleep. The horror of it hit him like a physical blow. He must have made a sound, or his expression must have changed, because suddenly Neville was at his side, and Fred and George were leaning in, and even Daphne had risen from her chair. "Harry? What's wrong?" Harry closed the map. His hands were shaking, the first time they'd shaken since the day he'd read his parents' will. He breathed. Once. Twice. Forced the quiet place to hold. I need to think, he said. Give me a minute. He took the minute. He used it to run through every implication, every consequence, every possible course of action. Pettigrew was alive. Pettigrew was in the castle. Pettigrew, the man Dumbledore had paid 5,000 galleons from the Potter vault, was hiding in rat form, in the Gryffindor dormitory, presumably with Dumbledore's knowledge. Because Dumbledore had the map's twin, the monitoring charms built into Hogwarts wards, the ones that tracked every living being in the castle. There was no way Dumbledore didn't know Pettigrew was here. Which meant Dumbledore knew Pettigrew was alive. Had always known. Had let Sirius Black rot in Azkaban for 10 years for a crime committed by a man who was living as a pet rat in a wizarding family's home. The anger that rose in Harry was different from anything he'd felt before. Not hot. Not cold. It was nuclear, a chain reaction building in his core, threatening to crack every window in the room of requirement. He remembered Bloodfang's warning, don't suppress them. Let the magic flow. He let it flow. Not outward, inward. Into the ring, into the bond with the castle, into the deep channels of Potter magic that connected him to this place. The room of requirement responded, the fire flaring brighter, the walls humming with sympathetic resonance. Harry. Neville's voice was calm, steady, the voice of a friend who'd learned to read his moods. Whatever it is, you don't have to handle it alone. Harry opened his eyes. Looked at the people in the room, Neville, loyal and growing stronger every day. Daphne, sharp and pragmatic and unexpectedly kind. Fred and George, chaotic and brilliant and trustworthy in the way that people who'd never pretended to be anything other than what they were could be trusted. He made a decision. I'm going to show you something, he said. And then I'm going to tell you a story. And when I'm done, we're going to decide together what to do about it. He opened the map. He showed them the dot labeled Peter Pettigrew. And he told them everything. The will. The betrayal. Sirius Black. The payment from the Potter vault. The rat living in Gryffindor Tower. When he finished, the room was silent. Fred and George wore identical expressions of white-faced fury. Neville looked like he was going to be sick. Daphne's composure was intact, but her eyes were blazing. Ron's rat, Fred said. Scabbers. Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew, George said. The man who betrayed Harry's parents. The man who framed Sirius Black. The man who's been sleeping in our brother's bed for 3 years. The twins looked at each other. Something passed between them, a communication beyond words, the shared language of people who'd been finishing each other's thoughts since birth. We're going to kill him, Fred said conversationally. No, Harry said. We're going to catch him. Alive. Because a dead rat is evidence of nothing, but a live Peter Pettigrew is proof that Sirius Black is innocent. Daphne leaned forward. You can't go to Dumbledore with this. Dumbledore already knows. He has to know, the castle wards track every living being. Then going to him just gives him the opportunity to manage it. He'll find a way to control the narrative. Pettigrew will disappear, and Sirius will stay in Azkaban, and the whole thing will be buried. Daphne's voice was razor-sharp. You need to go above him. Amelia Bones, Harry said. Amelia Bones, Daphne confirmed. She's head of the DMLE. She's already reviewing your guardianship evidence. If you hand her a living Peter Pettigrew, she can order an immediate trial for Sirius Black. Dumbledore can't block the head of the DMLE without revealing that he knew about Pettigrew all along. Which he can't afford to do, Neville said quietly. Not after the Wisengamot session. The political cost would be catastrophic. Everyone looked at Neville. He flushed but didn't back down. What? Gran talks about politics at dinner. I listen. Harry felt something warm crack through the cold fury in his chest. These people, his people, chosen not by blood or obligation but by trust, were extraordinary. "Here's the plan," he said. The plan was simple, which was its greatest strength. Complexity created failure points. Simplicity created clarity. Step 1. Confirm Pettigrew's identity beyond doubt. The Marauder's map was created by the same man who'd created the Secret Keeper charm, and its identification magic was extraordinarily powerful, but it was created by Harry's father, which meant it could be dismissed as biased. They needed independent verification. Step 2. Capture Pettigrew in human form. A rat was deniable. A man was not. Step 3. Deliver Pettigrew to Amelia Bones, with witnesses, before Dumbledore could intervene. The twins handled Step 1. They had a Gringotts Heritage Verification Crystal, a Christmas gift from their father, who worked in the Ministry's Muggle Artifacts Department and occasionally received goblin trinkets as professional courtesy gifts. The crystal could verify magical identity through proximity. All they needed was to get it close to Scabbers. "I'll do it tonight," Fred said. "Ron's passed out by 9 every evening. I'll check the rat while he's sleeping." "Be careful," Harry said. "If Pettigrew realizes he's been identified, he'll run," George finished. "We know. We'll ward the dormitory exits first. Between the two of us, we can seal a room tighter than Filch's office." Steps 2 and 3 required more preparation. Harry wrote to Amelia Bones that evening, a formal letter, sealed with the Potter crest, requesting an urgent confidential meeting regarding evidence of a miscarriage of justice. He wrote to Remus, telling him what he'd found and asking him to stand by. And he wrote to Ragnarok, requesting Goblin legal support for what was going to be either the political coup of the decade or the most spectacular failure of Harry's young career. The letters went out with Hedwig. The plan was set for December 28, 3 days away. 3 days to prepare. 3 days during which Peter Pettigrew would continue to sleep in a castle full of children, hiding behind the face of a pet rat, protected by the silence of the most powerful wizard in the world. Harry didn't sleep well those 3 nights. But he used the time. On the second night of Christmas, December 26, Harry put on the invisibility cloak and went exploring. Not to the 3rd floor corridor. Not yet. He had a different destination, one that the map had shown him, a room on the 4th floor that appeared and disappeared at irregular intervals, as if the castle was deciding moment by moment whether it existed. The room contained a mirror. Harry recognized it the instant he saw it. The mirror of Erist stra eru oit uber kafru oit anwosi, I show not your face but your heart's desire. It was massive, floor to ceiling, framed in gold, and radiating a magic that was sweet and warm and deeply, fundamentally dangerous. He stood before it and looked. His parents looked back. James, grinning. Lily, her eyes, his eyes, bright with love. They stood behind him, their hands on his shoulders, and behind them stood others, a crowd of Potters stretching back into the mirror's depths, generations of his family, all of them smiling, all of them proud. The mirror showed him what he wanted most in the world, belonging. Family. The unbroken chain of love and legacy that had been severed on a night in Godric's Hollow. Harry looked at his parents' faces and felt the pull. The mirror was a trap, not a malicious one, but a compassionate one, which was worse. It offered comfort. It offered the illusion of having what was lost. People had wasted away in front of this mirror, unable to leave, feeding on reflected desire until there was nothing left. He understood, with terrible clarity, why Dumbledore had put it here. Why the invisibility cloak had been returned on Christmas, when Harry was alone and vulnerable and grieving. The old man wanted Harry to find this mirror. Wanted him to stare into it, to become attached, to internalize the longing that the mirror amplified. Because a boy who was consumed by his desire for family was a boy who could be guided. Controlled. A boy who wanted to belong could be given belonging, on terms dictated by the person offering it. They'd want me to live, Harry said aloud. His voice was steady. His eyes were not to stare. He looked at his parents one more time. Memorized the way James's hand rested on his shoulder. The way Lily's smile crinkled the corners of her eyes. The way they looked at him, not at the boy who lived, not at Lord Potter, not at the weapon or the pawn or the piece on the board, at Harry. They're Harry. Just Harry. I love you, he whispered. And I'm going to make it right. He turned away from the mirror and walked out of the room. He didn't go back. Behind him, the mirror reflected an empty room. But if anyone had been watching very closely, they might have noticed that the images in the glass lingered for a moment after Harry left, James and Lily Potter, standing in the frame, their smiles tinged with something that looked very much like pride. December 28th. The plan went wrong almost immediately. Fred's verification had confirmed it. The heritage crystal, held within 3 inches of Scabbers, had glowed amber with the identification signature of Peter Pettigrew, magical citizen, presumed deceased. Fred and George had warded the dormitory exits. Harry had confirmation from Amelia Bones that she'd be at Hogwarts at noon with 2 Aurors and a set of anti-animagus restraints. But Pettigrew had survived 10 years as a rat by being paranoid, and paranoid creatures notice when the air changes. At breakfast, Ron mentioned that Scabbers had been acting strange. Jumpy. Hiding under the mattress. Refusing food. Harry's stomach clenched, but he kept his expression neutral and suggested the rat might be cold. At 10 o'clock, Harry, Neville, and the twins moved into position. The plan was to corner Pettigrew in the dormitory, force his transformation with the animagus reversal spell that Remus had taught Harry via letter, and hold him until Bones arrived. At 10:15, Ron Weasley walked into the dormitory looking for his rat and found 4 people with drawn wands standing over his bed. "What the bloody hell, Ron," Harry said, and his voice carried the authority he'd used in the Wizengamot. "I need you to listen to me very carefully. I need you to trust me. And I need you to step away from the bed. That's my rat, that's not a rat." The scream that followed was not Ron's. Scabbers, Pettigrew, had bolted. Not toward the door, which was warded, but toward the window. The rat hit the glass at full speed, bounced off, and hit the floor in a scrambling, panicked tangle of legs and tail. George's bodybind hit the floor where the rat had been. Fred's stunning spell grazed its tail. Harry, moving on instinct, dropped his wand and lunged. He caught the rat in both hands. It bit him, hard, deep, blood welling from his palm, and writhed with a strength that no normal rat possessed. Harry gripped tighter, ignoring the pain, and shouted the incantation Remus had taught him. Homorphous. The transformation was grotesque. The rat swelled, twisted, expanded, fur becoming cloth, paws becoming hands, the small body stretching and reshaping into something man-sized and man-shaped. Harry was thrown backward as Peter Pettigrew materialized on the dormitory floor, wild-eyed, gasping, his watery eyes darting between the 5 people in the room with the cornered desperation of an animal that had just run out of places to hide. He was smaller than Harry had expected. Thin, hunched, with a face that had the ruined look of someone who'd been living with fear for so long it had eaten him from the inside. His robes were the clothes he'd been wearing 10 years ago, preserved by the animagus transformation, threadbare and stained. One hand was missing a finger. Ron made a sound. A small, strangled sound that was equal parts horror and revulsion. He was in my bed, Peter Pettigrew, Harry said. His voice was ice. Secret keeper for James and Lily Potter. Betrayer. Murderer. And for the last 3 years, your brother's pet rat. Pettigrew's eyes found Harry. Recognition hit him like a slap, the face, the eyes, the hair. He was looking at James Potter's ghost. Harry, Pettigrew whispered. Harry, please, you don't understand, I understand perfectly. Harry raised his wand. Fred. George. Bind him. The twins moved with efficiency that suggested they'd been practicing. Ropes flew from both wands, wrapping Pettigrew from shoulders to ankles. He toppled, struggling, his voice rising to a whine. "It wasn't my fault. He made me, the Dark Lord. You don't know what he was like, what he could do. I was afraid, Harry, your parents would have understood. My parents are dead because of you." Harry's voice was so cold it could have frozen the lake. "Don't speak their names." Pettigrew fell silent. His watery eyes leaked tears, real or performed. Harry couldn't tell and didn't care. "Neville, go to the entrance hall. Director Bones should be arriving within the hour. Bring her here." Harry looked at Ron, who was pale and shaking and staring at the man who'd been his pet with an expression of violated trust that went beyond words. "Ron. I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner." "He slept in my bed," Ron said. "He was in my pocket." Ron's face crumpled, and he looked so young and so betrayed that Harry felt a stab of genuine guilt for not handling this better. "Did you know? All this time? I found out 2 days ago. I moved as fast as I could." Ron looked at him. At the bound man on the floor. At his brothers, who were standing guard with their wands drawn and their faces grim. Something shifted in Ron's expression. The hurt didn't disappear, but it was joined by something else. Resolve. Anger. The particular fury of a Weasley who'd been lied to. "What do you need me to do?" Ron asked. Harry blinked. He'd expected accusations, withdrawal, possibly a fight. Not this. "Watch the door," he said. "If anyone comes besides Bones, especially Dumbledore, don't let them in." "Done." Ron drew his wand. His hand was steady. Harry looked at him and saw, for the first time, not Dumbledore's delivery boy or a strategic liability, but a kid with spine. A kid who'd just had his world shattered and was choosing to stand instead of crumble. "Thank you, Ron. Don't mention it. Seriously. Don't mention any of this ever again." Amelia Bones arrived at 11:45, 15 minutes early, with 2 Aurors in full combat gear and an expression that suggested she'd cleared her schedule specifically to be angry at someone. She walked into the Gryffindor dormitory, saw Peter Pettigrew bound on the floor, and went very still. "Lord Potter," she said, her voice remarkably controlled for someone looking at a dead man. "Would you care to explain?" Harry explained. Briefly, precisely, with documentary support. The Marauder's Map. The Heritage Verification Crystal. The Animagus Transformation. The fact that Pettigrew's continued existence meant that Sirius Black had been imprisoned for a decade for a murder that never happened. Bones listened. Her auras verified, anti-animagus restraints were applied, identification spells were cast, and a heritage crystal was used for independent confirmation. Each test returned the same result. Peter Pettigrew. Alive. Magical signature confirmed. Animagus form, brown rat. Sirius Black was imprisoned without trial, Harry said. Based on the assumption that Pettigrew was dead and Black was the secret keeper. Pettigrew is alive. The assumption was wrong. I'm requesting, formally, as Lord Potter, that Director Bones open an immediate investigation and that Sirius Black receive the trial he was denied. Bones looked at him. At 11 years old, standing in a school dormitory with blood still seeping from the rat bite on his hand, making formal legal demands with the composure of a seasoned advocate. I'm going to need you to come to the ministry, she said. All of you. To give statements. We'll be there within the hour. Lord Potter. Bones paused. Something moved behind her professional mask, not quite warmth, but something adjacent. Respect, maybe. Or the recognition that the wizarding world had fundamentally underestimated this child. This is well done. It's not done yet, Harry said. It won't be done until Sirius Black is free. Bones nodded. Her aurors took custody of Pettigrew, who was whimpering and pleading and trying to shrink back into rat form against the restraints. They marched him out of the dormitory, through the common room, and into a Hogwarts corridor where, standing very still with his hands clasped behind his back and his blue eyes devoid of any twinkle whatsoever, Albus Dumbledore was waiting. The moment stretched like taffy. Dumbledore looked at Pettigrew. At Bones. At Harry. "Amelia," he said. "I wasn't aware you'd be visiting today." "It was short notice, Albus." Bones's voice was polite and carried the edge of something that would become much sharper if pressed. "Lord Potter presented evidence of a living fugitive within Hogwarts." I responded appropriately. "I see." Dumbledore's gaze settled on Harry. The mask was perfect: concern, mild surprise, grandfatherly worry. But Harry had spent months learning to read the spaces between expressions, and in those spaces he saw something he'd never seen on Dumbledore's face before. Fear. Not of Harry. Not of Bones. Not even of exposure. Fear of the thing that Dumbledore had spent a century fighting: loss of control. The game was moving in directions he hadn't anticipated, at a speed he couldn't match, driven by a player he'd catastrophically underestimated. "I'm sure there's an explanation," Dumbledore said. "There will be," Harry said. "At Sirius Black's trial." They left. Dumbledore didn't stop them. He couldn't. Bones had DMLE authority, and obstructing the removal of a suspected criminal would have been political suicide. But as Harry walked past the headmaster, he felt the old man's eyes on his back like a physical weight. And he heard, at the very edge of hearing, a whisper that might have been the wind or might have been something else. "Oh, Harry. What have you done?" Harry didn't answer. He walked out of Hogwarts into the December sunlight, where Bones's Aurors were loading a whimpering traitor into a prisoner transport, where Neville and Daphne and the twins were waiting with their wands drawn and their faces fierce, where Remus Lupin, who'd received Harry's emergency owl and had apparat to Hogsmeade at a dead sprint, was standing by the gates with tears running down his scarred face. "Is it true?" Remus asked. "Peter's alive." "Sirius is. We're going to fix it," Harry said. "Today." Remus looked at him. At the blood on his hand, the fire in his eyes, the ring on his finger. At the boy who was James's face and Lily's mind and something else entirely, something that was reshaping the world around him through sheer force of will. "Together," Remus said. "Together." They walked toward Hogsmeade and the Floo connection to the Ministry. Behind them, Hogwarts glittered in the winter sun, ancient and beautiful and full of secrets. And in a tower office, surrounded by dark instruments that whirred and spun but could no longer track the boy they'd been built to monitor, Albus Dumbledore sat alone. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch. The sound was not comforting. Dumbledore opened a drawer. Inside was a file, old, thick, covered in notes in his own handwriting. The label read, "The Architect's Design, Phase 3, The Willing Sacrifice." He stared at it for a long time. Then he closed the drawer, locked it with a charm that would have taken most wizards a decade to break, and began to write a letter. The letter was addressed to someone who had not been contacted in 11 years. Someone whose involvement in the plan had been kept so secret that not even Snape knew about them. The letter began, "It's time. The boy is moving faster than anticipated. We need to discuss the contingency." He sealed it, attached it to a school owl, and sent it into the winter sky. The game was changing. And for the first time in a very long time, Albus Dumbledore was not sure he could keep up. Far below, Harry Potter walked through the snow with his allies at his side and the truth at his back, and he didn't look up. He didn't need to. He knew the old man was watching. Let him watch. Let him scheme. Let him send his letters and consult his files and adjust his plans. Harry was done reacting. He was done defending. From this moment on, he was playing to win. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Lord Who Chose the Trial of Sirius Black took place on January 3rd, in the same Wizengamot chamber where Harry had dismantled Lucius Malfoy's motion 6 weeks earlier. The irony was not lost on him. The room where he'd fought for his own freedom was now the room where he'd fight for someone else's. The gallery was packed. Every seat filled, people standing 3 deep along the walls, the overflow crowd watching through enchanted mirrors set up in the ministry atrium. The Daily Prophet had run the story on December 30th, Pettigrew alive, Black innocent. And Wizarding Britain had lost its collective mind. 10 years of certainty, overturned by a rat. The public wanted answers, and the Wisengamot was going to provide them whether it wanted to or not. Harry sat in the Potter's seat, wearing formal black robes, his ring visible for the first time in public. No glamour. No hiding. Lord Potter, in his seat, exercising his right to observe and participate in the proceedings of the body his family had helped build. Beside him, technically in the visitors section but close enough to communicate, sat Remus Lupin, who hadn't slept in 5 days and looked like a man who was holding himself together through sheer willpower and the knowledge that falling apart would help no one. On Harry's other side, Neville occupied the Longbottom seat as proxy for his grandmother, who had sent a formal letter authorizing him to observe. Augusta Longbottom, Harry suspected, was testing her grandson, seeing if the boy could handle the weight of the family's political obligations. Neville was handling it. His face was pale but composed, his posture straight, his eyes tracking the chamber with the careful attention of someone who was learning, quickly, that the world was more complicated than anyone had told him. Daphne was in the Greengrass seat, 3 rows back, her father beside her. Lord Cyrus Greengrass was a lean, sharp-featured man who resembled his daughter in the way that a finished blade resembles the rough steel it was forged from. He caught Harry's eye across the chamber and inclined his head, the measured nod of a political operator acknowledging a move well played. Dumbledore presided. He had no choice, recusing himself would have been an admission that his involvement required recusal, and Dumbledore was far too skilled to make that mistake. He sat in the Chief Warlock's chair with his expression set to benevolent concern, his robes a sober grey that suggested gravity and impartiality, and his eyes, those famous twinkling eyes, were flat. Harry had seen Dumbledore perform many roles over the past months. Grandfather. Mentor. Authority figure. Chess player. But this was new, this was Dumbledore under pressure, operating with reduced control, managing a situation that had spiraled beyond his ability to contain. The old man was improvising, and Harry could see the effort it cost him. Good. Amelia Bones stood at the prosecution bench, though calling it prosecution was misleading, since she was effectively arguing for Black's release. Her case was methodical, devastating, and built on foundations that Harry had provided. Peter Pettigrew, alive, his identity confirmed by 5 independent methods. Pettigrew's confession under Veritaserum, administered that morning at the ministry, admitting that he had been the Potter's secret keeper, that he had revealed their location to Voldemort, and that he had faked his own death by detonating a street, cutting off his own finger, and transforming into his animagus form. The Veritaserum testimony was projected into the chamber through a pensive memory. Pettigrew's voice, whining, desperate, saturated with the terrible honesty that the truth serum enforced, filled the room. I didn't want to do it. The Dark Lord, he said he'd kill me if I didn't. I was afraid, James and Lily, they trusted me, and I couldn't. Did you reveal the location of the Potter residence to Voldemort? Bones's voice, steady, relentless. Yes. Were you the secret keeper for the Fidelius charm? Yes. Was Sirius Black the secret keeper? No. They switched. Dumbledore suggested it, said it would be safer if it was someone nobody would suspect. The chamber erupted. Dumbledore's name landed like a bomb. 200 heads turned toward the Chief Warlock's chair. The whispers became shouts. Bones had to call for order 3 times before the noise subsided. Harry watched Dumbledore. The old man didn't flinch. His expression shifted to one of grave concern, the look of a man hearing disturbing information for the first time, processing it with appropriate seriousness. It was a masterful performance. If Harry hadn't known better, he'd have believed it. I recommended the switch, Dumbledore said, when the chamber finally quieted, because I believed it was the most secure option. I had no knowledge, none, that Peter Pettigrew had been compromised by Voldemort. The responsibility for the Potters' deaths lies with Pettigrew and with Voldemort. Any suggestion otherwise is revisionism of the most dangerous kind. It was the right response. Technically true, Dumbledore may not have known Pettigrew was a traitor, and the suggestion that he deliberately sent the Potters to their deaths was, without the evidence of the 5,000 galleon payment, unprovable. He'd taken the hit, absorbed the damage, and redirected blame to the actual perpetrators. Harry let it go. For now. The Pettigrew payment was a weapon he was saving for a moment when it would be decisive, not just damaging. Today was about Sirius. Bones continued her case. She presented the original arrest record, no trial, no hearing, no legal representation. Emergency wartime powers invoked by Bartemius Crouch, rubber-stamped by the Wisingamot under Dumbledore's chairmanship. A man sent to the worst prison in the world on the word of witnesses who'd seen an explosion and assumed the worst. The Wisingamot has a duty, Bones said, her voice carrying the weight of institutional authority, to correct its mistakes. Sirius Black was denied the most fundamental right of any citizen, the right to be heard. I move that he be released immediately, that all charges be dropped, and that this body issue a formal apology and compensation for 10 years of wrongful imprisonment. The vote was overwhelming. 41 in favor, 3 against, those 3 being political allies of Dumbledore who were trying to preserve the old man's credibility by blocking anything that made the original decision look bad. They failed. The motion carried. Sirius Black was a free man. Harry felt the moment land in his chest like a physical impact. Not joy, exactly, the situation was too complex for simple joy. But satisfaction, deep and fierce and burning. He'd done this. Not alone, Neville, Daphne, the twins, Remus, Bones, all of them had played their parts, but the thread that connected a rat in a dormitory to a free man walking out of Azkaban ran through Harry Potter's hands. Be brave, but not reckless. He'd been brave. And it had worked. Sirius arrived at the Ministry 3 days later. The transfer from Azkaban took time, medical evaluation, decontamination from the Dementor's residual effects, nutritional assessment, a battery of mental health checks that Sirius apparently treated with the same casual disregard he'd shown for authority his entire life. I'm fine, he reportedly told the healers. I've been sharing a cell with despair incarnate for a decade. How bad can a checkup be? Harry was waiting in a private room at St. Mungo's, arranged by Bones, secured by Gringotts, warded against eavesdropping by goblin cursebreakers. Remus was beside him. Neither of them had slept properly since the trial. The door opened. Sirius Black was not what Harry had expected. He'd seen photographs, the Marauder-era pictures in Remus's album, showing a young man who was almost painfully handsome, with dark hair, sharp features, and a grin that promised trouble in the most entertaining possible way. The man who walked through the door was a ghost of that person, gaunt, hollow-eyed, his hair lank and his skin the color of old parchment. Azkaban had eaten away at him the way water eats stone, slowly and relentlessly. But the eyes were alive. Dark gray, burning with an intensity that 10 years of Dementors hadn't managed to extinguish. And when they found Harry, they widened, and filled, and something in the broken man's face reconstructed itself. Harry. His voice was rough, cracked, and used. You look just like my father. I know. Except the eyes. Sirius's voice broke. Lily's eyes. Remus made a choked sound. Sirius turned to him, and the two men stared at each other across a decade of separation and grief and the wreckage of everything they'd loved. Moony. Padfoot. Sirius crossed the room in 3 strides and grabbed Remus in a hug that was more collapse than embrace, 2 men holding each other up because neither could stand alone. Harry watched, and the quiet place inside him that had been working overtime for months finally cracked, just for a moment, because some things were too human to keep at arm's length. When they separated, both wiping their eyes with the unself-conscious honesty of people who'd lost the ability to care about appearances. Sirius turned to Harry. "I have about 10,000 things I want to say to you," Sirius said. "Starting with, I'm sorry. I should have been there. You shouldn't have grown up with, Remus told me. About the Dursleys. About what Dumbledore did. About all of it." His jaw tightened. You're going to sit down, eat something, and let the healers finish their work," Harry said firmly. "Revenge is a dish that's served after adequate nutrition and at least one full night's sleep." Sirius stared at him. Then he laughed, a real laugh, startled and raw and full of the particular joy that comes from being surprised by someone you already love. "God, you sound like Lily. James would have been planning the prank already. James would have gotten himself killed already. That's why I sound like Lily." Another laugh. Stronger this time. And with it, something shifted in the room, the weight lifted, just slightly, and the three of them stood in a space that was no longer defined entirely by what they'd lost. "Sit," Harry said. "Eat. And then we need to talk. About Dumbledore, about the prophecy, and about what comes next." Sirius sat. He ate, cautiously at first, then with increasing enthusiasm, his body remembering the concept of food the way a dormant plant remembers rain. Remus sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched, and neither of them pretended this wasn't necessary. Harry told Sirius everything. It took 3 hours. The Emancipation. The Gringotts revelations. The Wizengamot battle. Quirrell and the third-floor corridor and the scar that burned. The architect's design file, a name Harry had given to the pattern he'd uncovered, the systematic engineering of his life toward a purpose that Dumbledore had never explained and Harry had never consented to. Sirius listened. His expression cycled through disbelief, fury, grief, and settled on something that Harry recognized from his own mirror, the cold, crystallized anger of someone who's been betrayed by a person they trusted and who has decided to channel that betrayal into action rather than destruction. "The bastard," Sirius said softly, when Harry finished. "The brilliant, manipulative, self-righteous bastard. He told me, the night your parents died, he came to me and said, 'Sirius, Harry will be safe. I'll make sure of it.' And I believed him. Even in Azkaban, even when the Dementors were feeding on every happy memory I had left, I held on to that. Dumbledore promised Harry would be safe." He defined safe as alive, Harry said. The quality of that life was irrelevant to his calculations. "That's the most Dumbledore thing I've ever heard." Sirius's voice was bitter. "He's not evil, Harry. That's what makes him so dangerous. He's a good man who's convinced himself that his version of good is the only one that matters." "I know. So what do we do?" "We prepare. The prophecy, whatever it says, connects me to Voldemort. Dumbledore's been shaping my life around it for 11 years. I need to know what it says before I can decide how to respond to it." "The prophecy is in the Department of Mysteries," Remus said. "Hall of Prophecies. Only the subjects can retrieve it. Then I'll retrieve it. Eventually. But not yet, not until I've secured enough political and legal protection that Dumbledore can't simply take it from me and bury it again." Harry leaned forward. "Right now, the immediate threat is Quirrell. The stuttering defense professor." Sirius frowned. "He doesn't actually stutter. And there's something in his turban that makes my scar burn." Harry met their eyes. "I think Voldemort is in this school." The silence that followed was absolute. "Not fully," Harry continued. "Not physically. But present, a fragment, a wraith, something. Quirrell is a vessel, not an accomplice. Whatever's behind that turban is controlling him, and it's after something on the 3rd floor. The Philosopher's Stone," Remus said. "Dumbledore moved it from Gringotts to Hogwarts over the summer. Hagrid retrieved it the same day he took you to your vault." "Flammel Stone," Sirius said. "The elixir of life. If Voldemort is trying to come back, he'd need a way to create a body. The stone can do that. Harry's mind was working, the pieces clicking into place. Dumbledore brought the stone to Hogwarts. He set up protections, the third-floor corridor, the trapdoor, whatever's underneath. But the protections are designed to be beatable. By students. By a specific student. You, Remus said. Me. The whole first year has been a test, a gauntlet designed to push me toward a confrontation with Quirrell and whatever's riding him. The cloak, the mirror of Eriste, the breadcrumbs about Flamel. Dumbledore's engineering a scenario where I face Voldemort and either prove myself or die trying. That's insane, Sirius said. He's setting up an 11-year-old to fight the darkest wizard in history. He's been setting me up since I was a baby. This is just the next phase. Sirius's face contorted. For a moment, Harry thought the man might actually apparate to Hogwarts and strangle Dumbledore with his bare hands, which would have been dramatically satisfying but strategically disastrous. No, Harry said, reading the impulse. Not yet. We handle Quirrell first. Then we deal with Dumbledore. How? Together. All of us. The plan took shape over the following week. Harry returned to Hogwarts for the start of term with Sirius's promise to stay at Potter Manor and recover, properly, with healers and rest and the kind of sustained care that Azkaban had denied him. Remus was with him, and between the two of them, the manor had more warmth in its walls than it had held in a decade. At Hogwarts, Harry gathered his allies. The Room of Requirement served as their war room. Harry laid out everything he knew about the third-floor corridor, the protections beneath the trapdoor, and Quirrell's likely plan to steal the stone. Hermione, back from the holidays and furious at having missed the Pettigrew capture, threw herself into research with the terrifying efficiency of a girl who processed exclusion as motivation. Within 2 days, she'd mapped out the likely protections based on what they knew about the staff. Each teacher contributed a protection. Sprout would use a plant, probably Devil's Snare. Flitwick would use a charm, Flying Keys, maybe. McGonagall would use Transfiguration. Snape would use a potion puzzle. And Dumbledore's final protection is probably the Mirror of Eriste. The mirror, Harry said. That's why it's in the castle. It's a perfect hiding place, Hermione said, her mind racing. The mirror shows your heart's desire. If you desire the stone, if you want to use it, the mirror won't give it to you. But if you want to find it without using it, it'll give it to you. Harry nodded. Dumbledore's test. Can you resist temptation? Will you take the stone to protect it, or will you try to use it? It's a morality test, Neville said quietly. He's testing your character. He's testing my obedience, Harry corrected. A good weapon retrieves the asset and returns it to the handler. That's what he expects. I find the stone, I resist the temptation, I bring it back to Dumbledore, and he pats me on the head and tells me I've done well. So what are you going to do instead? Daphne asked. Harry smiled. It was not a reassuring smile. I'm going to find the stone, confront Quirrell, deal with whatever's behind his turban, and then give the stone back to Nicholas Flamel with a letter explaining that Dumbledore's security measures are a joke and that Flamel should probably invest in a better vault. The twins, who'd been listening from their usual position of lounging on conjured furniture, exchanged their signature look. We're in, they said simultaneously. We all are, Neville said, and there was no stammer, no hesitation, no trace of the shrinking boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts 4 months ago. What do you need? Harry assigned roles. Hermione would research every known protection and prepare countermeasures. Neville would handle the herbology challenge, Devil's Snare was his area of expertise. The twins would provide distraction and cover, keeping Filch and any wandering staff occupied while the team moved. Daphne would monitor Quirrell's movements using the Marauder's map and coordinate timing. And Harry would face whatever was at the end. You're not going alone, Daphne said. Not a request. Not a suggestion. A statement. The final confrontation has to be me. Whatever's behind Quirrell's turban, it's connected to me. My scar. My parents. The prophecy. If anyone else is there, they're in danger. Then we get you to the final room and hold the line behind you. You don't walk through that gauntlet alone. Daphne's eyes were fierce, and underneath the fierceness was something that made Harry's chest tight. You've spent your whole life being alone, Harry. That's over. He looked at her. At all of them, Hermione with her research notes, Neville with his quiet strength, Fred and George with their controlled chaos, Daphne with her razor mind and her hidden heart. Okay, he said. Together. They moved on a Thursday night. Quirrell's pattern had been consistent for weeks. He spent every evening in his office, emerging after midnight to visit the third-floor corridor. The map showed him pacing, always pacing, circling the trapdoor like a vulture. Whatever voice was in his turban was getting impatient. At 11 p.m., Harry's team assembled in the room of requirement. Wands checked. Potions prepared. Hermione had brewed 3 antidotes to common magical defenses, working from notes in the Potter library. Roles confirmed. Communication established through a set of enchanted coins that Hermione had charmed to grow hot when activated, inspired, she said, by a technique she'd read about in an advanced charms text. They moved through the castle under the invisibility cloak, which covered Harry and Daphne, the 2 smallest, while the others used disillusionment charms that Fred and George had perfected through years of unauthorized nighttime activities. The third-floor corridor was dark, cold, and saturated with the particular silence of a place that wanted to be left alone. The door at the end was locked, but a simple Alohomora opened it, and Harry noted, with grim amusement, that a lock defeated by a first-year charm was yet another piece of evidence that Dumbledore wanted this gauntlet to be penetrated. Behind the door, Fluffy was sleeping. 3 heads, each one the size of a small car, resting on massive paws. Drool pooled on the stone floor. The beast filled the room, and even asleep, its presence was suffocating, the sheer mass and power of something that could kill you without fully waking up. A harp was playing in the corner. Already enchanted. Already putting the Cerberus to sleep. Quirrell's already been through, Harry said quietly. He's ahead of us. Move. The trapdoor opened onto darkness. They dropped, one by one, into the black, and landed on something soft and yielding and immediately hostile. Devil's Snare. The tendrils began wrapping around them instantly, squeezing, pulling, dragging them down into the mass of the plant. Hermione yelped. Ron, who had insisted on coming at the last moment, citing personal reasons involving his family's honor and a rat-shaped violation of trust, thrashed wildly, which only made the vines tighten. Neville didn't panic. He stood in the center of the Devil's Snare like a man standing in his own garden, and he spoke to the plant. Not with words, with magic. A pulse of warmth from his wand, targeted and precise, the kind of magic that came from genuine understanding rather than brute force. The Devil's Snare shuddered, relaxed its grip, and withdrew, not destroyed, but soothed. Calmed. Neville had treated it like a frightened animal rather than an enemy, and the plant had responded. Bloody hell, Ron muttered, rubbing his neck where the vines had gripped. Since when can you do that? Since always, Neville said simply. Nobody asked before. The flying keys were next, a room full of enchanted keys darting through the air like a flock of metallic birds, one of which would open the next door. Harry could have chased them on the broom that was conveniently provided. Instead, he used a summoning charm, 4th-year material, but his unsuppressed core handled it easily, and the correct key flew to his hand while the others scattered. Hermione noticed. That's not in the first-year curriculum. I read ahead. You read 4 years ahead. I had a motivated summer. The chess set was McGonagall's contribution, a room-sized board with stone pieces that were designed to be violent. The conventional approach was to play the game, sacrificing pieces and taking hits, winning through strategy and pain. Ron stepped forward. I'll handle this. Harry looked at him. I'm good at chess, Ron said. I'm really good at chess. It's the one thing I'm better at than all my brothers. He looked at the board with the focused intensity of a player who'd been waiting for a game worthy of his talent. Let me do this. Harry nodded. Do it. Ron played the chess game of his life. He directed them across the board with crisp, confident commands, his stammer and uncertainty gone, replaced by the crystalline clarity of a mind operating in its element. He sacrificed pieces with ruthless efficiency. He anticipated the board's responses 3 moves ahead. He was brilliant. Knight to e5, Ron said, and then, to Harry, when I make this move, the queen will take me. That opens the path to checkmate. You go on. Ron, I'll be fine. The pieces don't kill, they knock out. Go. Ron moved. The queen struck. Ron hit the ground hard and didn't get up, but his chest was rising and falling, and the path was clear. He's okay, Hermione said, checking his pulse. Concussed, but okay. I'll stay with him. Fred and George positioned themselves at the chess room entrance. We'll hold here, Fred said. Anything comes through, we'll handle it. Including Dumbledore? Harry asked. Especially Dumbledore, George said, with a grin that suggested he'd been waiting his whole life for the opportunity to inconvenience authority at this level. The potion puzzle was Snape's, a logic challenge wrapped in a riddle, with 7 bottles and a wall of purple flame. Daphne solved it in 90 seconds. This one, she said, holding up the smallest bottle. It'll get you through the black fire to the final room. She paused. There's only enough for one. They stood at the threshold. Behind them, the sounds of the gauntlet, Neville calming the snare, Ron's chess game, the twins warding spells. Ahead, black fire and whatever waited beyond it. This is where I go alone, Harry said. Daphne looked at him. Her composure was intact, it was always intact, but her eyes were raw. Not with fear. With something more complex, more personal, more terrifying than fear. Come back, she said. I will. That's not a request, Potter. That's an instruction. Yes, ma'am. She almost smiled. Then she reached out and took his hand, brief, fierce, a grip that communicated everything that words couldn't, and let go. Harry drank the potion. The black fire parted. He stepped through. The final chamber was the mirror of Eriste. It stood in the center of the room, massive and golden, reflecting a space that should have been empty but wasn't. Quirrell stood before it, his back to Harry, his turban unwound and hanging from one hand. The back of his head was not empty. A face. Pressed into the skull like a mask pushed through clay from the wrong side. White, snake-like, with slitted nostrils and red eyes that burned like coals in a dead fireplace. The face of Lord Voldemort, or what was left of him. Quirrell turned. His own face was calm, composed, and entirely free of the stammer that had been his costume all year. When he spoke, his voice was clear and cold and intelligent. I wondered when you'd arrive, Potter. Dumbledore's little hero, right on schedule. Harry's scar exploded with pain. Not the low ache he'd felt all year, a white-hot lance that drove through his skull and tried to drop him to his knees. He stayed standing. Barely. The quiet place worked overtime, containing the pain, channeling it, refusing to let it control him. Quirrell, Harry said, his voice steady despite the fire in his head. Or should I address the passenger? The face on the back of Quirrell's head smiled. When it spoke, its voice was a whisper that somehow filled the entire room, sibilant, cold, and carrying the weight of a darkness so profound that the torches on the walls flickered. Let me speak to the boy. Quirrell turned fully, presenting the face to Harry. Voldemort's red eyes locked onto his, and Harry felt the connection between them, the scar, the shared magic, the fragment of something that shouldn't exist linking them across the boundary between life and death. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. The boy who lived. I've been waiting to meet you properly. I wish I could say the same. The thin lip stretched. Not quite a smile. You have courage. Your father had courage too. It didn't save him. My father trusted the wrong people. I don't have that problem. Don't you? Voldemort's voice was silk over razors. You trust the goblins. You trust the werewolf. You trust the children playing soldier in the rooms behind you. And you trust yourself, your own judgment, your own plans, your own clever little schemes. The red eyes narrowed. You're more like me than you know, Harry Potter. People keep telling me that. I'm starting to find it tedious. Then let me tell you something no one else will. Dumbledore doesn't want to protect you. He wants to use you. You're a weapon, a living weapon, forged in blood and sacrifice, designed to destroy me. And when you've served your purpose, he'll discard you without a second thought. I know, Harry said. The silence that followed was electric. You know. For the first time, something shifted in Voldemort's expression, surprise, genuine surprise, the kind that comes from encountering something outside your model of the world. I've known since Gringotts. Dumbledore sealed my parents' will, stole my inheritance, bound my magic, and engineered my entire childhood to produce a specific result. I'm not his weapon. I'm not yours, either. I'm nobody's. Voldemort studied him. The red eyes moved across Harry's face with the analytical precision of an intelligence that had spent decades reading people and situations. Then we want the same thing, Voldemort said. Freedom from the old man's designs. Join me, Harry. Not as a servant, as a partner. Together, we could, no. The word was flat, final, and carried the weight of absolute certainty. You killed my parents. You destroyed my family. You shattered the lives of everyone who loved them. And you did it not because you had to, not because they threatened you, but because a prophecy told you to be afraid of a baby, and you chose murder over courage. Harry's voice was ice and fire, grief and fury, and underneath it all, an unshakable clarity. You're not freedom, Voldemort. You're just another cage. A smaller, crueler cage than Dumbledore's, but a cage all the same. Voldemort's face contorted. The surprise became rage, ancient, volcanic, the rage of a being who had spent decades accumulating power and who could not comprehend being refused by a child. Kill him! Voldemort screamed, and Quirrell lunged. The professor's hands closed around Harry's throat, and two things happened simultaneously. Harry's scar erupted in agony, real agony, the kind that whites out vision and thought and everything except the raw animal imperative to survive. And Quirrell screamed. His hands, where they touched Harry's skin, were burning. Not metaphorically. Literally burning, the flesh blistering and blackening and crumbling like paper in a fire. Harry's mother's protection, the blood magic that Dumbledore had tried to weaponize, the love that Lily Potter had poured into her dying breath, was still there, still active, and it was destroying Voldemort's vessel on contact. Quirrell staggered back, staring at his ruined hands. Harry gasped, air flooding back into his lungs, his vision swimming. Seize him! Voldemort shrieked, but Quirrell couldn't. Every touch brought more damage, more burning, the protection eating through him like acid. Harry didn't think. He acted. He grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands. The scream that filled the chamber was inhuman, Quirrell's voice and Voldemort's voice fused into a single howl of agony and rage. The professor's skin crumbled under Harry's palms, turned to ash, fell away from bone. It was horrifying. It was necessary. Harry held on, the pain in his scar threatening to tear him apart, his mother's magic blazing through his hands like white fire. Quirrell collapsed. His body hit the stone floor and began to dissolve, not into blood and tissue but into dust and ash, as if the thing that had been keeping him alive was withdrawing, abandoning the vessel it had ridden to ruin. A shadow rose from the remains. Dark, formless, screaming, Voldemort's wraith, torn from its host, unable to exist without a body. It rushed toward Harry, and the pain in his scar became absolute, a supernova of agony that finally, mercifully, drove him to his knees. But as the wraith passed through him, Harry felt something else. A tearing sensation in his forehead, not physical, deeper than physical, at the level of magic and soul. Something attached to his scar, something that had been there since the night his parents died, was being pulled loose. The goblin blood magic. Ragnarok's cursebreakers had done more than remove the binding on Harry's core. They'd weakened the attachment point of the fragment, the piece of Voldemort's soul that had lodged in Harry's scar when the killing curse rebounded. Bloodfang had found it during the ritual and had told Ragnarok, who had told Harry in a private letter 2 weeks ago. The fragment is attached to your magical core through the scar, Ragnarok had written. Removing it by force would be dangerous, it's been there since infancy, and your magic has grown around it like a tree growing around a nail. But if the fragment were to be agitated, disturbed from outside, forced to respond to its source, the attachment would weaken. And at that moment of weakness, a properly prepared severance could succeed. Harry had prepared the severance. A goblin ritual circle, drawn in his own blood on the inside of his left forearm, hidden under his sleeve. Activated by intent and a phrase in gobbledygook that Ragnarok had taught him through encrypted correspondence. He spoke the phrase. The world went white. Pain, transcendent, all-encompassing pain that erased thought and identity and everything except the raw fact of existence. The fragment in his scar screamed, he could hear it, a voice like nails on glass, Voldemort's voice stripped of everything except agony and rage. It fought the severance, clawed at its anchor, tried to dig deeper into Harry's magic. Harry held on. Not to consciousness, that was slipping. Not to courage, courage was irrelevant when the pain was this absolute. He held on to the one thing that had kept him alive through everything, the decision. The choice. The fundamental, unbreakable refusal to be someone else's weapon. I am not yours. I am not his. I am mine. The fragment tore free. Harry felt it go, a wrenching, ripping sensation, like a tooth being pulled from the root of his soul. The darkness in his scar, the whisper that had lived there since infancy, the connection to the monster who'd killed his parents, all of it, gone. Ripped away. Destroyed by the combination of his mother's protection and goblin blood magic and the sheer, stubborn force of a boy who refused to carry a piece of his parents' murderer in his head for one more day. The wraith howled. Without the anchor of the scar, without a vessel, it was formless and fading. It tore through the chamber like a dark wind, rattling stones and extinguishing torches, and then it was gone, fled into the night, diminished, weakened, a shadow of a shadow. Harry lay on the cold stone floor of the chamber. The mirror of Eriste stood above him, reflecting a ceiling he could barely see through the tears and the darkness crowding his vision. In the mirror, his parents smiled. Well done, sweetheart, Lily whispered, and it might have been the mirror or it might have been his imagination or it might have been something else entirely. That's my boy, James said. Harry closed his eyes. He woke in the hospital wing. Sunlight. White sheets. The smell of potions and clean linen. Faces swam into focus. Neville, asleep in a chair beside the bed, his head tilted at an angle that was going to cause neck problems. Hermione, sitting cross-legged on the next bed, reading a book so thick it could have been used as structural support. Ron, his head bandaged from the chess game, playing an improbable game of exploding snap with Fred and George on the floor. And Daphne. Standing by the window, her back straight, her arms crossed, staring out at the grounds with the rigid posture of someone who'd been holding themselves together through willpower alone and was running low. Hey, Harry croaked. Daphne turned. Her composure held for exactly 1 second. Then it fractured, not dramatically, not with tears or trembling, but with a softening around her eyes and a loosening of her jaw and a breath that shuddered out of her like it had been held for days. You idiot, she said. You're welcome. You were unconscious for 3 days. 3 days, Harry. Madame Pomfrey said your magical core nearly burned out. Your scar, she stopped. Looked at his forehead. Your scar is different. Harry reached up. The skin was smooth. Not gone, the scar was still there, a thin lightning bolt on his forehead, but the texture had changed. It felt like a scar now. Just a scar. No heat, no pain, no whisper of darkness behind it. It's gone, he said. The fragment. The piece of Voldemort that was in me. I got it out. The room went silent. Everyone was staring at him. The piece of what? Ron said. Harry told them. Not everything, not the architect's design, not the prophecy he still hadn't heard, but enough. The Horcrux. The goblin ritual. The severance. Hermione looked like she was going to cry and take notes simultaneously. Neville, who'd woken during the explanation, gripped Harry's hand without a word. Fred and George were, for once, completely silent. Daphne sat on the edge of his bed. You planned this. I planned the severance. I didn't plan on nearly dying in the process. You always nearly die in the process. She looked at him with those blue eyes that saw everything, and Harry saw in them something he'd been too afraid to name, something that went beyond respect, beyond alliance, beyond the careful political calculation that had defined their relationship from the start. Stop nearly dying. I'll do my best. She took his hand. Not the fierce, brief grip from before the black fire. A slow, deliberate intertwining of fingers, an act of vulnerability that cost her more than any spell or strategy. Harry held on. Around them, the others pretended not to notice, with varying degrees of success. Dumbledore came that evening. The headmaster entered the hospital wing alone, without fanfare, wearing simple grey robes that were the most understated thing Harry had ever seen him in. His face was grave. The twinkle was absent. The others had been asked to leave, by Dumbledore, through Madame Pomfrey, with the gentle insistence that Harry needed rest. Harry had allowed it, because this conversation was necessary and because he wanted it to happen without witnesses. Not for Dumbledore's sake. For his own. Some things needed to be said privately before they could be said publicly. Dumbledore conjured a chair and sat beside the bed. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The silence was heavy with everything that lay between them, the lies, the manipulations, the sealed will, the stolen money, the bound magic, the engineered childhood, and the boy who'd survived it all and was now looking at the architect of his suffering with eyes that held no hatred but absolutely no forgiveness. Harry, Dumbledore said at last. I owe you an explanation. You owe me more than that. But an explanation would be a start. Dumbledore nodded. He looked, Harry thought, old. Not the performative old of a man who used age as a costume, genuinely old, genuinely tired, carrying the weight of a century of decisions that had led to this moment in a hospital room with a child who should never have had to be this strong. The prophecy, Dumbledore said. You deserve to hear it. He told Harry the prophecy. The full text, word for word, the prediction that had shaped and shattered Harry's life before he could walk. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry listened. The words settled into him like stones into water. You interpreted this to mean that I had to die, he said. That the power the Dark Lord knows not, was love, my mother's sacrifice, and that the only way to destroy Voldemort permanently was for me to die willingly, taking the Horcrux in my scar with me. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Yes. You placed me with the Dursleys to maintain the blood wards, which were tied to the sacrifice. You bound my magic to keep me dependent. You sealed my parents' will to prevent anyone from removing me from the situation. You engineered my entire childhood to produce a boy who was damaged enough, isolated enough, and desperate enough for connection that when the time came, he'd walk to his death willingly because you'd made sure he had nothing else to live for. The words hung in the air between them. Dumbledore didn't deny them. Yes, he said again. And then, quieter, it was the only way I could see. You didn't look hard enough. Dumbledore opened his eyes. They were bright, not with the twinkle, but with unshed tears. Perhaps not. Perhaps I was so certain of my interpretation that I stopped looking for alternatives. Perhaps, his voice broke. Mended. Broke again. Perhaps I am a foolish old man who confused necessity with certainty and let a child pay the price. Perhaps, Harry said. But here's what you need to understand, Professor. The Horcrux is gone. I removed it myself, with goblin magic, without dying. Your interpretation of the prophecy was wrong, or at least, incomplete. The sacrifice you designed wasn't necessary. There was another way. There is always another way. Dumbledore stared at him. The tears fell, quietly, without drama, the grief of a man who was realizing that the greatest chess game of his life had been built on a flawed premise. I have made terrible mistakes, Dumbledore whispered. Yes. You have. Can you forgive me? Harry considered the question. He thought about the cupboard. About the hunger and the fear and the loneliness. About the parents he'd never known and the childhood he'd never had. About the will that should have given him a family and the money that should have given him comfort and the letters that should have told him he wasn't alone. He thought about Mipsy, waiting at Potter Manor. About Neville's growing strength and Hermione's fierce intelligence and the twins' chaotic brilliance. About Remus and Sirius, finding each other again after a decade of pain. About Daphne's hand in his, steady and warm and real. He thought about the mirror of Eriste, and the parents who smiled at him from inside the glass, and the words his father had spoken over his cradle, he's going to be better than all of us. I don't know, Harry said honestly. Maybe. Someday. But not today. And not because you asked. Dumbledore nodded. That is more than I deserve. Yes, Harry said. It is. The old man stood. He moved toward the door, then paused. When he turned back, his expression had changed, the grief was still there, but alongside it was something else. Something that looked, against all probability, like hope. The Philosopher's Stone has been returned to Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore said. At your suggestion, I understand. Nicholas was amused. It was his property. It should never have been in a school. No. It shouldn't have. Dumbledore's hand rested on the door frame. Harry. You asked me once about the third-floor corridor, why I announced it to the school instead of simply locking it. Do you still want the answer? I know the answer. You wanted me to be curious. You wanted me to investigate. You wanted to control the circumstances of my confrontation with Voldemort. Partly. Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. But partly because I wanted to see what you would do. Not what a weapon would do, what Harry would do. And you surprised me. You surprised me at every turn. He paused. I am leaving Hogwarts. The words dropped into the silence like a stone into still water. Not permanently. Not yet. But I have submitted a request for a leave of absence to the Board of Governors. There are things I need to examine, about myself, about my methods, about the assumptions I've built my life around. Professor McGonagall will serve as acting headmistress. Harry looked at him. At this ancient, brilliant, dangerous, broken man who had done terrible things for what he believed were the best reasons, and who was only now beginning to understand the cost. You're not doing this for me, Harry said. No. I'm doing it because you showed me something I'd forgotten. That the measure of a man is not the correctness of his plan, but the willingness to question it. Dumbledore's smile was sad, self-aware, and entirely without twinkle. You have your mother's mind and your father's heart, Harry Potter. But the will, that stubborn, magnificent, terrifying will, that's entirely your own. He left. The door closed behind him. Harry lay in the hospital bed and stared at the ceiling and felt the silence of a room that was, for the first time in his life, free of other people's designs. No Horcrux. No binding. No sealed will. No stolen money. No male ward. No blood wards keeping him caged. No prophecy demanding his sacrifice. No chess master moving him across the board. Just Harry. 11 years old. Lord of an ancient and most noble house. Surrounded by people who chose him, not because of his scar or his name or his destiny, but because of who he was. The ring pulsed on his finger. Outside, the sun was setting over Hogwarts, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that made the castle look like it was on fire. The year-end feast was subdued. Dumbledore's chair was empty. McGonagall presided with her usual efficiency and an undercurrent of emotion that she hid well but not perfectly. The students whispered about the headmaster's absence. Rumors ranged from illness to retirement to a secret mission against dark forces, the last of which was closest to the truth, though the dark forces in question were primarily Dumbledore's own assumptions. Gryffindor won the House Cup. Harry didn't care about that, but he appreciated the look on Neville's face when McGonagall announced it. Pride, real and uncomplicated, the kind that comes from belonging to something and knowing you earned your place in it. After the feast, Harry walked to the entrance hall with his people beside him. Neville, who'd walked through Devil's Snare without flinching and who carried himself now with the quiet confidence of a boy who'd discovered his own worth. Hermione, whose mind was a force of nature and whose loyalty, once given, was absolute and unshakable. Ron, who'd sacrificed himself on a chessboard without hesitation and who'd chosen to stand with Harry even after everything he'd learned about his pet rat. Fred and George, who'd held the line in cracked jokes and proven that chaos and courage were not mutually exclusive. And Daphne, who walked beside him without touching, because they didn't need to touch, because the connection between them was built on something sturdier than physical contact, on trust, on challenge, on the mutual recognition of two people who saw each other clearly and chose to stay. They stood at the Hogwarts gates. The Thestrals waited with the carriages. The summer stretched ahead, weeks of freedom, of planning, of preparation for whatever came next. Because Voldemort was still out there. Weakened, wraith-like, but not destroyed. The Horcrux in Harry's scar was gone, but Harry suspected, from his research, from the fragments of information he'd gathered, that it wasn't the only one. Voldemort had torn his soul more than once. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. And Dumbledore's letter, the one he'd sent on Christmas night, the one addressed to someone who hadn't been contacted in 11 years, was still out there, unanswered. The architect's design had been disrupted, not dismantled. There were players in this game that Harry hadn't identified yet, pieces on the board that hadn't moved. But that was tomorrow's problem. Today, Harry stood in the sunlight with his friends and felt the warmth of it on his face and the pulse of the ring on his finger and the absolute, unshakable certainty that whatever came next, he would face it on his feet, with his eyes open, and on his own terms. "Ready?" Neville asked. Harry looked at the castle one last time. The towers. The turrets. The windows that glittered like eyes. The place where his parents had fallen in love and where he'd found his family and where the most powerful wizard in the world had tried to turn him into a weapon and failed. "Ready," Harry said. He wasn't a pawn. He wasn't a weapon. He wasn't a sacrifice. He was Lord Harry James Potter. And the war hadn't even started yet. They walked through the gates together. Behind them, Hogwarts shimmered in the summer heat, ancient and patient and full of secrets. Ahead of them, the world waited, complicated, dangerous, and wide open. Harry didn't look back. He never looked back. Chapter 6 End.